back. Welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, November 18th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. And I'm all smiles because my guy JD is back. We got Hogue right in the middle, JD, John Doherty. How are we feeling this morning, guys?
Excellent. Great to see the deer hunter back, JD. Welcome back. We all missed you. Looking forward to hearing some good stories. But again, great to have you back, my friend. Jay, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling great, Hogue. Feeling great. Night two of puppies not sleeping. We went on a couple walks, but we're feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
What's up, guys? Excellent to be back. Wonderful to be back with my friends. You wonderful gentlemen. Yeah, I've got some great stories, Hogue. I'll share them in just a little bit if we have time. But yeah, I'm ready to get back in the markets. I totally unplugged from everything. I didn't look at a chart. I didn't read a news article for about 12 days. I just started getting back into the swing of things yesterday, so I'm ready to dig in. Let's get going. Let's do it.
Well, gold did you a favor, JD, and it's trading the same prices that it was trading when you left. So let's take a look at this gold opening range trade. We got a poll up in the chat. Which opening range are we taking? Is that the 1 minute or the 5 minute? Poll the chat. Looks like the 5 minute is in the lead right now. We do have a couple of minutes before that 5 minute candle closes. It's been a pretty good trade, even though gold has not been very directional over the past couple of days. Hogue, take a look at that gold chart. Anything you're seeing that you like on the opening range?
Well, we are going to be opening with a gap below yesterday's very small range in regular trading hours. It extended pretty far outside of the regular trading hours before the 4 o'clock close. So kind of looking at this as a little bit inside of yesterday's range. We are, like I said, kind of looking at a gap below the regular trading hour session range. Not really seeing any overnight inventory to speak of. We are looking pretty low as far as price is concerned inside the area of balance that we're in. I wouldn't hate it either way, but again, we've had such big opening ranges, but they've been profitable. I mean, we made money in gold yesterday. We made money in gold Friday. Thursday, I think, was the day we had the 800 tick winner. So I'm in for either side here, gentlemen. In for either side.
Sounds good, Hogue. Looking at it, I feel the same way. I was short last night. We kind of got 60% of the way to my target. So I kind of think that that pullback is out of the question. We'll see that more when we get into the charts, but I'm good either way with this opening range trade as well. Do see some comments in the chat. Hey, the Trader Hub is down. There is a Cloudflare outage that is affecting a bunch of internet services right now. Right? If you try to sign into Twitter, it's not going to work right now either. But show must go on. Show must go on. Once that's back up, we will let everybody know. But again, that outage is due to Cloudflare. JD, let's take a look at that economic calendar. What do we have to look out for today or this week?
There's quite a bit going on this morning, actually. We've got the weekly ADP employment change came out at 7:15. We're still waiting on the release of that number, actually. Financial juice is still down, and I don't see it on any of my other calendars coming out. But coming up in just a little bit, we've also got Redbook at 7:55 a.m. Central Time, industrial production at 8:15, factory orders, durable goods, e-commerce retail sales, and a couple other things coming out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So 9 o'clock, there's going to be quite a bit of news being released all at once. Make sure you're aware of that around that time. We've also got a couple talking Feds this morning. Starting at 9:30 Central Time, Michael Barr is going to speak. We've got Thomas Barkin speaking at 10 o'clock Central Time. And then after the close later tonight, Lori Logan is speaking at about 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That is your calendar for today. We had some earnings out this morning also. Home Depot didn't do so well. We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes also.
We missed on earnings, beat on revenues.
Yep. We've got a little news article to run about that in just a few minutes. But look at this opening range in gold.
The gold, it's huge.
86 ticks.
100.
And it's
we're at 100
continuing.
We're over 100.
Still got another minute or so. Another minute or so for this 5 minute candle to close. We'll wait for that confirmation candle outside of that range to take a trade. Hogue, before we get into any trades, go through that checklist. Make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. So what we're doing here, we are looking at context, risk management, and patience Doing our pre-market research. Absolutely. Any market that you're looking at, do your research, do your homework. Check. Morning checklist. You get your walk in, you get your water, you get your coffee. Check. Mindset check. Things going on inside and outside of trading. Make sure you are in the right mindset to take trades. Trade entry checklist. I've got my pen, I've got my paper. Going to be doing that trade entry checklist for each trade and doing the journaling. And then at the end of the day, of course, reviewing all those trades, reviewing and finishing my journal, and preparing for the next trading day on the post-market checklist. Folks, that's your Top Step daily checklist. Make sure you do your homework if you want to play.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. 5 seconds for this 5-minute opening range to close. I'm looking at a low of 40.49 even, a high of 40.50.90.
Wait, say that again. You're looking at the minis, right, Jay? What's your
Looking
low?
at the minis, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yep, that was a mistake. 40.41.40.
Okay, got it.
40.41.40.
That seems a.
Yeah.
Yep, I concur.
And your high? 40.52 half?
40.50.90.
50.90.
Is it that off?
We're off by about 15 ticks, 14,
Oh yeah,
16
wow,
ticks.
look at that.
From micro to mini.
Just broke to the upside.
There's a big difference.
The confirmation bar,
$2
you need to
difference.
close outside. Yeah, it's almost a $2 difference from micro to mini.
Gold
So
is
maybe we'll
starting
take.
to come into rollover, so that is going to make a difference.
Yes, for sure. Speaking of roll, we've got an announcement about crude oil. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Maybe hold off on the crude for today. We'll talk about that when the time comes.
Need that confirmation candle to close outside of the range. So we do got a couple minutes before we are taking that trade in gold. JD, why don't we get into some news? We are coming into holiday shopping season. What's going on out there?
Yes, we are. And tariffs are impacting toys this holiday season. Shoppers are being warned to expect higher prices and lower inventory. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan dives into the impact it's all having on the toy industry and explains why shoppers shouldn't wait until Black Friday to get some shopping done. Let's roll it.
I want my toys.
The holiday shopping season has already begun, but the prices of many items may have you feeling much less jolly this year, especially when it comes to toys.
I don't think we're going to see very big sales this year.
Toy expert Chris Byrne warns shoppers shouldn't wait until Black Friday to buy toys because it's unlikely they'll go on sale and the inventory may be low.
Tariffs did disrupt the entire industry, and people paused shipping earlier in the year. If you see something, buy it.
It's unclear exactly how much tariffs will hurt, but experts expect the prices to increase. Here's why. Roughly 80% of all toys sold in the U.S. are manufactured in China, according to the Toy Association. And Chinese imports have been hit hard with tariffs. The Trump administration implemented the added tax on imports to generate more revenue and encourage companies to make items in the U.S.
We are seeing that toys are one of those categories that are being impacted more heavily by tariffs.
Catherine Cullen with the National Retail Federation says despite tariffs, shoppers are still spending. They recently conducted a survey and found consumers plan to spend roughly $890 per person this year. And families with kids aren't holding back.
They're actually one of the only groups that we saw say they're spending more.
Cullen says families with kids are spending about $30 more. And when it comes to budgeting, Byrne recommends shopping around for the best price and has this advice.
You don't need to overwhelm kids with presents going to really enjoy and play with, and especially things to share among the family.
For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Almost $900 per person expected to be spent this Christmas season.
I don't need
Seems
much.
excessive.
Just a couple of Hot Wheels. That's all I need.
Wait, does that mean each individual will be spending $900, or they'll be spending $900 per person that they're buying?
Per person, I think, is what they were saying.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I think they were
So you
saying
got
per
5
person.
kids. Okay.
Why my family
It's a
decided
lot.
to start doing a Secret Santa for Christmas. It's like, all right, pick a
Grab
name out of a
bags.
hat. That's who you buy for,
Yeah.
and then you get something for the kids because your family grows. It's just more and more expensive, and it's like you're probably buying somebody something
Yeah.
that they don't even need. But
We did that. Yeah, we
Hey.
did that every year growing up. I have so many first
Yeah.
cousins. So we would at Thanksgiving dinner we would pick a name out of a hat, and that was the only gift you had to buy. It worked out well.
Right.
Yeah, you got to
Looks
buy
like
for
this
the
5 minute
kids,
candles.
for the adults.
Yep.
Grab bags.
Mhm.
Yep.
You're probably going to get what you gave them this year back as the present next year anyway. So
We got about 10 more seconds till this confirmation bar closes. Doesn't look like we're triggering a trade just yet. No trade yet. Did you guys take the 1 minute at all while I was on hiatus?
Not once. I don't think we
5
did.
minute every day. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
Everybody
think we
votes
did.
for the 5.
Good deal.
Yes,
Good
they
deal.
do.
All right. No trade. No signal yet. We'll keep waiting.
When we take a look at these charts, what are we seeing in gold? Where does this market have the potential to trade to?
All righty. So let's start as usual on the daily in crude. So, excuse me, in gold. I don't know why I always do that. Crude, gold, interchangeable? No. So we are in balance. We are in a narrowing balance. We just took a look at the low end of the area of balance in the overnight last night, below last week's low. 1, 2, now 3 solid touch points on the lower end of this pennant formation, the narrowing balance. What did we do as far as open interest yesterday? We added 12,000 in open interest, indicating, especially with that dive at the end of the day yesterday, some new shorts coming into this market. So last week's low and this trend line looking like a very interesting area for an execution. A little late to the party on that. We're also kind of keeping an eye on the 50 session simple moving average down below that at 39.7480. So looking with the information, with the open interest increase yesterday, perhaps a few trap shorts down there. Jay, what are you thinking on this?
So on the daily, Hogue, I was short last night during slow markets, and that 50-day moving average was my target, 39.7480. But one of the things we said was, that 4,000 level is not going to be an easy one to break through. Just big fat round number. You're going to need a decent amount of volume to kind of get through there, and we just didn't see it. We're right back up at the 20-day moving average, 40.5460. And I think this is our range for now until it changes. Looking at the daily, so far high to low, we have a 56-point range. The daily ATR, I believe, is still in the 90s. Let me make sure that's correct.
98.7.
98.7. So there are still some.
That happens to be my temperature.
Oh yeah, that was 98.7 was a radio station in New York. I don't know if it was anywhere else, but that was it's where all the oldies were played, if you will.
WTSTV.
Right, exactly. But there is still some room left in this range if we are going to, continue to trade today. We could have a consolidated day. We know that there is some data coming out later in the week, so I would not be surprised to see consolidated days below the daily ATR before some of that data comes out. But I'm watching this market's response to this 20 moving average on the daily, 40.5460. If we see volume above that, then that's the trade. If we're not, then I think we just fall right back into this range.
All right, let's take a quick look at the 30 and see what we're seeing here. So yesterday's regular trading hour session range was very, very small, right? And this is the 7 o'clock to the 12:30 regular trading hours. And it was an inside day. It was inside value. There were a couple of things that we saw yesterday in the equities as well as in the gold market that could have kind of signaled the downward pressure we saw at the end of the day yesterday. So first, do we have any overnight inventory? Not really. Not really. The market opened right here. We're basically trading right there. Let's make this a little bit more visual. So we don't have any overnight inventory. We've already closed the session gap, the regular trading hour session gap, to the low yesterday. That session gap low comes in at 40.5210. 40.5210. So we've already closed that gap. What are we going to do with that? Well, if we do find reacceptance inside range and value, it doesn't look like a very huge opportunity because we've got value low here at 40.6480. We've got value high on this platform here at 40.7880. So if we do get into value acceptance, you've got to kind of make that decision if you think that the juice is worth the squeeze. It's a very narrow value area. So we can take a look possibly at an opportunity there. However, one of the things that happened yesterday was the market opened, left the opening range at the high of the session. We got out of our shorts relatively well, actually, before the market really kind of could have continued to pay us on the short side. But what did happen was we had a failed downside auction here. So that was what kind of created our idea. We got out of one of the shorts really well down here around 40.61, 40.62. Once we left this failed downside auction, we said, all right, that's going to be it. We got out of the second one at 40.64. With the failed downside auction, the target is the other extreme of the initial balance, which would have been all the way up to 40.8870. The market failed to reach that. When the market fails to reach that after a failed downside auction, that usually means that there's a little bit of smoke in the woodpile, if you say there's something in there that is saying, hey, this market isn't as strong as we think it might be after that failed downside auction. Be aware of some continuation to the downside by the end of the session, which is exactly what happened yesterday. So now we've got our look down to the trend line. We've got our look down to last week's low. We were unable to get to that 50 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. We're up against kind of a resistance area in the 20 session moving average. Have we closed a 5-minute bar above the opening range just yet? Not yet.
Looks like that last one closed above it.
Okay, so we do have our signal for a long. Do we want to do it?
Yeah,
nothing done so far, guys. We only closed outside of the opening range by a couple ticks on the micros, so I was working a bid to enter, and it just kind of took off. I chased it a little bit, but not too far, and then I gave up on it. So we did not get in this trade.
These opening ranges have been so big; they are inhibitive. So here we are, right back to value low. We show signs of reacceptance in value. The high of that would be 40.79. We're talking about a 16 handle, $16 move there. Is the juice worth the squeeze is really the question. We're seeing this market continue to push to the upside now. We'll marking maybe a little bit of possible acceptance inside value. And that opening range is so big, it's inhibitive. So I don't blame us if we don't get into this. We'll see how that plays out. But Jay, what are you thinking here, my friend?
If this continues to push to the upside, where if we've already set the low for the day and we actually do see that daily ATR move, that kind of puts us near 4100s. So we'll see what gold wants to do here. The one thing I've been paying attention to, Hogue, is the highest volume 30-minute candle from yesterday. This actually happened after the gold settlement. This was 1:30 p.m. Central Time yesterday, and we just traded above the high. If we start to see candle closes outside this range with some volume, then to me that is a confirmation that the market wants to trade higher prices, and then we just check off levels along the way, right? What happens at settlement? What happens at, I think you said 40.84 was that level you were looking at,
Yes.
and then yeah, I do, and I was short last night. I was looking for 39.75s last night, but this reaction at 4,000, seeing the market kind of turn around and some volume to the upside. I'm okay kind of trading this market both ways because it's so range bound on a higher time frame. Yeah, I like a settlement test and then back up to those 40.85s potentially for this. We'll see. Gold has been an interesting one to trade. I keep reminding myself not to get caught up in the middle because it starts to feel like a 50-50 in the middle there.
Well, yeah, because where do you handle your risk then, right?
Right, right. Yeah,
So
it's a big enough
settlement,
range that you don't want to trade in the middle.
settlement. I've got 40.74. This is in the wrong spot. So 40.74 half is settlement. That's right up there. 40.74 and a half. We're going to see if we continue to kind of spend time inside the range. Then I could certainly see us reaching that average daily range or average true range. That has us up to about, well, 40.95, 40.96. That would be the average true range. And just through the high from yesterday's regular trading hour session. And we'll see how this plays out. Just again, trying to see if we can mark acceptance inside value. If that's the case, then I could see us, usurping yesterday's value high, taking a look up to this. Let's just call it 4,100, big fat round number for a potential upside target for this. I don't know how you feel about that, Jay.
I'm with it. I'm with it. That's where I think it's going. Let's see if the market agrees. But trading above that high volume from yesterday, to me, that's added confirmation that this market wants to trade higher. Or now, of course, anything can and will change.
Yep. All right. So we are off and running here in gold. We'll see what we get done here. Where, if we got a pullback too, would we like the long off the opening range trade? I mean, half back of the range so far is 54.80, 54.80, which is right inside yesterday's value, yesterday's regular trading hour session range low. Do we like that? Or do we just pass?
I like a pullback to anywhere from 56 to 58. Kind of range there. I'm looking at a VWAP attached to that opening range, and it's already left the range to the upside.
Sure.
The high, the opening range is 40, 50, 90, and that VWAP is 6 points above it. So that kind of feels like getting in the flow.
All right, well, we keep an eye on it. We'll see if we'll see what it looks like if we get that pullback. There's a nice low volume node in the session so far today, centering right at the middle of the range, 40, 54, 80. You like just above that, I think, Jay, for potential target.
Zone.
I mean, to me, the risk is below that low volume node, which would be, I don't know, basically the high of the opening range, which is 40, 50, 90. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's move on. I think we've exhausted our look here at gold this morning.
I think so, Hogue. Let's move on. JD, before we get to the S&P chart, we got some earnings out. Home Depot. How's it looking?
Sure, we'll look
there,
at that. We'll look at that in just a second. Let's take a look and see what happened overnight. First, real quick, markets in Asia closed mostly lower overnight. The Hang Seng Index down 1.72%, the Nikkei down 3.22%, and the Shanghai Composite down 0.81%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. We've got the DAX down 1.46%, the FTSE down 1.25%, and the CAC down 1.46%. Big moves lower across the board. The US dollar index down about 0.14% to 99,451. The VIX up 5%, 5.5%, trading above 23.58 last in the VIX. And the US dollar, I'm sorry, the 10-year US Treasury note resting comfortably at 4.09%. All right, Home Depot. Home Depot announced a slowdown in business. And it's a good sign, and it's not a good sign for the economy. Got a clip? There it is. The home improvement giant said sales at its stores open for at least 1 year rose just 0.2% last quarter. It also cut its profit forecast for the year. Home Depot is considered a bellwether for U.S. consumers and the housing market. The company's CEO attributed the slowdown to cautious consumers and a frozen housing market. Mortgage rates have been stuck between 6 and 7%, leading fewer people to buy and sell their homes. So mixed signals coming from Home Depot. Not looking good. Future projections not looking so bright. We'll see what happens, though.
It's usually a great measure of how the economy is doing, right? Home Depot
Yeah.
earnings, their sales, right? People are buying homes, renovating homes, and things like that.
Exactly.
Interesting. We will see what more data comes out of that. Let's take a look, Hogue, at the S&P chart.
Mm.
Is Home Depot in the S&P?
That's a good question.
I believe it is. I believe it is. And its earnings did come out today. They missed on earnings and beat on revenue. So, all right, folks, these equities giving a lot of people fits these days. Yesterday was the first close below the 50 session moving average since that fateful day of October 10th, where everybody's been kind of getting a lot of focus from that day. And there's that first close. We've been saved by the buyers several times since that day, but yesterday they did not save us. So we also now are showing some participation below a 1, 2, 3, 4 point trend line on the bottom of this narrowing range pennant pattern. This is a potential breakout, folks. When we're looking at balance to breakout rules, if we see some decent volume coming in on this push to the downside, this might be something you'll want to think about going with. And it's so difficult to do so when over and over and over throughout history, buyers have come back and saved these markets. It's all about the timing, ladies and gentlemen, all about the timing. So we're monitoring for continuation. We are monitoring for volume. We are also below Jay's halfway mark on that big day, that the 10th of October, where we saw buyers come in below that level, buyers come in below. Even yesterday, buyers came in below that 66.75. Jay's been talking about that level for weeks now, and it is still a very important level and still in play. We're below that now. We're below last week's low. If we do see participation and volume and eyeballs on these markets down at these levels, continuation is possible. So that's when I say monitor for continuation. How do you do that? Well, that's up to you. It's a very subjective thing. But if we do see more selling, more participation, more volume coming in below these levels, it's likely that they will see some continuation. We've got 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps down here at 66.06 quarter. We've got the 100 session moving average on the daily chart kind of converging with that level. It could easily be a targeted level. Jay, what are we thinking? What are we looking at? What do we do here?
So looking at this daily, Hogue, we are right under 50% of that October 10th candle. We were talking about this during slow markets yesterday, but can anybody think of a catalyst that could bring us down to the lower extreme of that candle? Let us know in the chat if you can think of anything. Potentially this week. But we'll see. Right now, daily ATR, we're at 92 points. High to low, we have about a 70-point range. So there is still some 75-point range. So there is still some room left in this trade. What's interesting, Hogue, about that 50% of the October 10th candle, this is the first day since October 17th that we have volume trading below it as well. We've had a couple of tests price-wise, we can see, but every time we came down here, we found buyers. Today is the first day we have VWAP below that 50%, which is a change of structure. Right now, the flow is saying, hey, you know what? Maybe there are no buyers, or we found all the buyers at 50%. They got tired of doing the heavy lifting, and they might just let this trade lower. I'm curious today is how the market responds when the volume comes in for that New York session, how it responds to 66.73, even if we even get back up there, right? Right now, VWAP is below it. VWAP's at 66.68. I think there is more room lower in this market.
Uh-oh. Look out. Look out.
With that being said, the morning sessions we've had have been absolutely insane, right? The past two
Yeah.
trading days, we saw some, Friday and then Monday, we saw some aggressive selling coming into the New York session open, and then it gets bought right back up. So look both ways before you cross the street.
Yeah. Yesterday, I mean, we did the opening range, was the dead low in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So it looked like, this market was going to just continue to find buyers and continue to push to the upside. And there were a couple of things yesterday, again, that may have tipped the market's hand to the downside. A couple of things here. First off, what are we doing as far as overnight inventory? Overnight inventory. We've opened here. We are trading lower. Overnight inventory, you could say, is pretty short. I would say that there's probably a lot of reconciliation of any short time frame inventory to the downside so far this morning. So not looking at any real good or decent opportunities based off of overnight inventory. There is the possibility of a gap. So if we do open with a gap below yesterday's regular trading hour session low, which was 66.58 half, and we can't close that gap, then we look for opportunities to the downside. A couple of the other things. Yesterday, we had a down day, double distribution trend day to the downside, adding 21,000 in open interest. Those are new shorts, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, we had an increase in open interest on a P-shaped profile the day before. This was new longs. Those longs are now trapped. The short covering that occurred on Friday also indicated a weakness in the ability of the market to bring in buyers. So we got trapped longs. We've got short covering, which takes buying power away from the marketplace. And then yesterday, similar to what happened in the S&Ps, and yes, I did see the question. Thank you very much, Dolby, of CalGold asking, what do you mean when you say a failed downside auction? So the market looks at the initial balance, which is the first hour of the session. So there's the initial balance high, 67.74.75, initial balance low, 67.26 half. The market stayed in there for quite a while, and then it looked below and rejected. This 30-minute bar did not close below that level, indicating price traded to a level where sellers backed off and buyers quickly brought price back higher. That is a failed downside auction. One of the warning signs is when we see that failed downside auction, typically the target is going to be the upper extreme of the initial balance, which would have had price get to 67.74.75. It failed to do so. Similar to what happened in gold yesterday. So that failure to get up to that level hints at an inherent weakness in the rally and a potential return to or resolution on the day back to lower pricing, which is what happened. So we've got maybe some trapped longs from Friday. We added a whole bunch of shorts. New selling is what it's going to take to continue this move to the downside. Jay mentioned, is there some sort of a catalyst that could push price down to lower pricing? And of course there is. I mean, we've got NVIDIA coming out this week as far as their earnings are concerned. We've got a whole bunch of retail earnings. And we also have unemployment rate coming out on Thursday, maybe. And I don't know if that's going to happen yet, but I believe it is.
Sounds like it is.
September. That would be the September unemployment rate, but still it's numbers. So I think that there's plenty of uncertainties and plenty of potential impetus to push this market lower. Jay, what do you think on this 30-minute chart?
In the 30, what I'm looking at, overnight inventory, somewhat short. 66.68 is that VWAP. We're under the 200 moving average. That's all the way up at 67.83. Kind of holding the 20 as a little bit of a resistance on this trend down. 66.62. The question is, how do we respond to? We already took out yesterday's low, and volume stopped there. So I think, Hogue, I see the room lower. I could see this market trading down to 6,600 pretty easily, but I don't know that I have a trade here yet. Right? I need to see how the market responds when the New York session opens, just to see whether or not traders agree that price needs to trade lower and we continue selling, or do we get some kind of reconciliation of this overnight inventory back up to 6,700. So it's an interesting looking market right now. And I took a look. I know we don't trade the Russell much, but the Russell's kind of showing signs of what can happen after a market closes below a 50-day moving average. The Russell is, yeah, it's 5% off that 50 moving average on the daily, with the 20 and the 50 crossed. So the 20 is below the 50 in the Russell. Not saying that the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to go the same way, but that's a sign of what can potentially happen if we see volume trade below that 50-day moving average. So I'm leaning a little bit to the short side today, Hogue, but going to be patient.
All right. So the profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day, which means there were single prints. I'm calling the single print 66.98 half to the downside, 67.14.75 to the upside. Look at our overnight high halfway through those single prints. It happens a lot. There's also a lot of confluence around settlement. Settlement price is 66.92 right there, 66.92. We also have our trend line from the bottom of the pennant formation. We also have value low from yesterday, right in that same neighborhood, 66.93.5 on this platform. So a lot of confluence at settlement. We do have the single prints that put in the overnight high. Would love to see an opportunity to get an execution up here, if only for the fact that it allows me to limit risk. Of course, we have to see what this market looks like on the open, and we'll see if we see those buyers come in. I mean, they've been coming in. It's going to be a tough one for them today, I think. Jay, any last comments on the S&Ps here? We got to get looking at crude oil here.
Yeah, we do. That's really it, Hogue, on the S&P. I am just cautious of the fact that, hey, if I'm looking for a short, I probably don't want to short the lows, right? The way this market has been finding buyers at the lows. And I think out of the last 6 trading days, we had, 4 days of V-shaped recoveries. Just be careful. Just be careful, manage your risk. Let's take a look at crude. We do have that poll up in the chat. 54% of the vote going to the 5-minute for the crude oil opening range, 224 votes. So make sure you get your votes in. Crude does open up in about 3.5 minutes. JD, any news we have on crude, or you want to get right into the charts?
Not so much news on crude, but got a little news on Bitcoin, if you're interested in that.
Okay.
Bitcoin prices are
Yeah, let's do it.
plummeting. Bitcoin is now in the red for the year. Bitcoin has plummeted more than 28% just 6 weeks after notching a record high above $126,000. However, the cryptocurrency has struggled to meaningfully recover since a flash crash on October 10th, when President Donald Trump reignited his trade war with China. Bitcoin on Monday, yesterday, dipped below $90,000 for the first time in 7 months. That erases all of its gains for this year. It comes as investors in recent weeks have increasingly shunned risky assets like AI stocks and crypto. Money rotating out of crypto right now. Poor Bitcoin.
Coin chart does not look great. Does not
Did
look
not look
great.
pretty at
But
all,
for the
did it?
hodlers, they don't care. Just buy it, hold it, don't think about it. 10 years from now, it should be at $1 million. Let's take a look at this crude oil chart. What are the hodlers looking at in crude? The same prices they've been looking at for the last 3 years.
Yes, and pretty much the same price if you're looking at the December or the January contract, which technically we should be trading the January contract. The platform has not moved from the December to the January contract. It should happen tomorrow. The volume is greater in the January contract, so you are going to be trading crude oil. Be careful. You may see a little bit more slippage in the December contract, although the pricing is pretty much the same. It's the rollover, folks. It's rollover. Always remember, rollover tends to be very range bound, and pretty much that's kind of showing as we speak. We've got an inside day yesterday. We've got an inside overnight session last night. We are still pricing very centrally located inside last week's low and high, that weekly kickoff, low and high. The market is it's providing small opportunities. It's been very narrow ranged during regular trading hour sessions. Overall, we did see a pretty big range back here on the 12th of November, but since then it's just been kind of falling in on itself with the longer time frame, looking for opportunities to make money or just get a cheap rollover accomplished, moving all of those positions from the December contract into future months. So looking at the daily, I'm looking for small day session range bound activity. That's the way the longer time frame would prefer it, unless something happens. That's my main hypothesis. Jay, what do you think?
This market looks like it's rolling between $60 and $59 for the foreseeable future. There's a question in the chat. When we talk about rollover, what do we mean? Futures contracts expire, right, on different time frames. Crude oil expires monthly. So the contract that we're trading rolls over to a future contract. Sometimes you may see prices change, right? If you look at the equities, they roll every three or so months, Hogue?
Every 3 months, yep.
So every 3 months, right? So rollover is when the contract goes from the current contract to the next one. But as far as crude oil goes, the 20-day moving average, the high of the session, 60.20. I think I don't want to trade it. Oh God, for me, it just yeah. We talked about this yesterday during At the Buzzer. If you are a range bound trader, crude is probably exactly where you want to be. That's just not me, right? And I'm aware of that. So I look at this market and I can read it, right? And it makes it pretty easy to read when it trades the same prices for 3 weeks. But the trade looks like shorted above 60, buy it below 59, and rinse and repeat. And of course, that's not financial advice, but that's what the market's doing right now. And if you're willing to trade those ranges and kind of sit through hours of trade, it is paying range bound traders right now. But I think there's other markets that are presenting opportunity, Hogue. Kind of took my eye off of crude.
Yeah, it has been a tough trade. That is for sure. We had looked at it yesterday as far as the opening range is concerned, and we opted out of it. Okay, now would the opening range trade have paid us? Yes. It wasn't until, let's see here. Let's see where we're at as far as the opening range is concerned. It wasn't until here where we had a close below the opening range, which would have put us short around, let's just call it for fun and games here. Let's make us short at 60.10. All right. So all day we could have stayed in this trade, and the most we could have made on it was a maybe 30 ticks. Maybe. That's if we got out right at the bottom. And then the market just kind of rolled over and came back to our entry point, and then was just very range bound and narrow. So was there great opportunity for this? I mean, if we're looking at 60.10, we're probably looking at 25 ticks of risk. And if we got out at the dead low, we got about 30 ticks. So that's the question. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it worth risking 25 ticks to maybe get 30, maybe get 1-to-1 reward over risk on the trade? And that may be something we could be facing as well today, because where do we open? Well, do we have any overnight inventory? No real overnight inventory. So we're not going to be counting on overnight inventory for any opportunities. We're opening. We just did open in range below value, but we are pushing below the range from yesterday. Now these purple boxes, you notice that the highs on these purple boxes are the recent highs. 60.40, you could say, is the upper extreme of these boxes of where trade has been trading in relation to these boxes. We've got the halfway mark here, which is 59.42, which is pretty close to the center of these boxes. And these are session gaps. We got a session gap from here to here. We've traded halfway to it, halfway through it. Here's another session gap. Session gap. traded halfway through it. So these session gaps are really kind of presenting the opportunity for the longer time frame traders who are working their rollovers to kind of expect price to possibly stay in between these two areas. And if I were in rollover, that is how I would probably handle it. If I'm long D's, I'm looking to sell it up here, and I'm looking to buy the January or February or March or June or whatever future contract at a lower price, because the market has been offering that opportunity up against the 50% of this session gap, down at the 50% of this session gap. And if I can hypothesize that right and work the rollover right, I can make a lot of money on the rollover. It's not necessarily just about moving all those positions in a cheap way to a future month. You can make money on it. And this looks like a prime opportunity for those longer time frame traders to make money on this. So if we do kind of look at that and say, okay, well, if the longer time frame is, selling the D's up here and buying the January down here, or the February or the March or the April, whatever contract they're buying, we can expect possible resistance up in this area and possible support in this area. Unfortunately, we're right in the middle of it right now. We've got a 21 tick opening range. We're going to see about taking the opening range. But to me, we're essentially located as we are in the last 3 days of balance. I'm a pass on it. I'm just a pass, because again, the opening range has offered opportunity, but the question is the juice worth the squeeze? Jay, what do you think?
I think that's a great point you made there, Hogue. What am I expecting out of the trade? Is the market presenting an opportunity for me to trade to that expectation? It almost just feels like crude is a better range trade than it is looking for a momentum trade. And I know this opening range trade, we did pull the chat. We're looking at a 5-minute opening range, got a low of the range of 59.64, high of the range 59.85 if we are going to take it. But I think having a reasonable expectation, like you said, Hogue, is important here, right? If I'm getting into a short crude on the opening range trade and I'm looking for a $2 move, I'm setting unreasonable expectations for what the market is willing to present in the moment. And I probably don't take the 25 ticks or 30 ticks, which can still be a pretty good trade, right? You can I almost look at crude at like a set and forget trade, right? Maybe I put a crude trade on at the high or low of the range, don't even look at it until it gets to the other side while I'm trading something else, right? And that could be a great trade to take, right? But if I'm going to sit here and stare at the candles and say, "Come on, you got to do something," poke it with a stick, it's not going to do anything until it wants to. So, there's a trade here. I think you have to have reasonable expectations for how you go about trading it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the daily ATR, I mean, it's $1.50 range, but a lot of that has been happening in the overnights. Where your rollover traders aren't really active. So if the rollover traders are trying to keep this thing range bound, use that to your advantage. If you're going to be looking for opportunities, definitely keep your expectations reasonable and demand excellent trade location. Look at your point of invalidation and get as close to that for your entry as you possibly can. If you miss the trade, it's okay. Just be very reasonable with your expectations. Folks, that's what we've got for crude oil this morning.
Thank you for that. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a second, but I do want to mention we've been talking about natural gas a little bit. Just one quick level I'm looking at. I want to see the market's reaction to the 20-day moving average. 424.40 is that price. 4.244 is the 20-day moving average. I want to see the market's response to that in natural gas.
Is that on the 30?
It's on the daily. On the 30, we're under the 200. We kind of broke that upside structure that we had yesterday, trading below the 200 moving average on the 30. So I want to see what happens on this daily. Was this just a short covering move, or are we actually seeing buyers coming into this market? The reaction at that 20-day is going to probably tell me that.
There it is, folks. Dun, 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 the 20-day moving average. All right, thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Hogue. JD, any news we want to hit before we get into the NASDAQ, or should we just go right into the charts?
Let's get right into the NASDAQ. We're running a little long on time here, so let's do those charts, and then I'll save that piece of news for last. Sound good?
Let's Do it. Hogue, what are we seeing in the
All
NASDAQ?
right, I'm sorry. We're I don't feel tardy, but let's see what we're looking at here.
You're late.
All right. All right, that's the NASDAQ. Next. No, I'm only kidding. So again, another first close below the 50 session moving average since October the 10th, right? We added only 400 in open interest yesterday. So the sellers maybe starting to lose a little bit of gumption. The NASDAQ has come a lot further off the highs than the S&Ps. S&Ps are still trading above the 5% off the all-time high. NASDAQ gave that up as after the close yesterday. So now we are officially trading below 5% off the all-time low. So now again, we're looking at 1, 2, 3 points of contact for the trend line on the lower part of this pennant, and we closed below that yesterday for the first time. Not only the 50 session, we closed below that trend line as well. All right, where are we at? Well, there's that 50% of the October 10th bar here, 24,775 approximately, and we found a little bit of support there yesterday before kind of returning and settling. We're at that level now. We're at the last week's low. This is a tough spot here, I think, for anybody trading the NASDAQ. Jay, what are you thinking?
Looking at that daily, another one below 50% of that October 10th, like you said, Hogue. Volume trading still above it for now, so we'll see what happens when the New York session comes in. Daily ATR 475 points. We already have 345 high to low for the overnight session, so there's still some room, about another 100 points or so if we see an average range day. But I would not be surprised to see the market kind of consolidate a little bit, and we talked about this in the S&P as well, because of all the data and numbers that we have coming out later in the week. So another one where I'm going to be patient, right? On a higher time frame, I am looking at, if we close below this 50%, do we trade down to 24,158? Not expecting that today, but we're 2.5%, 2.25% off of that level. We have not traded the low of that October 10th candle since it printed. And I'll ask the question again, can anyone think of a catalyst that could push us down there? Operative word there being could. Anything can happen. What are we seeing on the 30-minute, Hogue?
I think there's lots of things that could be the catalyst to do it. I don't know if it's going to happen. So, all right. Yesterday, inside regular trading hour session range from Friday, double distribution trend day, single prints. Those will be interesting if they do come into play today. What about overnight inventory? Overnight inventory, we are looking at a little bit of shorts here. Again, with all of this kerfuffleation in the overnight session, a lot of that is probably kind of reconciled already. So we're just going to let that play. It's nothing I would be taking trades off of. The question for me now is, do we open with a gap or do we open without a gap? We open with a gap below yesterday's session low, which was 24,731 in the orders. We open below that and we can't close it, then we might see some more continuation to the downside. There is the opportunity for value acceptance from yesterday. We do have a lot of confluence between settlement price, which is up here at 24,879, the single prints that go from 24.91.5 down up to 24,945, and then the initial balance low just above that 24,950. So if we do get a move back into here, I will look for potential value acceptance, which let me put those numbers on here. Value acceptance. Okay, value low on this platform, right around the single prints, 24,921. So a little bit of confluence in this area. It is a large zone, but I would certainly look for opportunities if price gives me the opportunity there. Because this is all about limiting risk, and those levels, those reference levels, could bring me opportunity to limit risk. Jay, what do you think?
Just a couple of prices that I want to quote here. 24,640, which is pretty close to that overnight low. Want to see the market's response there if we get there. And then lower, looking at 24,400s. To the upside, if we push up to 24, this is this 24,910, 24,910, right above settlement. I want to watch, or 30 points above settlement. I want to see the market's response to that as well. But outside of that, I
Okay,
think I'm
so
going to
yeah.
be patient here. As yeah, go ahead. Hope.
No, I was just saying the 910, the 911 is the bottom of the single print
Yep.
and right near value low as well. I like that. 910s. Write that one down, folks.
See how we respond if and when we get up there. And I saw somebody in the chat. Chat. Anytime I ask that question of, oh, can you think of a catalyst? The most important catalyst is if there are more buyers than sellers, right? We know that there are potential things that go to move the market around, but trade the market's response, right? Sometimes if we try to guess what's going to happen, the market does something else, and we're like, "What the hell just happened?" What, right? How did I get that wrong? The market's going to do what it wants at the end of the day. Speaking of catalysts, though, JD, we know that Cloudflare is down right now, so some of the services that we use to check that economic calendar and some of our other things are down. Let's go over the economic calendar if we can. Again, schedule for the day. What do we got, JD?
Sure. What is going on today? We already had the weekly ADP employment change numbers out earlier this morning. Redbook came out at 7:55. Coming up next, we've got industrial production 8:15 coming out right now. Industrial production capacity utilization. Coming up at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock Central Time. We've got housing market index, factory orders, e-commerce retail sales. Those are all going to be coming out at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time, according to this calendar that I'm looking at. Also, a couple of talking Feds later this morning. Michael Barr coming out at 9:30 a.m. Central Time, and Thomas Barkin at about 10 o'clock Central Time. So there are a few things left on the docket for today, so keep one eye on the ditch, as we like to say around here, meaning always keep an eye on the news. I know CloudSource is affecting Financial Juice and a couple other news services right now, so we'll keep you posted on that too. It's not really affecting anything here at Topstep for the moment. Oh, actually, I take that back. We might have a little bit of a shift change coming up on our schedule today because of chart sharing issues due to this Cloudflare outage right now, but we'll keep you posted on that also. So, there you have it.
For that, JD. Man, look at gold. Didn't want to let us in there, did you, gold? 40.78 last trade over there in gold. Speaking of gold, I see the man in the green room getting ready to go. JD, let's go over that schedule. Who is trading with us on TopstepTV today?
Yes. It's going to be a great day of TV here on TopstepTV. Coming up next on Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, Hogue, Dakota, and Deanna will be flip-flopping in and out. And Aaron Trades is here, our friend Aaron Luce from the London Open. After that, Hogue's going to be here for the morning recap at 11 o'clock Central Time. Then we've got a trade with Topstep at 11:15. Coach Jay is going to be back with Alfie and Dolby time. 12 o'clock Central Time, Jack and Risk Manager Aaron will be here to roast and toast a couple traders. And we'll go over some live leaders for the day, too. Group coaching, 12:15. Me, Coach Vince, and Hoop will be here answering your questions. We're going to throw a form up in the chat in just a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, ask your question, and we will get to it during group coaching. 1 o'clock, we've got a Mindset Matters. Our old friend Robin Dane is back. I'll be joining Robin Dane. We'll be doing some rapid-fire Q&A. We'll see what happens. Robin Dane always brings the heat. That's pretty exciting stuff. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. A questionable. Not sure which one is going to be here, Chad, Brad, or Nicholas. And they'll be joined by Dolby Time. We'll keep you posted on that schedule for Power Hour as the day progresses. But stick around, folks. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way right here on TopstepTV on this Turnaround Tuesday. Let's get it.
Turnaround Tuesday. JD coming back on a Turnaround Tuesday. Gotta love it. Let's quote some prices here really quick, and then we got one more piece of news before we get into fast markets. The NASDAQ trading 24,732 half. Taking a look at the S&P 66.61 quarter. Gold 40.79 evens, getting closer to that 4,100 Hogue. And take a look at crude oil. Still asleep. Still asleep. 59.76 last trade in crude. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board, except for gold. We got a 69% long. Nice tilt in gold. Average price 40.59. Gold is green on the day now. I want to quote Micro Bitcoin
All the
also
way
because
through
that did
value.
trade in the 89. Yeah, all the way through value, right, Hogue?
Yep.
Micro Bitcoin did trade the 89 handle earlier this morning. 89,280 is the low. Right now we're trading 91,435. We talked about how ugly that chart looks. Guess it doesn't look ugly if you're short, but looking pretty heavy over there. JD, let's get to that last piece of news.
Yes, our final piece of news for the opening call, and it has something to do with everybody here right now. The Cambridge Dictionary has announced its word of the year for 2025, and that word is parasocial. Parasocial, which is used to describe a deep bond that people feel with someone they don't actually know. For example, a connection someone might feel with a celebrity, an influencer, or even artificial intelligence. The word was coined in 1956 to describe how some people form parasocial relationships with TV personalities. Other words in the running this year were slop, which is content on the internet that's very low quality, and there was also memeify, which means to turn an event or image or person into a meme. Wouldn't it be funny if slop won? Maybe.
Over here has built a parasocial relationship, but with some memeified slop. That is not a sentence you would even think you would hear 10 years ago. But here we are. Welcome to the age of the internet. All the kids are being born into it. Social. It's a good word.
We're still in the 5-minute opening range.
Yep. Not much happening in Crude. I like what you're saying, though, Hogue. I don't mind staying out of this Crude trade today, especially since we're not trading the most liquid contract on Topstep.
Right.
So we'll have that rolled for you tomorrow.
Yep.
I've already put in the request.
What was that word again?
Parasocial.
Social?
Parasocial. It means, is a word used to describe a deep bond that people feel with someone they don't actually know. Parasocial.
Sounds to me like Irish exiting a party, like you just parachute out of a social situation.
Sure. I get what you're saying.
All right, at this point, I'm out of this party.
You're at a party and you just jump out the window? Yeah, sure.
Count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Parachute out.
It makes sense.
Traders in the chat saying, maybe some synonyms for parasocial, but maybe we hide that comment. Hey, if you feel like you know us, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. You would do it for a friend, right? You would do it for a friend. We appreciate you all being here. Hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Let's keep building this parasocial relationship that we have here at Topstep TV. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you. I think we're ready. We're close. We got a thumbs up. We got the thumbs up in the back. I see the team back there. Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right, Jay, always a pleasure. JD, great to have you back in the fold today, as always. I don't know about that word. I always thought the word was the bird. The bird is the word. As a matter of fact, we've got Rolling with Kevin this morning was first one in the chat today, winning the prize, which of course there is none, but got his payout in his checking account today. Fantastic job rolling with Kevin. Congratulations. We're all very happy for you and proud of you. Tommy, Shubham, Anastasios, Dan Trader, Alexandre, 33 Stones, Baba. There's a very long one. I'm not going to try and pronounce that whole thing. Rich Layton, Man Caves, Acoustic Immersion. It's great to have you all with us. Remember, folks, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Always pray for peace. And remember, the bird is the word. Coming into fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ba 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 ma ma ba ba ma ma ba ba ba. Let's go.
Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on. Turn morning, Cloudflare users. Welcome to Fast Markets. Andre, I don't care what the dictionary says. My relationship with Emmy Rossum was real.
I did not know
How about
that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Making it official.
All you Cloudflare users, indeed. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Lower right-hand corner, we got Aaron Trades in the house, hosted the London Open, 1:30 a.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. Just above him there, we got Mr. Dakota, our slow markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Topstep TV. We got Jack on that beautiful mountain. Let's get right into it. Thoughts, Aaron, Luce, thoughts on gold.
Morning.
We're up into the 4,200s long ago. Now we're back closer to back closer to 4,100. How's it going, my friend? Thoughts coming into this Tuesday trade?
Good to be back on. Good to see you guys. Gold had a great bounce. We actually got long. For the guys who were tuning into our London session this morning, we got long on gold off that 4,000 region. Ended up being a great bounce. I honestly like gold in this New York session back up into 4,100. This daily bounce off 4,000, breaking back above 4,050. I like the longs. This is looking good to me. I think it's some good trades today.
Alrighty, sounds good. Let's take a look at that gold price. Last trade, 40.77, about $3 off the session highs here, 48. Mr. Dakota, happy Tuesday. You're back, I presume. Safe travels. Back at the headquarters there. Take a look at the NQ, 24,700, call it. Thoughts? Is there more room to the downside?
Yeah. I mean, you guys don't see. That's right. The charts. We got the charts. The
that's the NQ.
$1 million.
Well, maybe I should explain this really quick. So everyone watching, we have JD's charts up right now because somehow he was able to bypass whatever's going on with Cloudflare. For the moment, we are not able to share our individual charts, so bear with us. Hopefully it'll be up soon. In the meantime, we've been doing this for 2 years, so give us a little bit of trust. We'll share them at some point.
Trust me, bro. I'm up 4 million.
Trust me, bro. But we are all up a lot of money.
Yeah. That's been a crazy morning.
I
like Aaron's call out on gold.
We can go off of. Go ahead. Sorry, Dakota. Go ahead.
No, I like Aaron's call out on gold. The NASDAQ, we are testing the lows where we were on Friday, the lows where we were to start this week, and that rally that we had is kind of just faded, right? We got all the way up to 25,300s. We failed up at that level. We're right back down 24,700s. And if we start to break down, I think we could start seeing 24,400s come into play, which is the low of mid-October. And we know when Trump announced, Trump announced those tariffs. We had that huge sell-off on Friday. And that following week, we were just chopping back and forth in the middle of October. So we might go down and see those lows, which is 24,400s. If we cannot hold these 700s. So pretty dang bearish today in these equities. And just looking for short opportunities.
More room to the downside. I do have an economic calendar. I did happen to find financial juices also being affected by those outages. We had ADP. Is that true? We had ADP this morning. Expected
right.
Minus 11,000 actual, minus 2.5, It's a little better than expected. Top of the hour, we do have factory orders. We got bar speaking at 9:30 a.m. Central. So we do have some things coming out today. We'll be working our best, and we'll try to get that. What are we going to do about that cloud outage? But we'll figure it out. Like Jack said, we've been doing this for a little bit. We'll see if we can figure this thing out. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Crude trading $59.80. You got MBT, micro Bitcoin, dipped beneath 90,000 overnight at 89,280. Currently trading 91,850. Got the ES trading 66.57. Boy, where's my security blanket? Where is my security blanket? Well, Hogue, come on in here. Do you know what to do? Do you know how to fix this internet issue? You have expertise in this. You've been around. You've seen some stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm working on it right now. Should be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Oh, great. All right, Hogue is on it. Hogue is on it indeed. Hogue, I'll let you sit back and watch this first 60 seconds or so coming into the open. Any feelings? Well, first of all, what's open overnight or open interest coming into ES and the NQ? We leaning long or shorts?
Well, I mean, we've closed in the NASDAQ below the 50 session moving average on the daily chart. That's one thing. We're also below this trend line, which is the kind of lower of the pennant formation that we closed below. We had a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. There were some things that happened yesterday in the profiles that are kind of still proving to be an inherent weakness in this market. So as long as we are holding below these singles, below 24,945, I kind of like the short side. Looks like we're going to be opening with a small gap to the downside below yesterday's regular trading hour session range. So my target there be the overnight low. Last week's low, 24,626. Let's see if we can get any opportunities down there. Our market is now open. We'll see what these 1 minute opening ranges look like. No gaps, so we closed, with no gap below yesterday's regular trading hour session range. We'll see if these opening ranges offer opportunity.
All right, sounds good. Hogue, I still get the jolt of energy. Even though that bell is it's still real. Every time I hear that bell, I still get fired up every time. All right, happy Tuesday. Locked in. Let's take a look here. 66.
I feel like yelling when I hear that bell. Sold. Buy them.
Complete chaos. What? All right. Sorry to hear that these charts may be shareable. We'll get into that here. Hogue house account is flat, correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right, very good. And Hogue wants beneath, would you say 24,095 something in the NQ? 24,009.
24.
Well beneath it. 960.
I'm short two from 97.
97.
Yeah, you get the opening range, the high of the session right now.
All right, sorry. Short from
Right.
6.
We are below in the ES the lows of the Friday before last. Took that out. Now the thing I'm looking for, as I let the option stuff populate, is that 5% off in the SPX in the ES would be just below 6,600 in the futures.
Dump it.
Dump it indeed. Someone saw them coming in here. 24,000.
I'll take one profit right there at 70s.
Yeah. You got yesterday in the back of your mind a little bit. I saw selling right off the bell yesterday when that New York bell rang. Pretty aggressive selling when that bell rang, and the buyers did step back in. Nice shave there to go short 1 now, correct?
Yep. Flat. Got a nice $60 off the opening range on a couple micros. Or off the opening bell.
I'll take it.
Perfect.
Yep,
see if we didn't repeat of yesterday.
As I was just thinking that. And yesterday, pretty aggressive selling when that bell rang. And pretty much seeing what more aggressive buying this time around. Look about 100-point turnaround.
100 points.
Just 100-point
Look
turnaround.
At that. I got
100-point turnaround.
I closed out at the 70s, and look at that ripper.
And then some.
Right at the right time there, Dakota. Very good timing.
Good. ES, same story over there.
Buying.
Looking at about a 20-point turnaround in the ES. We bottomed out. This is the same 5-minute candle. Again, we are about less than 3 minutes into this New York session. MOO, marking on open orders, sold it down in the ES to 66.45. And we are currently trading 25 points higher, 66.70.
30 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right back to 66.50 on the dot in the SPX.
What a monster.
24,000 bounce off this 700 level like we've been doing, I guess. Like we bounced off there on the 7th. Wow, we bounced off there on the 14th. Wow. Are we going right back up to 25,000?
No, 30-point turnaround in the ES.
Buy them.
Huge opening range, Ho. Good luck. Good luck breaking this one down. Thinking I got you because I would have no idea what to do. Aaron, we're looking at gold trading 40.76. So overnight highs. We did just pop some new highs.
Yep.
40.81. You liking the longs?
Yep. I like I like these longs on gold. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you've already had a pretty decent bounce here on gold. I like a little bit. You're already up like 500 ticks since the last since 1 o'clock London time. I like a little bit of a pullback, not much. Maybe back down into 65 if you can get it, and then I like to continue buying gold. It's a longs to me on gold overall are good. Yeah, somewhere. Good. Yeah, kind of back down there into Coast Green. Yeah, somewhere back down that area.
Very good.
Yeah, I see that. That's we held that as support for last week, even last night actually.
Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet. Working on. Well, I believe it's being we got Dakotas for now.
We got Dakotas. I'm still down.
Things are coming back online.
We did close.
Oh, there we go.
Totally missing.
There you go.
In the chaos of yesterday, we did close for the first time in 5 months below the 50-day moving average in the SPX, and also outside of 3% off the all-time high. Right now, we're hanging off. We're around 4% off the all-time high. I mentioned the 5% would be down around a little below 6,600 in the futures.
6606, give or take, or is beneath 66?
That's correct. I go off. Yes, that's in the futures, though. I go off the SPX because it's a spot market, and so it's lower than that now. Probably about 65.90 or thereabouts in the futures.
Okay. Market failed.
Failed both ways. Market.
Yeah.
Failed to the downside. Failed.
Or
well, 5-minute opening range. Hogue, thoughts on that 5-minute opening range in the ES or the NASDAQ? 170 points. 170 points in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Yeah, we got a good one on our hands already. Yes.
170 points.
35, 34 point opening range. Last trade in the ES 66.64. Last trade in the NASDAQ 24,750. Very thin on the ladder. 77% long, 81% long on the tilt in the NQ, 77% long on the tilt in the ES, 81% long on the NQ.
Jeez.
Yeah, heavy long, long.
I don't know how anybody trades the NASDAQ on the dome.
75.5. Well, Dakota.
The VIX is at 23.7 right now. That's the highest it's been since Friday, October 17th.
Let's go.
We love volatility. Tomorrow we have NVIDIA earnings, and Thursday we have a lot of data coming out, right?
So, is that the 20th? Yeah. We got some jobs. We got some earnings tomorrow. We got FOMC minutes.
We
took a peek at Fed funds. 50-50 right now for a 25 basis point rate cut on that December 10th FOMC meeting.
Is it really?
Yeah.
A little better than it was. Bitcoin's actually holding up okay after the puke last night. So we're down just a smidge, 0.3% ES, 0.4% NQ. Russell dead flat, but Bitcoin is up a little bit after that puke below 90 last night. That happened right as I was going to bed. I was looking at it and being like, is this the one? Is this happening right now? And then I woke up and it's
I was watching it too. Man, you buyers. Get out of the way.
It felt like
get better prices. Just let it go. You can get better prices. Check back later. Yep. Speaking of MBT, micro Bitcoin, trading session highs. There's a session high, 92,470. I'm right now keeping my eye on that 81% long tilt in the NQ average price, 24,791. A little bit of heat. ES, same story over there, 77% long on the tilt.
Might be a chop day, to be honest. It's mixed. It's a mixed bag today.
So far, indeed. We got top of the hour factory orders. We got a bar speech in about an hour. Everyone flat for the time being. All right, Hogue. Breakdown. What do you saw that? I mean, opens to the upside to the downside. It's just, I guess we just kind of, what do we do with that?
Yeah.
Just chuck it out the window? Oh, your screen's
if you ask me, you know, that we're in some dire areas here. You know, I think that the market is in danger of continuing a push to the downside. I still feel like it needs some sort of an impetus to do so, and I'm so anti-shorting these markets because of frequency bias, right? I mean, every time this market gets hit, buyers come in and take it out. So I'm focusing really on the current tempo in the market, in the dome, in the S&Ps. And to me, it's not really impressing to the upside, but it doesn't have to continue the move to the upside. You know, as long as we hold, like, there's a lot of confluence in the S&Ps from yesterday and from longer time frames up near settlement. So, you know, we got settlement up here at 66.92. We've got value low from yesterday, 66.94. We've got this trend line just above that's coming in. It's at 96 right now. We also have the single prints, which were resistant in the overnight last night. We got maybe through about half of them. You know, just I'm not impressed with the upside tempo here just yet. I'm thinking short, but it's so difficult for me to even say that because, I mean, BTFD, right? Timing is everything.
Right.
Really just trying to focus on the kind of tempo that we're seeing here in the S&P and in the dome in the S&P. And it's just not really impressive to the upside.
Those numbers are wrong. All right.
All right, we got charts.
We got charts. We got financial juice. We are back.
There we go.
Thank you, guys.
We're back.
Back on lines. Oh, you fixed it. Well done. I knew you do. I knew you get this thing squared up.
All while still sitting here talking to all of you. I did all of
Breaking
that.
down charts.
Just
Absolutely.
turn it off and back on.
Working in the background.
Did you try hitting the reset button? We got that heavy long tilt in the NQ. Now it's 68%. And we are trading 20 points lower.
I'm gonna take a little buy here on gold.
Ready?
Trying to get long here in this 15, see if we can break through this resistance and see if we can pull back up into 90s ish. I want to see if we can break this resistance with some volume here.
What price did you long
2
from?
micros from 4080.
4080. 4080.
Now, Aaron, you were looking for a little bit of a pullback to try and get into these longs.
Yeah. I like
Weren't seeing it.
I like this the way this 15 kind of came down. It's already kind of wicked the lows and started to break back higher. So looking at this higher time frame, to me, it looks like we could break this. I kind of want to see this 15 close in 2 minutes, see if we can actually close above the previous. If we don't, then I might manage aggressively because then you could potentially pull back. I like the way that 15 was shaping up there.
Okay.
Nice. I'm short the NASDAQ.
Right.
684.
684. What's your default
Playing
size,
for,
Dakota? So
2 micros.
Right?
Yep. Nope. 2 micros. Looking for a little bit of a push lower into these
There goes MPT.
650s. Go test these lows.
We are indeed trying to test those New York session lows. About 10 points to go. And new session lows. New session lows, NASDAQ.
There we go.
Nice.
I'll take 30 points on the first one.
This thing everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. ES turning around as
Aaron,
well.
how many are you long?
I'm long 2 micros. 2 micros from 4080.
Some more somewhat concerning goods economics news would be that Home Depot actually reported earnings this morning. Got their stock up here. They hit revenue but missed on earnings. They are down about 3.5% right now, but that's kind of just the general vibe of the whole economy. It's like Stuff like Home Depot struggling, AI trying to save us.
Oh boy. NVIDIA earnings
NASDAQ.
tomorrow after the bell. Cody, you take? Did you get out of all two?
No, I got out of one. Still short one from 684. See if we could go break these overnight lows. Break the lows.
Oh,
I'm out of that gold short. I cut that minus quick 62. He didn't drive, so I kind of cut it pretty quick there. I took a quick minus 62.
did not go. Aaron, typically when you get in, you like to get with the momentum, correct? That's kind of how you a lot of your setups play out. Getting in, or how?
Yeah. It was kind of, we're like 30 seconds away from the 15 close. And the 15 was kind of hitting previous 15 highs and starting to reject. So I was like, if we're going to break and close above these 15 highs, I would expect we would have done it already. So as soon as we start rejecting the previous 15 highs, I'm like, yeah, I probably want to close that quick. I wanted to see it break it and have a quick drive. So if it stalls right at the close, then this is what I was anticipating. So cut it quick and see if we get back above now, or pull back and get a better entry.
There we go. Let's see if we get that flush. We're trying.
Sure are.
So the lack of tempo on those highs in the
flat.
S&P is paid off.
I'm flat.
Flat.
Yeah. Across the board, Meta lost that 600, trading 590 right now, off 2%. Microsoft down 2%. Nvidia down 2.1%. Broadcom and Apple both a little bit in the green, but besides Google, which is basically flat, everything else in the Mag 7 is down 2% right now, close to it.
Incredible. Look at these turnarounds. We were looking at 100-point swings, no problem in the NQ. Casual 15, 20-point swings in the ES right now. Now we're looking at 70% short tilt in the NQ. About 9 minutes ago, we are looking at an 81% long tilt. Long tilts. About 10 minutes ago, long tilt in the NQ. Huge swings.
Casual 20-point swings in the S&Ps.
Wild. And the ladder, looking at the ES, the ladder is pretty thin as well. I can only imagine. Take a peek at the NQ. Oh boy. NQ very.
Yeah, these 5-minute wicks, we're still living inside that first 5-minute bar.
Yeah.
Man, what was that? 79, 45.
We were just
like a
trading
34-point.
Very thin. Quoting prices is you blink and the handles changed on you. Look, NQ back to 50-50 on the tilt. These 5-minute wicks.
Short here in the NASDAQ.
These are 100 points. All right.
I got in from 98, 698.
698. Sure.
Instantly, like just 20 points. This is insane.
I mean, the fills, I mean, you can't.
Look at this. Wow. NVIDIA down. It's this market's. I'm surprised that we're holding up so well right now. Let's push these lows. 50 points. 50 points here. Let's drill this thing there. We're breaking. We're breaking.
Are we? Or are they just
right
pulling
now?
bids? Are they just pulling bids? Can't tell.
Up 60 points.
Yeah, we are breaking. New lows. NQ. 74,603. ES trading 6649. We are rocking.
VIX above 24.
Let's go.
Yes, it is.
And a real sell-off. We ain't done until we get above 30, boys.
Yeah, it's is that when the party starts? It's 30s or when the party starts. We got crude trading $69.68.
I'll take that $100 bill right there. Up 500. 500. This is like $100 scalps with a micro. This is insane.
It's crazy.
It is.
It's reminding me of yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. This is this one's a little bit more violent. These moves are a little bit more violent, but yesterday was as well. That rally, that push higher off the selling from the bell. All right, let's get some of the formalities. We got a number top of the hour factory orders. That being said, we got those Topstep daily levels that are pinned to the top of the chat. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. You want to do one better, click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels. You have those slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York Open. Right now, markets are flying around.
Go again. I'm short.
It's thin. Short.
Oh.
Price.
Aim for a breakout.
I got 66. I got 67 right now. 67. 667.
I know what you did there. I'm having to repeat it.
I thought you were. You're catching on, Andre.
You've been about 2 weeks. You've been getting me. I'm finally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Right back down. Let's go.
Yes. This is wild, man.
Selling these bounces right back down. Session lows.
Overnight lows in the ES.
Let's get that $100 bill with the micro.
This is insane. Yeah, ES pushing lower here.
Oh, Europe lows. Sorry.
Yes, 66.44. Bear with me on quoting these prices. They are whipping around. You blink and we are 10 points higher or lower than the ES. You blink in the NQ and we're 180 points higher or lower. New 5-minute candle just opened here. Open up red.
We're going for it.
Some more room to the downside here.
We're going for it. Flushing.
New lows.
There we
new
go.
Lows.
Okay. Now I got $120 on that one. It's crazy. $600.
Yeah, that is called shifting gears, adapting to what the market's giving you. There's no real. Well, this is experience. This is all experience. Crude pushing lower here, $59.61. Gold about $9 off the highs there, 40.73. BT micro Bitcoin trading 91,790. Wow.
All right, let's sell them again. Short from 623.
Where are you putting your stops? If you don't mind, where
above the previous pivot.
You just
So
where's the
my stop
previous?
at 685.
All right. We got 9 minutes till the top of the hour. I got numbers coming out. I mean, this is
Peter Pan, get out of town. We're showing his charts right now.
Charts. All of a sudden, he's making $100 on microscope. Something's fishy.
It's right.
Something's fishy. The markets are fishy right now.
I sneaked into Cloudflare headquarters last night and unplugged some stuff.
Something's fishy. These 100-point swings on 5-minute candle. I mean, that's.
I mean, there we go.
Buckle up your chin strap. We're gonna go.
Well, I'm calling him out. He should just
new lows. Crude selling
Let's
off
go.
here. ES selling off. New lows 66.37.
Oh, here we go. Low a day 35.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh.
This is going.
These are all lows.
Bitcoin surprisingly stable.
New
lows.
New lows. Look out below. ES was 66.33. Hogue, we're closing on 66.06. NASDAQ lows 24,577. Crude selling off. Gold selling off. Nice cut, Aaron.
Yeah, good close. Good close.
40.67. New lows. ES
again. 12 points away from 6,600 in the SPX.
Oh. Is there a bounce play there? Is there a setup there?
Possibly. More of a swing trade we talked about. It would be closer to 5% off there. I might bite.
So Aaron, we're right around that 40-65 that you were looking for a pullback earlier. Do you still like this?
Not as much, to be honest. The way this Audi's kind of rejecting like this, not really what I would want to see. Makes me think if we do break below, I'm wondering if we can come maybe retest this London breakout of 4,050. This is look. Audi's gone from looking very bullish to if we start closing back below, it may actually be maybe a bit of a pullback short. Actually, I'm happy to flip the buys here. I think
we're looking at a pretty aggressive sell off here in gold. Gold, look at this 5-minute bar. Gold pushed down here. 40.62 last trade in gold. About $12, $13 in the last 3 minutes or so. Again, number in 7 minutes. Top of the hour. We got speakers. half hour after that. Yeah,
Watch it,
Jake's
NASDAQ.
yeah, MBT holding up relatively well. It looks like we got another round of selling coming in here in the NQ, making new lows. NQ
and profit right there. Another $100. All right, okay.
Nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I have to. Like this is it. Up 700. It's call it.
Nice. Nice.
All right. What's okay? Well, what account will you be using for the rest of fast markets there, Dakota? Because nice trading. I mean, we're talking up
Yeah, up
726.
Up 726. Let's watch this market flush. I think there's more room to the downside. Every major stock that I'm looking at is down 2%. Nvidia's down 3% now. Meta's down 2.5%. Tesla 2.5%. Yeah, it's getting a little shaky here. And I know on the higher time frame I was talking about earlier, maybe a push to these 400s. This is what I was referring to before I was able to share my charts.
Nice try, buyers. Wow.
These 400s, we're breaking down. I could see these mid 400s coming to play. So more room to the downside for sure.
Indeed. We are pushing lower here. New lows ES 66.28 now. 27's print. NQ, same story over there. 24,543. Gold sliding to the downside here. Just saw 40.57 print.
Yeah.
About $20 in the last 10 minutes or so. What's going on in our Dow? No Dow. The Dow going lower as well. 46,131. We got 300 on the bid in the ES 66.25. Bid 350 times. 3 points lower right now. First, closing in on it now.
So people asking why we're dumping, as close as I can tell you, is that sort of the ideas of what sort of liquidity would be provided and Fed cuts disappeared. And as we sell off, there are a lot of leveraged longs and things like crypto and stocks. Remember, we haven't closed more than 3% off the all-time highs in the ES since May.
Wow.
And we now have a dip below that where people have been rewarded for just being levered up and buying every dip. And now this is a bigger dip than they had expected.
And you're cooking. New lows equities. 10-year prices.
They're getting liquidated.
Up at the highs.
Who put the dip in the dip to dip to dip?
When I dip, you dip, we dip. Hoag's feeling it, man. Hoag, thoughts on the first 25 minutes? This New York session. Look out below, right? Look out below.
Yeah. Look out below.
Yeah, I mean, we broke structure and we had weak tempo when we were trying to rally this thing. And it is rolling over. Let's check it out. Anybody that's sitting in cash, probably happy right now.
Berkshire Hathaway.
A $10 turnaround in gold, not trading 40.69. We were just trading 59s. Yeah, Jack.
The question is, though, where you find the true long-term buyers versus, remember, we're still not even 5% off the all-time high. If you sat in cash for last year, is a 5% dip enough? So it's like, where do we wipe out leverage speculators? Like, this is true to Bitcoin too, and actually find the price that clears, right? Like where, because I have some cash too. 5% ain't going to do it for me.
No. We are,
I mean, to be honest,
oh boy,
the way
Palantir is trading 80 times sales instead of 100. Get in.
The way I've been looking at these markets is we haven't even hit the longer time frame sellers yet.
90 seconds.
Yeah. NASDAQ 7% off the high, right?
We got durables as well.
More room to the downside. Michael Burry's options, they're trading at $3 a share, Jack, and he was in them at like $1.80.
Yeah, he got back in after he went private, or at least we can't, verify it anymore, but He's become a little bit of a poster now too. He used to like very rarely post.
It was all over Twitter.
Ackman had an incredible post the other day.
May I meet you?
Yeah. Just robots, man. New lows, NASDAQ. Yep. Yep, Jack. Incredible. We got that number in 50 seconds. We're talking about U.S. factory orders. We got durable goods revisions. We've got housing market index. Buckle up. These numbers come in not so nice. More room to the downside. Oh, hell, we don't even need the numbers because we are pushing new lows in the ES right now. 66.22 half.
Yeah, 6,600 SPX, just a couple points below here. 66.20 in the futures. We
66.20.
Yeah, we're 4.6% off the all-time highs in SPX.
Yep. VIX about 25.
Is it?
Netflix is green though.
Good for them.
All right. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Got some numbers. Flurry numbers coming at you here on Top Step TV. Buckle up.
Oh.
Was it? In line. Factory orders expected 1.4%. Actual 1.4. Housing market index a couple ticks better. Expected 36. Actual 38. Durable goods. Everything came in line. Both positive. 2.9%. Expected 2.9% actual. Top of the hours come and gone. Did pop some new lows. 24,501 just printed in the NASDAQ. Tell you what, 4,500 people watching all across the globe right now on Topstep TV. We got Aaron Luce, we got Dakota, we got Jack, we got Hogue. Please click subscribe, click like, click notify on the march to 200,000 subscribers. Topstep TV. Thank you kindly. Next, what we got next? We got some speaker. We got bar, bottom of the hour. Markets have been rocking. Aaron, seems as though gold's struggling to hold a bid.
I think we might sell off into this 40-50 level. I'm just wondering if I'm going to get a short. Yeah, 40-50. Kind of nice breakout level from the London session. Previous support from Friday. I'm seeing if we can potentially pull back there. Just if I want to sell it or not.
New lows.
New session lows, NASDAQ.
And ES.
Yes.
Right at 6,600 SPX.
That's the one.
We're almost to these 400s. Yeah.
Big institutions watching.
Nvidia down 3.5%.
Row.
Amazon down almost 4%.
It is heavy. Wow. New lows NASDAQ. New lows ES. Red bars on the 5 and new 24,470 new low. 460s in the NASDAQ ES 6612. They're just blowing through every
that area I was looking for. We got here so fast too. These mid 400s.
They are just cooking, smoking beds to the downside.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. See here, mid October, October 14th, October 17th. These are those lows that I was referencing, and we're already there. We're in testing it here shortly. It's just been sell every little bounce all the way down.
Yeah. Close your eyes.
I was doing it, but now it just keeps working.
There goes gold now. Gold is pushing lower here, 40.55. 40.54 now. Here goes NASDAQ and the ES. MBT selling off now.
66.06.
Buy a couple micros at 5% off.
Look at this thing go.
Well, if you like them here, Jack, you might like them in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. No, 20 points lower is what I want for the 5%. But we're day traders.
We are looking at A little bit of a bounce. A little bit of buying stuff in the. When I say little, I mean little bit in gold. They're hanging on for dear life to keep this thing. You're looking for the 40-50s there, Aaron. We're trading 40-58 for a pull.
Yeah, I like either 40-50. If we don't get that low, and we say we start closing back above 65, then I'm happy to take it from there. So if we can hit 40-50, I like that for longs. If we don't, we break from here. I like it from here as well. I want to see a bit of a breakout. This is a pretty decent sell-off here.
Yes, it is. 66.07. New lows ES. NASDAQ 24,445.
All right.
I mean, this is
Here's the lows. This is that area right here. Right here, right now. Curious if we're going to get a bounce. Get a bounce. This is where I would expect it. This zone is where I would expect a bounce here in the NASDAQ.
Yes. 6,600 bid 600 times. 5 points below the ES. We're looking at a 400-point range in the NASDAQ for the New York session. We are looking at a hell.
We're not the only ones looking at this.
Let's keep selling off here. 80-point range in the ES. Are we gonna get into the 65 handle?
If NASDAQ can't hold these lower 400s, I mean, I could see another 300 points down.
Jeez. A little bit of a bomb. I mean,
there's the bounce.
Right. They're trying. NASDAQ, they're going to give it a shot here. 40-point pop. ES with a 7-point pop.
10-year yields off about 5 bips, 4.09.
Okay. Man. JGZ, St. Banks have to buy down here. Perhaps.
Oh, and there's
right.
the.
I mean, this is that it?
Lows Call in. It. I've been
lows.
I love volatility, Andre.
You do now. I mean, yeah,
I do. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to give yourself your own pat on the back. I mean, did I not just call out these 400s and then that bounce?
I love you, Dakota.
It's the beautiful thing about technicals in a very volatile market. They work. They can work, and it's just so simple. There's nothing complicated to it.
Yes, 13-point pop. I'm not a 66.03.
Not the only ones watching it.
I know. You could dip a toe in there, Hogue. And about 100-point turnaround in the NQ. Incredible. Popping
I showed it. I showed it 3 times this morning, right? Mid-October. Right there. It's a zone. Everything's a zone. It's not exact numbers. This is where he bounced off of. And that was my I mean, look at that. It's just such a beautiful thing.
Is this going to be like yesterday? Look at this turnaround. We have a 110-point turnaround, 120-point turnaround in the NQ. We bottomed out at 430, 24,430. We are trading 24,550. ES, 20-point turnaround.
Now back to 6,600 SPX.
Gold trading 40.62, 40.63 now. The lows indeed in. What's the read here, Aaron? What is the read? You're seeing all. Well, a quick question, Aaron. When you're seeing all this volatility in equities, crypto and things like that, and you're seeing gold just kind of in a holding pattern, it's moving $20 swings still. Nothing to see that. Does that influence your decision making whatsoever? Or you stay locked in? Are you keeping an eye on what's going on in the other markets as it relates to gold?
Yeah, I do. I trade my personal stocks as well, but that's the thing. Gold kind of just suits my personality more. I'm more of a patient, take my time. If I take the quick in and out trades like I've tried to take on NQ before, I end up just taking complete random trades, just trying to chase volatility and get some sort of dopamine fix, which I struggle with. So although gold does require more patience, it kind of suits me more. Like right now, gold, as soon as I get this 15 close in 5 minutes, I can make my decision. But I'm happy to let it come for me. But sometimes when I see you guys trading NASDAQ as fast as it moves, definitely makes me want to dip my toes in, but I don't do it very often.
Notice here. Well, gold might be test your goal. I mean, gold's been the star of 2025, Aaron. Some of those,
I know gold's been good.
$100 ranges, $150 ranges in the same session. Markets are right. The calmest market is crude oil. 5 years ago, if you think I'm crazy, I told you that. What do we got next? Bottom of the hour in 20 minutes. Oh, here we go. Wow, things are flying. Let's take a look at some of our live funded traders. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. See what kind of numbers people are. My goodness. Area up 29,000. Live Mike Trader up 23. Jimla up 20,000. Nicholas up 16. And CFTC or CFT up a bunch too. 15,000. Well done. Hey, markets are volatile right now. make sure you get that green day green. I just kind of butchered all that, but yeah, good job there. You gotta make sure you hang on to those profits. Our schedule to speak about in the hour in 20 minutes. See some good numbers in the chat. In. Yes. They take this all the way.
We're not even an hour into the New York session.
It's incredible.
I know.
All right, Bitcoin's back to almost green.
Yeah, Bitcoin held up well during that sell off there in the equities.
There was a little leader lagger thing going there. That seems to be on pause for now. All right, just to recap what's taking place in the last 40 minutes in this New York session. NASDAQ, quick selling out in the New York on the bell. Sold it off about 100 points or so. They popped that thing right back up, bought it up 150 points in the NQ up to around 24,850. And then thereafter, it was just look out below, and they smashed it about 300 points. ES, same story. Selling off on the bell, buyers did step in, pushed it up, and then after that rally, exhausted. It was just look out below. We're seeing some more selling coming in here now.
Yeah, they're going at it again.
Yes, they are.
If they break this level, I see 24,100s. Which would be insane. But
last trade 4,474. About 40 points from session lows there. 24,430. What was that? ES about 12 points off the lows. Trading 66.14. I agree. Market Griffin in the chat says, I always like it when traders stick with their own convictions and plan. Go, Aaron. I'm watching you for months.
Nice. I would like to hear.
ES gold. Grinding lower now, 40.53. Looks like NASDAQ and ES gearing up for another test of the lows. We're looking at 100-point swings on these 5-minute candles in the NQ. 20-point swings or so in the ES in these 5 minutes candles. So, Dakota, for those that are trading these pretty volatile markets, especially NQ, the most volatile of them all, what is some advice? What is some advice in terms of setting stops, how to get in? Are you going in with market? Are you working limit? What is your advice with all your experience? What would you tell to the new trader that are experiencing this type of volatility for the first time?
You asking me, Andre?
I'm asking you, Dakota.
You're asking me. I think we say it whenever we see volatility. We were talking about it throughout the beginning of the year in April when we were seeing that insane volatility, and it holds true today when we see markets like this. You want to size down and widen your stops. If you're watching this morning or even last night, when micro, you can make some good money. I mean, I'm up $726 trading 2 micros, and then it was just 100 points here, 100 points. It's crazy, this volatility. And then I had a wide stop because with volatility, that's what happens. You're going to see, unexpected moves in both directions. So, biggest advice, size down, wide stops, give yourself room to be right. Last thing you want is to be chopped out, hit your stop loss, and then the market to ultimately go in your favor and you miss out on the move because you had a little bit too tight of stop or you have too big of a position that you can't just hold through some of the randomness. I mean, especially in the NASDAQ, right? Which is kind of sporadic and crazy. So size down, wide stops, and yeah, that's my best advice for anybody in volatile markets.
Aaron, your advice. Hyper volatile markets,
Yep.
gold, been very, very volatile, huge swings. How do you?
Yeah.
Somebody take money. Oh, yeah, please.
Same thing, to be honest. I mean, one of the first things we do when we come on our London session in the morning is, we lock in our risk management for the day, lock in the personal daily loss limits, use all of the amazing features that we have here because, we can see these great big swings and, we can see lots of great money, but the opposite of that is you can also lose pretty big. You can see this volatility and try and chase it and you can get wiped out as well. So, yeah, I'm the same as Go. Most of my trades, like, let's say even this month, have been kind of trading micros and not trading every single day, multiple times a day. Quality over quantity, like we always say. And yeah, smaller size. I say smaller size, but even gold, trading micros on gold. Like this is a 300 tick move. Like this is a very decent move for gold. So like Dakota said, 1 to 2 micros, can go a long way. So there's no need to trade massive size and potentially blow up. Trade small, consistent wins.
Fantastic stuff. Gentlemen, I like that. I mean, we're all scalpers, right? This is just a scalping market at this point. I mean, you could get the runners. Dakota, you had some huge running bangers last week. Well, actually, I was Jack. Jack, when entering, under 2 micros, perhaps try to shave one into some profit, and let one run. How do you try to maximize some of these moves? You're not going to nail it, right? You're not going to nail the entire move, but how do you try to get the most out of these moves, just to the upside or downside?
Be real stingy with your levels. You're going to have wider stops. And yeah, it's hard because depending on your account, 1 micro can do a lot of damage right now. Sure. But ideally, if I were like buying this, I would want to get in with like 3 micros and kind of shave at levels and leave a runner for like the big one. Still interested in that down 5% level, which is kind of around, not too far. We also have the lows from back on the 10th. Remember the 10th? That was a wild day.
10th. November or October?
October. To put things in perspective, we are just trading. Most recently, we have traded these prices on October 17th. So just 1 month ago. Just 1 month of gains.
Yep. Well, we're right at that support level too. And then my target was the bottom of the 10th too, Jack. That's what I was referring to. Is like, man, we have the support here at these 430s, 440s. If we break through that, can we go see October 10th's lows, which is 100s?
This is where I think it's definitely important to look at the spot market, just so we're clear. The 10th lows were like 65.50 pretty much in the SPX. So 66.70, or sorry, 60. We're moving handles now. 65.70 for me would be the spot market low from the 10th.
Makes sense.
So between 65.90 and 65.70, that's where if I was looking to like hold something long for a little bit here, where I'd be looking.
I guess you can say we're consolidating around the lows, but we're consolidating in the ES. It's like a 15, 20 point range here on the 5-minute candle. NASDAQ, we're seeing 70 points range. Look at the 5-minute candle. We're trading 24,475. About 40 points off the lows there. ES, boy, more selling just came in there. ES trading 66.
VIX is continuing to push.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're 25 half.
The old saying, the sell's not done until the VIX is above 30.
All right, we got MBT pumping higher here. New highs MBT. 92,570 just printed. Take a look.
By the way, are you guys familiar with the rule of 16 with the VIX?
I am not. Rule of 16.
Divide the VIX by 16 is a shorthand way to get what the implied move is on the day in the ES.
So what's it at right now?
26, let's call it.
So is that like 1.5? Ish.
1.6%.
1.6. Okay.
Yeah.
We're right there in the NASDAQ.
New highs MBT.
Bitcoin positive.
Yes, it is. 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
NASDAQ held those 440s again.
We're going to get our initial balance high, initial balance low prices. We're going to jot those down in about 10 minutes here, Hogue. I don't think we can write. I don't think we can put either the high or the low for the initial balance in just yet. So the initial balance, basically the first hour of the New York session, we're just going to jot down the high price and the low price. But I don't think we're there just yet. So in about 9 minutes, let's see what the highest price and lowest price in the first hour. Look at micro Bitcoin go off to the right. There goes buying in the Q and the ES. Hop here in gold.
Yeah, those 440s were the magic number. We're seeing a lot of buyers step in across the board now. Major stocks are off their lows. Nvidia's starting to bounce down. Yeah, we're getting a lot of buying stepping in.
We trust it.
Good question.
I mean,
you trust
everything's moving. Everything's moving on my charts. I got crude, gold, MBT, ES. Everything's moving together right now. All green. Pop here. Look at 66.36. Let's trade in the ES. 30 points off the lows. NASDAQ, 50 points off the lows.
I trust
66.06 was pretty good.
I mean, yeah. 50. We got bar scheduled to speak in about 8 minutes, bottom of the hour.
I trust buying.
Top of the hour. You do?
I do. I more than what I've seen so far today, because this is a little more broad than just a quick pop in the NASDAQ. This is a little more broad than I'm seeing across major stocks.
So somebody asked to explain the VIX really quick. The VIX is based on S&P 500 futures, and it is basically a measure of an index based on the options on the S&P 500 that are trading between 23 and 30 days out, so like roughly a month. And you can think about it as the demand for protection. So when the VIX is spiking, it means those options are much more expensive. You know, the puts, especially the calls. So that's why it's a measure of volatility, right? There's more implied volatility in those options.
There's a decent chance the low a day is in. I'm going to be curious to see if can the NASDAQ make a run to positive territory. Can we turn green today?
What's settle?
We have 280 points to go, so.
I mean, proceed with caution.
Ooh, buddy.
There's a chance.
Oh,
We
of course.
got Apple's green.
Absolutely.
So you're saying there's a chance.
30% pop in crude, trading $59.82. Gold, range bound right now. 40.62.
Trying to hold. I'm trying to.
Which way are you leaning here? Just watching this, Aaron. Just from what you're
I
seeing.
like. I still like the way this 30 minutes shaping up. I got this 30 close coming in 5 minutes, which I'm going to wait for.
Okay.
And if the 30 kind of closes as we're looking now, holding the previous 30-minute lows, nice big support to the left. I like to buy this next 30-minute. So I'm kind of going to see how this closes, and if we can hold above, I could play a potential morning star play here. I want to see how this. I want to see how this 30 is going to close in 5 minutes.
All right.
See if we can close it above or not.
I'm with you.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
That's always confident. That's always a sense of security. Man, we trust the buying. In the equities, 50-50 on the tilt. Bar schedule speaking about 5 minutes. Those initial balance high and low prices in the NASDAQ and the ES. Feels like it's NASDAQ trading 24,560, 130 points off the lows. We're putting.
I think we're going to see it, Aaron.
No,
I know. These high time frame closures are key. When it's that like 4 minutes away from the 30-minute close, I have to wait because that's what gold loves to do. Love to
got a failed upset auction too.
5 looking. Yeah, 5 minutes messy.
Treefish says, positive, negative Dakota pick. Well, sometimes markets change throughout the day, so you can't be tied to one direction.
The buying again. Buyers certainly fighting the good fight. 66.32 in the ES. Overnight view up still about 17 points higher. No, 14 points higher. Overnight view up 66.48.
Ooh.
More buying coming in here in the NASDAQ. They're trying 24,580. Wondering, are the lows in? Are the lows in for the day?
I think they're in for now.
Okay.
They're in for now.
Yeah, VIX back below 25. As you mentioned, Apple's positive. Amazon down 3%.
It was a lot worse.
Hey, James, other channel. I got you.
Nvidia touches the 200 session moving average on the daily chart. That's the 100. Sorry.
Remember this spring, Coke? We were buying Nvidia at $90 a share.
Yeah.
And that was less
fun.
than a year ago. Yeah, it was fun. It was
And BT continue to push higher. New session highs 93,065. Again, overnight we saw 89,330 trade.
Gold getting nice.
Corollary.
Gold getting nice. Yeah.
It is, Aaron. Look at that.
Remember 2 weeks ago when we were buying Nvidia for $212 a share?
Is that 5 trillion? That was the 5 trillion day.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the tip of the week in here. Again, it's day 2 of the tip of the week. This is a huge one, especially with what we're seeing here, because these times are historic times. Keep a journal, all right? Keep a trading journal. Keep a journal in general. Record entry, exit, and reasons for why you got in. Note emotions during each trade. Review journal for improvement areas and track patterns in wins, losses. I'll say, write down the time. Write down the time, that entry, and see what kind of news may have been hitting that you may not have seen coming. Numbers, speakers, anything like that. Yep. Again, keep a trading journal and you reflect after. Very, very important, because you might forget some things while you're in the heat of the moment. Very, very important. Keep that trading journal. Very least, let you clear your thoughts a little bit. Take a brief pause.
Yeah, a lot of times is you don't even have to review it every single time. You could just jot everything down, and then maybe over the weekend you could just then you could review it on the weekend.
Got my journal right here in front of me. Bunch of chicken scratch, but it makes sense to me. So go back 35 minutes. Yeah, right, Hogue? I mean, Hogue has hieroglyphics. We all got our own.
Do you ever, mom ever tell you should be a doctor because you have terrible handwriting?
Yeah. Like Michael Patak's signature. Just absolutely chicken scratch. But yes, if it makes sense to you, that's what matters. Get back in your own head. 20 seconds till initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. Hogue, I'm just going to go straight to you for those, because then we got bar getting ready to hit the wire here. Our schedule to speak about bank supervision is the topic. Okay. Again, first start of the New York session, we're going to write down the high price and low price in the NQ and the ES. So, Hogue, hit me with whichever one you got.
All right. S&P, initial balance high, 66.79 even. Initial balance low, 66.03 quarter. NASDAQ, initial balance high, 24.832. Initial balance low, 24.430.
400 points. All right. So next half hour, Hogue, we got initial balance high, initial balance low. These are big ranges, right? We're talking 75 points in the ES. We're talking 400 points in the NQ.
Yeah, pretty big.
It's going to take a lot of energy, right? It will not take that much energy. I mean, based on what we're seeing with the average range right now in some of these 5-minute candles, is it fair to think that we're going to test? Well, we're going to test either one of those today. I think.
Yeah, odds are we will.
We'll
get close.
I don't see us just staying in this.
Well, with a big initial balance, it's going to take more energy to extend very far outside of it, right? So, yesterday's initial balance was about the same size, a little bit smaller, but you gotta think about what we're coming into. I mean, we're coming into some big earnings. We're going to be coming back into some economic data. So if we're going to just kind of have range overlapping to lower today, I mean, that is certainly a possibility. I think we've got a lot of work to do before we're going to see anything green in these markets, especially the NASDAQ and the S&P. We were talking about, hey, could it go green? It absolutely could. There's a lot of confluence above the market that the market could target. I think in the medium time frame, we've got a downtrend going, and I'm looking for more continuation of that. But with a larger initial balance, it takes more energy, and if you do get that energy, you certainly don't want to fight it. But right now, we've established the early range. Focus on those extremes for any bigger opportunities. I mean, we do have a failed upside auction in gold. Okay, there's that failed upside auction. Did it get to the other extreme of the initial balance? No, it did not. So I like longs. Crude oil, we have a failed downside auction as well. We have a failed downside auction. Have we been able to get to the other extreme? We have not. So I kind of like the idea for potential shorts in crude oil. Just probabilities based off of the ability to reach the target after a failed upside or downside auction. We don't have those in the S&P or the NASDAQ. It's setting up for range bound for the rest of the day.
Really? You think we're going to be range bound for the rest of the day? In between,
it's setting up for it. It would be my primary hypothesis right now is that we remain a normal trading day in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, which is no excursions outside the initial balance range. Now that could change, of course. Anything could change. But right now, that's what it's setting up for right now is a large initial balance tends to be more range bound.
stuff. I was wondering if there's a stat. How well? It's subjective, right? Large initial balance. It's
Yeah, I could see it. It's just more volatile than a normal day.
Yeah. We have volatile range day.
Saying the
Could
lows are
be.
in then. You're saying the lows are in. All right, Bar has hit. We're talking about bank supervision, but I'll still read the quotes from Fed Speaker Bar. Moves to weaken bank supervision present real dangers. Bank supervision
Talking
relies
Feds
on
could certainly change all of that.
credible ratings and strong staff president as well. It's a couple coming out. Nothing market moving just yet. Again, the topic is the case for strong, effective banking supervision. Gold trading 40.65, 40.65. 50-50 on the tilt. Crude
The
oil
text
trading.
is out for his speech, so unless I don't know, there's a Q&A or something that should be in the market right now.
Next up for our speakers, we got Barkin, top of the hour. Also, President Trump meets with Saudi leadership speaking at 10 a.m. Central. That's going to be all day. We got 4 now. Again, we can see speakers jumping in. Aren't necessarily on the schedule. We will react. We'll make sure to keep you in tune in real time here on Topstep TV. Yeah,
From the sellers again.
66.15. 66.14 in the ES. 11 points off the lows.
Let's see how really big these are.
The NQ, you're up for another test of the lows. NQ about 50 points away. Trading 24,480. Gold hovering around 40.60 right now. No trade. Nice cut, Aaron, by the way. Got long up around 40.80. Couldn't get the push.
Yeah, I was almost about to get back in this long as well. But then I kind of had a quick look at this 5 minutes. Like, if I get long here, I'm buying right into resistance, which doesn't really make much sense. So, yeah, patience will pay here on gold. I think, like Hoke said, I do think we can shop around. I like this long, but then I also try and see it in the most neutral way possible. It's like you've got resistance here, you've got support here, you're kind of stuck in the middle of a range here. So, trying to see it neutrally, I feel like it can go either way right now, or just kind of get stuck in this area.
Andre, just look back. I mean, these are not excessively large initial balances in these equities.
Okay, they're not. Feels
No.
like it. What's big?
I'd say average.
Real nice. This, take it, man. 80 points. Oh, 75 points in the ES. I like it. Not big
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, yesterday's was about the same.
So good.
Day before was about the same. And we did have, some double distribution trend days outside of those. Yeah, their initial balance has been expanding. But the last 3 sessions have been about the same, including today's.
Okay. Initial balance have been extending. Does that tell us, is there a story developing there? Uncertainty, thinner markets,
Directional.
Directional. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Those days we were making just all-time highs and all-time highs in September. Yeah. Those ranges, those initial balance ranges were not like this.
No, because you get the volatility and you get the volume when the market turns down.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's where you see the VIX pop. Jack was talking about.
Yep.
Some call it the fear index. The fear index. Stocks go lower, VIX goes higher. What's MBT doing? MBT
well
right now. Question in chat. Where's Leon been? Leon hasn't yelled at me in a minute. Aaron, thoughts on gold right now? What about gold? Thoughts on the closure in gold? Question in the chat. Thoughts as we trade 40.60. I know you just broke it down, but the people want to hear it one more time. Listen up this time.
Absolutely. Now, one thing to note is looking left. Look at where we are right now. What happened yesterday in this area? is gold pretty much got stuck in this area yesterday since 7 o'clock London time all the way until 6 o'clock London time. So this is the range where things got very messy, and this is the hourly time frame. So if the hourly stuck in this range, the lower time frame is going to be even more messier. So these are I spoke to some of the guys this morning in the London session, and some guys did get caught up in this yesterday. And not only can you lose money in here, it's also incredibly mentally draining, which it absolutely shouldn't be. So for me, if we look to the left, we're kind of back into that range that we were in yesterday. So we can't expect too much more within here other than expect a little bit of a range. And if you want to trade a range, that's fine, accept it. But if you do take a trade in here and it does go sideways, we can't be surprised and blame the markets. So I would expect a little bit of a range here on gold. And for me, if I do trade in these ranges, reduce my risk, reduce my expectations. And like I say, for me, the worst thing in these ranges is it's more mentally draining than anything. So right now, I think it's a bit of a patience moment here on gold. Like I say, I do like the longs. Not a huge fan of this range. And we were in this range for like 10 plus hours yesterday. So not really expecting too much here, to be honest. Patience will pay.
Follow-up question with gold. Is gold, say you are taking a couple paper cuts, you're down a couple $100 on the P&L for the day. Is the market giving you an opportunity to get that money back in that day, or is it kind of just gotta suck it up and move on to the next day?
No, it can. It definitely can. Gold is like sometimes if I take a trade and I take a little loss, I usually just try and give gold at least like a 30-minute or an hourly candle closure. Like if sometimes you don't know you're in a range until you take a trade and you get stuck in it, but as soon as you can identify as quick as you can, take a step back and zoom out. That's the biggest thing here on gold. Zoom out. If the hourly is ranging, the lower time frame is going to be even worse. So zoom out as often as you can.
Well, would you mind zooming out really quick for us, just to show us what you're talking about? Let's like to see the zoom out from the hourly.
Oh yeah, so I mean, like if you're, if you're watching this on like a 5-minute and you're getting chopped up in here, go back to your hourly time frame, zoom out, and get that bigger picture, and realize, okay, cool, the hourly stuck in here, so 5-minute can just chop you up even worse.
Great stuff in here. Trade start of London Open, 1:30 a.m. Central here on TopstepTV. Where you get the goods. He's been trading gold before it was cool to trade gold. So
yeah. I like what you said, Aaron. Is you don't know it's a range until you place a trade and get stuck in it.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Yep.
We've all been.
How do you know it's a trend day? You don't.
No.
A trend day? Well, trend on upside. You keep trying to short the highs, and you keep, we've all been there.
Yeah, you keep getting run over.
I'm trying to call the top and just you can hire. You can hire.
EF80M. Don't fight a directional market.
Damn it, we are trading.
Let's see if NASDAQ get back up to 600.
600s? What are you looking at there, Dakota? I think I see what you're seeing, but what are you seeing at 600s?
Talking about, if we're going to kind of be in a little bit of a range, not a little bit, big range. This is a big range. 450s all the way up to upper 500s, maybe 600s. Go retest the range highs, maybe.
We are in the range right now. 24,523. We saw a little bit of this yesterday. Big moves upside, big moves downside. Then we found a bit of consolidate, but like Dakota said, these ranges are quite wide.
So today I got some more lines that have entered the conversation, but kind of the center of the range, at least in the ES, is right around this 6,600 SPX level, which is right around where we are right now. The lines I added 5% off the all-time high SPX, then October lows in the SPX. The futures lows from October are this green line down here, but I'm going to probably pay attention to this for that trade.
Volatility is so crazy. Like this is like 20 points in seconds.
Mm-hmm. This is a tough day for day trading. Like definitely if you're on a little longer time frame, there's some interesting stuff you might take here, but just wait for the perfect setup, I guess.
Someone says, wow, can't believe I'm up 1.1 1,100 trading micros. Yeah. Micros.
Nice.
You can make and lose a lot of money in this market with small size.
Well, you also save yourself a lot of money in this market.
Yes.
Small size.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
I like what Drop Trade says there. 2 choices: get trampled by bulls or catch the falling knife. It's kind of how it feels right now.
Not really getting much of a bounce here.
No. What's going on around the other markets? BT seeing a little push downward. NASDAQ, yes, grinding lower. Ooh. And they just turned that thing around. Nice try, sellers. Oh, man.
Instant 30 points.
Right?
Yeah. They were walking that thing down and they just
50 points.
Yeah, they just ran that up. Back up to sorry, NQ, I'm muttering myself. To 24,540.
Yeah, you blink and it's 40 points.
Candles, these 5-minute candles, we're talking about 90 points. Thank you, Drop Trades. I appreciate it. Yes, well done, chap. Click the bell, ring the bell if you haven't smack like, click subscribe. March to 200,000 subscribers. Thank you, Drop Trades. I need you. Always locked in around here. Top of the hour, 15 minutes. All right, short's going to give it another shot. The equities.
Look at that. Yeah. From 470 right back up to 500. It's crazy market today.
It's Dakota. Well, we have a minute. I'm being told in chat. You asked me if I red or black. I said red. I'm told you went with black. Is that because you're colorblind and you may have mixed it up, or are you just straight up fading me?
I just straight up faded you. I'm like, it's gonna be good content if I just did this. Because if I lose, then they come and say, you know what, Andre was right. If I win, it'd be a good story to tell. So
what?
Yeah, walk into the hotel or to the airport. Like on my way out, I put $100 on black, and I have an extra $100 now. So.
Oh, well done, well done.
Worked out pretty well.
Moral of the story there is,
I videoed it too.
They let you? No cell phones at the table, Dakota. Oh.
Well,
the airport.
You know,
it's in the airport. Oh, I thought it was on the airport.
No, it's at Caesars. On my way to the Uber.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I videoed it. What they don't know won't hurt them.
Well, you're in the high rollers room. I know they kind of bend the rules a little bit.
As long as you don't video, I've been there quite a bit, and there's things you can video and take pictures of. There's things you can't. It's like the same as you have your friend and you take a picture of your friend, right? You're going to capture some of the background. They just don't want that. Yeah, I don't want to go in depth on that. But if you missed it, I posted on my Instagram. It's there on the link. There's that link.
It's a shame we don't have a video of Pritzker winning $1.4 million in blackjack.
It was unbelievable run. What was the quote?
Hot hand.
Hot hand. Like, man, you're playing 20. Damn, dude, selling. Oh, wow. Careful right now. It's vicious both ways. Trying to push it lower, and the buyers step in. All right, gold. Will gold be the first to move here? Looking to get out of that range that we've seen for the last 50 minutes or so. The downside, that is 40.54. They've been holding this level for the last, like I said, 50 minutes or so. Yeah,
looks like we're gonna trap out any early buys on gold. It's kind of what I'm thinking here. Squeeze out any early buys, see if you can hit that 40-50 level. That's what I'm thinking. It's too choppy for me to want to short it, but
yeah,
I can see it coming to wick some lows.
All right. Yes. Give it another shot. They get down here within about 10 points of the lows. As we trade 66.12, and buyers come right back in, take it up to 66.15. NASDAQ
rock
Huge
fight
try to
here at
push it.
480.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So far, the sellers have the bigger rocks.
Hmm.
And they might be putting in a floor. What do you got for Delta? ES NASDAQ?
Negative 1,300 in the S&Ps and positive 2,200 in the NASDAQ.
No, one of those days.
Opposite
Great.
directions.
And another try for the sellers in the ES 66.13 back up to 66.15. NASDAQ, same story over there. A lot of rejection of these sellers. Sellers getting rejected. How much more gas in the
Doesn't
juice
seem
they have?
like
Got 11
either's
minutes.
too aggressive. But
Yeah.
Just down
Tempo is slowed up.
1.15% in the ES. Down 1.6 in the NASDAQ. Russell down 0.5%.
All right.
My
All
Dow,
right,
folks,
sellers.
down 1.3%. Home Depot, big part of that.
All right,
We just
sellers
take
gonna
a
get another
direction?
shot. Giving it another shot here.
Here we go.
66.09.
We're going to flush.
Stalls out, stalls out, stalls out. The sellers stall out. All right, 66.08. NASDAQ. 20 points to go for the lows. 5 points for lows in the ES. We got gold. Selling off now, baby. 40.51. Got beneath those 54s in gold.
Yep.
Holding right now. Okay, this is the moment of truth. In the ES, in the NASDAQ. Couple points above the lows. Every time we've gotten here, seen the buyers step in. Just like that.
Back above
How long?
25.5.
How long can the buyers hold the line here?
It's a really good question.
1, 2, 3, 4. They've been successful a few times now.
440s have been the magic number.
I'm watching gold
How much
as well.
do I keep driving this down ahead of NVIDIA earnings tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be very interesting.
You're right.
By the way, we didn't even report. I guess NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Anthropic reported a strategic partnership this morning. But we're past that, I guess.
All right, yeah. Market held that. Maybe we go back up now.
Is that all she wrote? That the sellers exhausted. The buyers absorbed it.
What a move. These moves.
Are we convinced? Lows in. Lows in the ES. Lows in the ES. They got 66.03 quarter. Lows in the NASDAQ. 24,000.
As of now, yes.
For now. Range is messy. And then gold right back into range. 40.56. Head fakes. Call those head fakes. MNBT might make you another run to the upside here. Again, overnight, MNBT, micro Bitcoin. MBT. Overnight, saw 89,330 print. We're about $4,000 higher right now. Tilt 50-50. We saw that heavy long 81% tilt, long tilt in NQ. Up around price of 24,755. 755.
This is a scalper's paradise.
You gotta be in, you gotta be out. You gotta be quick with it. We got Bark at the top of the hour. Saudi Crown Prince and Trump will be meeting at the White House. Be meeting all day. Sure, we'll get some comments from there. Keep an eye on oil. Ooh. Oh, so far, I mean,
just no bounce. Little bounce.
Both efforts are
Nothing.
weak. Both, it's
Yeah, both sides. Very well put.
Eventually, I think the buyers will.
Accepting through time bothers me for longs.
Say that again. Wait, just hanging out down here?
Yeah, just hanging out down here doesn't bode well for longs.
The more times you tap on these levels.
Don't make me get the stack of cards.
Oh, my favorite.
See if they hold up here. I mean, we're delta neutral now in the S&Ps.
I think the
negative 100. 2,700 positive in the NASDAQ. So there are some market order buyers down here.
Yeah, right back up.
Yeah.
Right back up.
MBT new highs. 24,500 last trade. And Q6620 last trade. Yes. Gold. 40.55. Crude oil, $59.80.
Starting to look a little bit more bullish here. The fact that we keep holding. If there's a little bit of a breakout now.
Yeah.
If we get momentum behind it. I can see 600s coming back into play.
Well, okay. About 75 points. What would you be looking for at 600s, Dakota? If anything.
I mean, range bound, right? Range bound. Like it would be. We kept holding these 450s, 440s. Now I'm going to be curious: are the sellers, if we can get up into this level, this upper level, can the sellers hold it? Like if we do get up to 580s, because we don't know if we are, right? But if we do, are the sellers going to step in and push this thing right back down?
All you have to do is summon the buyers and say, where are the buyers?
Where are the buyers?
Keeps on getting whacked at the 6,600 SPX.
What are you saying, Jack?
Is that sort of mid of the range I talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Right here, right now. Big fat round number in the spot market.
You look at indecision. Everything a bit of a holding pattern. How about that? Okay, Hogue. We got the initial balance high, initial balance low in. Coming up to the top of the hour, 3 minutes. Do we have a potential failed downside? Do we have a potential failed downside auction?
Nothing.
We got nothing.
We got nothing.
I'm grasping for shit here, man. Looking for something, man. What are we doing?
I mean, right now it's initial bounce high, initial bounce low, the extremes of the regular trading hours indicating potential for range-bound activity.
Let's take a look at
Let's see if we can get some extension outside the initial balance and see if we see some participation and some continuation or a failed auction in either direction. We'll have to see, but right now we got nothing. We're just chilling here. We're just booling, if you will, as the kids say.
Is that what they say? Oh, check your slack. All right, they're gonna try to pop this thing a little bit. This NASDAQ ladder is so thin.
Yeah, it is. Low single digits.
Yeah. 66.14. We're in the. We got nothing.
Yeah, any minute we could be up or down 100 points.
On not for the NASDAQ, not much volume either to move it 100 points because it is so thin on the ladder. Okay, seller's gonna try. What's down here? Got something down here. You got 126 slot in the NASDAQ on the bid. 450s, 24,450, about 25 points lower. Using that level 2 data on Top Step X.
anyone know, is there a way to copy paste all of your drawings to another product, say between ES and MES? That would be cool. Because I got all my lines here, but I'm not trading minis right now.
Oh, you want to bring it over to the micros?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's new drawings are replicated to all the charts in the layout and shown when the same ticker is selected. So I don't know if that goes across like micros and minis.
Oh, are they going to give it a shot here? Top of the hour, 20 seconds. Cannot extend.
Oh, new highs.
I don't think we're going to do it.
Will the buyers hold it up this time?
Oh, we're about to find out. Top of the hour. Boom. We'll see what this red candle is open. It's open red. They're going to give it a shot.
New lows coming, yes.
New lows coming. New lows coming.
Yeah.
All right. Dakota. Nice.
Andre.
First 90 minutes. Dakota, we are going to exit you stage right now. Thoughts? You locked it up. $700. We'll see you in slow markets. Any other prices, levels of interest here before we throw it over to James?
No, so far that's it. I mean, back-to-back winning days. Let's see if this winning streak continues. Yesterday it was a little over 300. Today it's a little over 700. So back-to-back winning days in the live account. Just gonna keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Base hits, small size, wide stops, and tomorrow is NVIDIA earnings. Should be a good one.
Okay, very good. With that being said, the good stuff, Dakota. I'm going to throw it to James. We got some announcements. We got some news. Then we got Deanna getting ready to join us on the other side of this. My man, James, happy Tuesday. Markets are rocking. What's good, my man?
Happy Tuesday, everybody. How we doing out there today? All right, thank you for joining us on Fast Markets. Dakota enjoyed the green room where, in Dakota's writer, he only wants yellow M&Ms. We have to go through and pick out all the other colors and just put the yellow ones in a bowl for him. I don't know what that's about. But anyway, the Topstep Discord. You guys heard about this? You seen it? The Topstep Discord. It's a trading community unlike no other. The largest trading community Discord out there. You can find anything you're looking for trading related on our Discord. There are dedicated channels for each product. There are dedicated channels for the time zone that you're trading in. There's a dedicated channel for TopstepTV. There's a room where you can get help. There's channels per Platform X or Topstep X if you're not sure how it works. There's a massive community of admins and moderators who are there to help you. If you need quick support, Discord is where you can go. If you're looking for a trading buddy, Discord's got you covered. And if you want to talk shop with TopstepTV traders and somewhere other than the YouTube chat outside of our TopstepTV hours, Discord has you covered. Dolby started it, and now it is the largest trading community out there. Please, we're going to drop the link in the chat. If you're not a part of this community, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, jump in, get in there, and check it out. Throughout the show, Nightbot, he just did it. Good job, Nightbot. Nightbot is going to be dropping a link where you can look at the coaching segments and events in Discord every day. Click on that link, bookmark it, sign up for events in Discord, and never stop learning. That's what we're here for. Also, speaking of learning, later today at 1 p.m. Central Time, right after group coaching, it's Mindset Matters with Robin Dane. Now, Robin Dane has guided elite traders and portfolio managers to overcome fear, sharpen focus, and trade with confidence. And now, it's your turn. She'll be answering questions live and showing you how to build the discipline and mental edge every trader needs to survive in these markets. Set a reminder for today at 1 p.m. Central Time because your mindset is the ultimate trading tool. You got to keep it sharp. And to keep it sharp, you got to be right here on TopstepTV. Now, we're going to drop and pin another link in the chat. This is your Mindset Matters question form. If you have a question for Robin Dane, please click on this link, submit your question, and then be sure to be back here at 1 p.m. Central Time to see Robin answer them live. She'll be sitting down with JD. JD is back, so we know this is going to be a great segment. 1 p.m. Don't miss it. And I know you're not going to miss it because you know what's right before Mindset Matters. That's right. It's group coaching. Group coaching is every day at 12:15, and today we have Hogue, Hoop, and JD. And they're taking the time out of their day to sit down and answer your trading questions. So if you have a question for Rob and Dane, think mindset, trading psychology, and how to stop yourself from overtrading. Group coaching, think chart pattern questions, technical analysis, or what was it like back in the pit? Our guys have years of experience. They're happy to answer any question you want to submit. So we're going to drop this link in the chat throughout the day. Mindset Matters is going to stay pinned, but if you're looking for the group coaching form, just tag one of the moderators, shout it out. We'll make sure we get you that form. Now, before we get back to Deanna and the gang, guys, tariffs are impacting toys this holiday season. Shoppers are being warned to expect higher prices and lower inventory. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan dives into the impact it's all having on the toy industry and explains why shoppers shouldn't wait until Black Friday to buy.
Dr. Volatility lives.
The holiday shopping season has already begun, but the prices of many items may have you feeling much less jolly this year, especially when it comes to toys.
I don't think we're going to see very big sales this year.
Toy expert Chris Byrne warns shoppers shouldn't wait until Black Friday to buy toys because it's unlikely they'll go on sale and the inventory may be low.
Tariffs did disrupt the entire industry and people paused shipping earlier in the year. If you see something, buy it.
It's unclear exactly how much tariffs will hurt, but experts expect the prices to increase. Here's why. Roughly 80% of all toys sold in the U.S. are manufactured in China, according to the Toy Association. And Chinese imports have been hit hard with tariffs. The Trump administration implemented the added tax on imports to generate more revenue and encourage companies to make items in the U.S.
We are seeing that toys are one of those categories that are being impacted more heavily by tariffs.
Catherine Cullen with the National Retail Federation says despite tariffs, shoppers are still spending. They recently conducted a survey and found consumers plan to spend roughly $890 per person this year. And families with kids aren't holding back.
They're actually one of the only groups that we saw say they're spending more.
Cullen says families with kids are spending about $30 more. And when it comes to budgeting, Byrne recommends shopping around for the best price and has this advice.
You don't need to overwhelm kids with presents. A few things that they're going to really enjoy and play with, and especially things to share among the family.
For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
All right. Thank you.
That's why they call him Dr. Vol. New lows.
Yeah. And Deanna, good morning. How are you feeling? Just in time for some range extension in the equities. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so looks like to me it's going into a bit of an outlier day because now we have ignored the ADR on ES that was located around 66.21. But obviously we have a possibility for failed downside auction as well. So, you know, I don't know. It's
looking like that right now.
NFP week. It's NFP week. So, yeah, interesting.
So there it is. We just took out the initial balance low and came back inside of it, preempting a failed downside auction right now. Looks like it's paying.
Yeah. I was able to copy my charts over to MES, but they're a little bit out of whack. But we did not quite get the 5% off the all-time high there in the SPX.
Uh-oh.
Came within 4 points, though.
Well, that's, I mean, everything's a zone. Is that close enough?
It was. Then it bounced. You know, I'm naturally a little bit hesitant to jump in the longs here.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're bouncing. Bitcoin trading in the 93 handle in the futures, almost 93,000 spot. That's held up really well, up 1% or 1.3% in the futures from yesterday's close.
Well, we've traded both sides of the initial balance in gold now. Probably going to be relatively range bound at that point. But D, what have you been trading? Are you in the market in anything right now?
Yeah, I am right now, but I don't know. I think the metals are starting to roll into into a new contract. So I don't know. I'm in short micro copper because it rejected the value low. This purple area here. And it went, the only one that went into a clean extension to the downside. So we'll see. But it's been quiet for me, so
you're
we'll see what happens.
You're already feeling the metals rollover, and you can see
Yeah.
it really.
It's very spiky at price action, inside bars everywhere. No committed moves. It's all getting a little bit tricky.
So when do you see the front month moving to the next month in copper? I'm assuming it's February.
It's actually going to be March. Looking at the CME
March.
website, yeah. Whereas I think I looked at gold. That one's going to roll into February.
Mm-hmm.
And silver. Let's have a look at silver.
March.
I did look at it this morning, but I forgot. Also,
there's
March.
a lot to remember. Also
Yeah,
March.
Also March. Yeah.
Well, it's always my favorite front month of the year is when gold is in the December contract because it stays in it for like 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And now here we are coming into roll. And of course, everybody knows we're in rollover in crude oil. It should be trading the January contract and will be trading the January contract tomorrow. Boy, that's a nice bounce off the failed downside auction in the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we ran it back up to 6,600 where we are now yet again in the ES. That's 6,620.
EX.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Aaron, seeing anything here yet?
I like, to be honest, I like these longs on gold. I kind of just want to see us get back above 4,050. I like the way this hourly's opened. Hit the previous hourly lows, hit this London resistance. I like the longs here, but I'm not a huge fan of that previous hourly close. It's like one of them trades was like, yeah, I could see it going back up. I could also see it not doing very much. So as much as I would love to take it, I think if I do take it and it goes sideways, I will kick myself a little bit. So I'm probably gonna sit on the sidelines and watch it. I think if we get back above 40.50, I think we could pull back a little bit higher.
Well, we have kind of swept the initial balance high and the initial balance low. So I think the tendency, which you may be right on, is probably a little bit more rotational activity than anything really directional, but still some decent opportunities in a range this size. We've got crude oil making new session highs. We did take that opening range trade to the short side. We would probably be out of that by now at a small loss. And just watching this bounce here off that failed downside auction. Pretty tasty.
Post session range in crude oil is 58 ticks. Not sure how tasty.
58 ticks, and that's exactly what we hit. Crude oil has been such a beastly small range, regular trading hour range. Everything seems to happen overnight.
Yeah. If anything happens.
Yeah. Crude oil and I are in counseling. We've got a meeting tomorrow.
Oh, we went through a divorce.
Yeah, it seems that it's going to be a while before anything really changes in crude. You know, it's been range bound on so many different time frames. It's like, when are we going to do something? And it's like once in a while you'll get a really good range, hopefully an opening range opportunity, but for the most part, it's been very, very, very narrow. You really have to be choosy with your trade locations in it if you're going to be trading it, because you got to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze. D, we looked at the opening range yesterday and we were short it, but it was such a big opening range. We took, some profits on one of them and we moved our stop to basically break even, and just, there wasn't, it wasn't a whole lot of activity. So, I mean, the one that we got out of was 1-to-1 reward over risk, and it was right near the low of the session. And, the other one, we just kind of put the break even, and, we made a little bit on it, but it wasn't like any, 1-to-1 was the best we could have done, in other words. So, take that opening range trade 1-to-1. The best you can do. Is that worth the squeeze? I know, you're looking for 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour opportunities like that.
It depends.
So,
most of the time, it'll be doubles, 2-hour, and only if we're trying to come away from some big area, then I'll extend that. But crude oil has been a different product. It started about 2.5 years ago, and like Hoop said it the other day, or the other week, it's not the same product, and he said, I miss it. And we all miss it. I don't know whether they're trying to keep it range bound or what, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it was Billy Bob Thornton in Landman that said crude oil is profitable between, what is it, $55 and $75, and seems like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping it inside of there.
Interestingly, I had Mo on the Euro trade a while back, and he was saying how the Saudis, when they're getting their oil out of the ground, it's actually super cheap for them. So they could handle crude oil at like $5, but obviously in the States it's a lot more expensive, so it's more like 50 to 55. Yes.
66.20 keeps them being sticky.
It's the former ADR low.
$66.20.
We can reclaim it without any major selling wicks, and then continued failed auction might be on the cards. But if it keeps wicking down, then it's probably just a slower auction rather than a failed auction.
There's a lot coming out.
Yeah. Or you could just go sideways. That's also an option.
Yeah. You can always do that. We were looking at the size of the opening range earlier, D, in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, and they're not huge. I'd say they're about average for the last week or so. But you're kind of looking at the size of the initial balance. I mean, it takes more energy to extend outside of a wide initial balance. So we're kind of looking like maybe just being somewhat range bound today, especially, knowing what we've got coming forward with NVIDIA and everything else. So we did finally get our range extension failed downside auction. We'll see if we get that rotation back to the upside. But do you track kind of average sizes of the initial balances on the markets that you trade?
I mean, I can easily track them. I track the average session range, and then in relation to that, what is the size of the initial balance. But I can just change a couple of things here and give you that number for the last, let's do 14 days. So for the last 14 days, the average initial balance size was 162. Whereas today it was 303. So massively overshot it.
In NASDAQ?
That was in ES.
Yes.
Yeah, let me find NASDAQ.
How much was it?
162, and today is 303 ticks.
For the initial balance or the average range?
Yeah, initial balance. And
Initial
the average
balance.
range, was 292.
Where are you getting your initial balance time frame from?
I'm getting it from exactly where we get it from, regular trading
3 to
hours.
9:30?
So, yeah, so it basically takes it from 8:30 till 9:30, and then goes back 14 days. Sorry, my dogs are going out, so.
Well, D's here. What's up, D?
Dogfight.
What's up?
Just like 66.20. Pumping a little bit.
There we go. So the lows.
See, I see the initial balance is 85 points in the S&Ps today.
Yeah, points, but I measure it in ticks.
Oh, ticks.
Yeah.
So
Got it.
4.
Understood. All right, there was my disconnect there. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's just easier to talk in ticks because then it's transferable.
Hey, well,
Understood.
Okay. All right, Hogan, we dip beneath IB lows in the ES and the NASDAQ, bottoming out at 65,
Bell downside
90.
auction.
Bell downside auction indeed. We got looking at about a 200-point turnaround in the NQ right now. As we trade 24,557. Here I see gold bottom out at 40.40 and pushing that thing up to 40.60. Nothing on the tilt.
Bounced off that 40.50 level pretty well. So nice read there to see the shorts down into it. I was tempted to take this bounce here, but I also can kind of see it just creating a little bit of a range in here. So you could have maybe bounced a little bit here. It says 100 ticks, but nice to see it reacting off that level anyway.
Let's see, Barkin spoke. Barkin, a little recap. It's hard to declare victory on either mandate, talking about jobs and inflation, but it's also clear not that either requires a response. Okay. Without compelling data, it is hard to get a broad consensus, and inflation does not appear headed higher. Did you guys read these already?
Nope.
Okay. The labor market is
We're waiting
softening,
for you,
but
Andre.
but I don't think it'll soften that much more. They've been saying the same concerns about the job market. Closing in on overnight VWAP in the ES. 66.39 would be that price. We're about 6 points away from it. And NASDAQ trading 24,569. Euro close, bottom of the hour. Incredible. D, thoughts on the volatility? I know you don't necessarily trade the equities. Just thoughts on the overall vol. What are you trading today, D? By the way, you got
trading. Just copper again.
Okay.
Sorry, my dogs are going for a walk, so they're just 8 of them, 7 of them.
She's got trades on. She's got dogs going nuts. We got Deanna.
Yeah, they're going for a walk, so they're always
all 9 of them.
Always a bit more excited. 8.
All 8
of them.
All 8 of them.
Yeah.
What exactly does that look like? Or just all
well,
one
the boys. Yeah, we've got basically 5 males. One of them is their dad, and he's deaf, and he's not nearly as energetic as he used to be. But the other 4, they are insane. So you get out of a car, you get them out. We have a private field that you pay for, and it's just us. So they kind of jump out of a car. They're mad for the ball, the chuck-it balls.
Oh yes.
So they're like, yeah. So they chase each other. They have this game where one of them steals the ball and then runs away, and the other 3 are chasing him. It's a bit crazy, yeah. And then their mom, little Pomeranian, she likes to get involved with. She's just not nearly as loud as the rest of them, but yeah, it's a bit chaotic for the first 10 minutes, and then they sort of settle, and they all have their own balls. So yeah, but before the walk, oh my god, I think I'm gonna go deaf one day. You need like earplugs.
They're very excited.
They are, yeah. And they are very
Very
excitable
excited.
dogs in
Going
general.
for a walk.
Yeah. Favorite part of the day.
You're short from 4.971 in.
Yeah, 9715. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
It's just under the initial balance low.
Gotcha.
Here's the top of the wicks from 920 to 930 right here in the ES, and then we're just below VWAP as well. We're through it.
Yes, we are.
Let's see if the sellers are still there.
This would be the spot. Are the lows in? We got crude popping. Looking at about a 40-point turnaround here.
Yeah, we
just broke out.
Avoided a loss, not taking that crude opening range trade to the short side. That was a good no take. Back to value high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Right at VWAP.
The VWAP. In the ES.
Well, Andre,
yes.
we came very close to our 5% down. Came within about 4 points right there, and seeing some others were looking around there too.
This is in the futures. We did go 5% off all-time highs in the ES. NASDAQ, what's that price? 5% off all-time highs.
Oh, we're below it.
Oh, we are beneath it.
25,079.
Oh, we're well below it. Okay.
Yeah. NASDAQ's been pretty weak.
All right. Gold up to 40.60. ES continue to grind higher here. Now 66.43, like Jack said, we have pushed above and through overnight VWAP. We're now about 40 points from session highs. More buying stepping in here in the ES. 66.44. Looking at about a 50-point push higher here in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we just we're also above the Asia lows, now the
600 lot up
morning
there.
lows.
On the ask, they went back to back. 600 on the offer at 66.45 in the ES. That was filled. All right, we're gonna make another run here in gold, Aaron.
Yeah, it's having a
tough to get a read.
Have a nice push here, but coming into level where we may pull back off a little bit. That's a nice 15 morning star play there. Whether or not it happens today, I was kind of looking at this. That sort of 4,050 level, sort of like a much higher time frame. There's a big left shoulder head, holding that as a right shoulder. I do like 4,100. Like I say, whether it happens from here, longs to me makes sense, especially if this 30-minute closes like it's going to close in 2 minutes. I think the longs actually could be nice here. Whether it comes in today, we'll see. But I think it could have a decent push.
JD's burnt toast in the chat. Back-to-back days of listening to the show, and the world is ending to holy bleep, what a move off the bottom. I love this market. Absolutely. These markets are wild. And continuing to push. 66.50s now trade in the ES. Looking about a 60-point turnaround.
50-point up move in the past half hour.
Incredible.
We putting
NASDAQ's
in new session highs?
Lows to the highs. Can we do it? NASDAQ, same story over there. Looking at about a 300-point turnaround in the last 20 minutes or so as we trade 24,650. Anything on the ladder? NASDAQ ladder's been thin all day.
Can't even look at it.
Go. Look at this thing go like a well-oiled machine.
Volatility
Right,
getting
out of
crushed.
my proper trade. I did not want to see that because we went back to the initial balance. This is probably going to be a snooze fest, range bound day.
Push higher here. We are seeing more aggressive buying jumping in the equities. ES, NASDAQ, both pushing higher here. NASDAQ now through overnight view up. MBT, micro Bitcoin, on the highs, 93,790, 790. Where do they want to take this ES? Session highs in the ES is 66.84 half. No, that's not session highs, overnight high. What do you got, Hogue? IB high.
Apple, Broadcom, Google, flip green.
Damn. London close 30 seconds.
Session high ES 66.79. Session high NASDAQ 24,832.
Okay.
Let's see if we get those targets.
D with the copper trade. Anything you're looking for here in the London close? Typically,
so not the way it's looking now. I'm actually switching to natural gas.
Okay, what's that?
I think that one NG.
Yep.
Because that one is failing the auction from a GEX2 level, so it's looking
London
a little
close
better.
Right, NG, pull it up. London close.
We've had kind of 3 down days, but overall on the weekly chart, we had some a change in sentiment, and it is the time of the year as well.
I remember you asked me, "What's the weather like?" Why are we talking weather? It's very seasonal, though. There's actually the reasoning behind that.
Yeah.
The reasoning behind that question, D, is not just a little chit chat, a little small talk, but the reasoning behind that.
So during colder weather months, there is a increase in natural gas demand because of the heating, right? And almost every year, if it's nice cold temperatures, we see it go into an uptrend, and then it's relentless, like it just doesn't stop. I don't think we're quite there yet, but on the daily chart, we are kind of in a bit of a range here. We tried to go higher, went down, and we have a little demand area that is trying to bounce. And the fact that we have a GEX2 level, it's a level that generally brings nice moves away from it. And coupled with the failed auction, and I'm going to try a small trade. Let me just see what stock I need to use here. Wider, but let's just stick to 45 here, because that one just about encompasses GEX2, and we'll see whether this can do something.
Let us know if you get jump. Are you in?
So a pullback during the colder months is actually a pretty decent opportunity to get back on that trend, the seasonal trend. So there are technicals involved as well, and usually around after the euro close, it tends to turn around. So we'll see whether this failed auction can bring us a little bit more of a serious move upside.
Okay, grinding higher here in gold, 40.67. D, if you do jump in, please let us know.
Oh, I've jumped in already. Yeah, 4,282, just 1 micro.
Okay, 4,282 in NG.
Just below yesterday's lows now in the ES. Got those at 66.58 quarter.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
Yesterday's,
MBT continue to push high here. Hogue, you got your work cut out for you. You got to go prep for morning recap. A couple words before you jump off. We'll see you in about 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes or so. But hell of a day so far, Hogue.
Yeah. Heck of a day at sea. Aaron, great to see you. D, always a pleasure. Jack, Andre, Andrea. I see JD back there. It's great to see everybody. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the morning recap. Blessings, everyone.
Thank you, Hogue. And morning recap after this. Right, looking forward to. Yeah, gonna take another push higher here. Let's trade 24,660 in the NQES 66.54. Now 55's print. Less than 30 points away from session highs.
Okay, here we come. Yesterday's lows.
What price is that, Jack? Again,
it is 66.58 quarter.
58 quarter. Okay. Trading 55s right now. I got a few minutes still here in fast markets. We got D in the house. We got Aaron trades in the house. Jack, you saw Hogue. Now making his triumphant return. You saw him on opening call. He's back. He saw the Northern Lights while on holiday. Let's get him in here. We got some live funded P&Ls. We got payouts as well. What's up, JD? Welcome back. Welcome to jumping on this moving train, man. Markets are cooking. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? What a great day to come back, for sure. Good to see everybody. All right, we've got some impressive numbers to share from our live funded traders today. Let's take a look at some P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Huge numbers coming from these live funded traders. Up at the top there, Maria C, $18,920 trading the NASDAQ and the S&P. Number 2, Yihang with another huge day, $15,206. Giving him a 2-day running total Friday and Monday of just over $51,000 in total profits for Yihang. We're going to see his name again in just a minute. Huge couple of days for Yihang. Andis, 14,813 trading the ES and the NQ. Emmanuel P, 12,876 trading the ES, NQ, and Micro Bitcoin. And Samuel A, just about $12,000 trading the NASDAQ and the Nikkei. Big days for these live funded traders. Well done, each and every one of you. All right, payout numbers. Decent payout numbers to start the week, too. Up at the top, Johansson, just about $6,000. Joshua, $5,600. Raziel, $4,500. Ignacio, $3,000. And Robert H., $2,430 in payouts. These traders taking money out of the live markets, putting it in their pockets, lining their pockets with that hard-earned live market money. All right, now I mentioned Yihang just a second ago. We've got a special announcement for Yihang. Guess what he did with that 2-day running total of just over $51,000? He hit level 4 on the live performance bonus. Unlocked. That is a $20,000 bonus for hitting tier 4. Let me outline the tiers for you one more time real quick. If you are in the live funded account and you make a $15,000 profit, we're going to give you a $1,000 bonus. If you hit $20,000 in total profits, you're going to get a $5,000 bonus. If you hit $50,000 in profits, we're going to give you a $10,000 bonus. And if you hit $100,000, we're going to give you $20,000 in bonus. This goes all the way up to $1 million in profits, and you'll hit a $100,000 bonus. So all you got to do is continue making money in the live market, and we will continue to give you bonuses for your hard work. Yihang just proved it. Tier 4, $20,000 in his trading account. Pretty incredible. Jack and risk manager Ben talked about Yihang on the shoulder tap just a couple weeks ago. He was doing a great job, and he really picked it up. Really picked up the pace the last couple of days, too. So big shout out to Yihang. Great job. 20 grand in the pocket. Love it.
Guy's a beast.
Really, we've been seeing his name a lot lately. $20,000 bonus. Just as a job well done. Great to see.
So we briefly hit our first bump in the road in the 5-minute heading up there in the ES. Stalled out just below yesterday's New York session lows. And now we're making a run at him again. We didn't actually get to him last time, but they're right here, 66.58 quarter.
Gold, fairly tame today, Aaron. Not doing
yeah,
we still see $20 swings. I mean, comparatively to what we're seeing, it was the dollar play. It was affecting gold. It seems to be hovering right now, 40.61. 20 minutes ago, we saw 40.40s trade, and right when that New York Bell for equities rang, we saw 40.80s trade, so still about a $40 range here. And take a look at the ES and NASDAQ. ES, another push higher. What do we got here? 66.57 now. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Robin Dane. She's the boss.
There, we did it.
Yep, we did. Look at this thing go. Now within 66. These scratch that 66.59. The orders print. NASDAQ, we are looking at about a 300-point turnaround in the last 40 minutes or so. D, do you miss equities at all?
I still trade DAX.
That's true. How's the volatility
been? So often YM.
How?
It's been a little lower recently, but I mean, I got a great trade yesterday, which was on the short side, so kept running. So I'm like, okay. Today, I think they took a long time before they actually moved it. So it didn't actually start breaking outside of the initial balance until we got closer to NYSE, the New York Open, and then it went the same way. So what happens with DAX is it has a mind of its own in the morning for its main session. And then as soon as US equities start trading, the correlation between the two can increase quite a bit. But it kind of dries up a little bit generally. There are some times of the year when New York session actually has a bigger range on DAX than Eurex and London combined. Not often, but it does happen. So it just depends what's going on in the world and where the focus is. I think we've got some German data this week coming out. So maybe it was a bit of, yes, the zoo, of course.
Yes.
ZEW. Did you used to call it the zoo?
We call it the zoo, yes. The Boon. Boon auctions. Oh yes, I remember trading those overnights. Yes.
Yeah, we had a lot of Bund bubble and shots traders where
the Bund bubble shots.
Yes. Remember those days.
That was their main bread and butter.
Absolutely.
We got smacked down there off yesterday's lows. Yeah. What do? I trade the bobble.
The bobble.
Yeah, the bobble.
The bobble, the 2? Is that the 2 year?
I never.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
It's all good. Sorry. I
know.
knew that.
Yeah.
The boons are the bonds.
Boons the 10.
I presume.
Take a quick look at
Good question. I don't know. I've never really traded it. So, yeah. I think I did 10 trades in Bund. All in.
All right. We are 50-50 now. For a probability of an additional 25 basis points rate cut is right on 50-50. Let's take a, what's the 10-year? Got any yields there in the 10-year? We under for 1? 4.129. Jack, you got a VIX quote for me. We were at 25 at one point.
Always above that. They had a pretty good crush lately. We got as high as 25.8. We're trading 23.75 right now.
Okay. Injection to the upside again. Nice patience today, Aaron.
Yeah, set to pay today on gold. It's been very, very. We're pretty much in the exact same place we started. So.
Oh, you're up today too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up 400.
Well done. Are you still? Where are you again right now? You in Spain?
I'm in Barcelona, in Spain for about 3 more weeks.
Okay. Again, Aaron trades 1:30 a.m. Central Time here on Topstep TV. He got the other star of. After that, we got the Euro trade 3:30 a.m. Central Time. D in the house. Aaron, I see in the chat that they're like, "Oh, why is he taking more trades?" He's being patient. There's nothing presenting to him. And I'll throw it to D as well. You feel pressure to trade when you're streaming. They want to see the action. They want to see you pull the trigger.
Not anymore.
Good.
Not anymore. I think I was in the beginning. Yeah, now, because obviously, as you know, it was supposed to be DAX trading, and I've never really traded metals much. So, metals for me are LME and COMEX. So, a lot of the times it kind of dries up. And initially I was like, oh, they want to see me trade. I have to do a trade. And then I would do nonsense trades. It didn't really make that much sense. So I stopped. So now I'm like, if I'm going to trade Then if I see something super obvious and we really had a good movement for like the first 2.5 hours, then yeah, maybe there's an opportunity. But on most days with that weird time slot between the LME open and the actual LSE open, metals don't do that much. So, I used to be like, oh, I should be doing trading. Now I'm just like, you know what? Chat can do whatever. They can ask questions. We can do a nice class. And if there's anything obvious, yes, I will trade it. But if not, couldn't care less. It took a while to get there, though.
It does indeed. We got a little bit more from Barkin here, Fed Speaker Barkin. If the workforce does not increase, economic growth will depend entirely on productivity. Growth in the workforce may be heading to around 0%. There is a high risk that in the future there will be more jobs than workers. Okay. Housing supply is still constrained. Okay. It is reassuring how resilient banks have been in the face of their commercial real estate exposure. Actors in actors in private credit have not had a lot of stability issues. Equity funding would limit stability risks. All right, Jack, back up to these levels. Again, this is yesterday's low, right? Yesterday's low?
Yesterday's low. We're back in our opening, right where we opened at 8:30. A lot of drama.
Indeed. What else do we have on the... We have morning recap coming after this with Ho. Then we've got a rising star, maybe 3-man weave with Dolby and Jay. Aaron, do you often have to remind me that this is not a piano bar? It's not a piano bar. We don't take requests. I want you to trade, Aaron. So please pull the trigger. I mean, you've been doing this for quite a while. The pressure of pulling the trigger, clicking buttons while streaming in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of people all across the globe. You stick to your process. You don't.
Yeah, I don't mind, to be honest. If a trade comes up, like D said, I'll take it. I mean, the guys who are my up $400 here today is from a trade that we took on the London show this morning. So for the guys who were tuning in this morning, we had a very nice trade. But no, I follow the plan. Trust the plan works. If we get a trade in London, fantastic. If not, I say to the guys who are tuning into the London session, keep the levels on your chart because they play all the way out into the rest of the whole entire day into the New York session. So, we take trades together when we do, like today. If not, you get the levels that play out for the whole entire day. So you're set up for the day ahead, and that's what it's all about.
Lovely. More from Barkin. I do worry about the exposure of banks to private credit.
Agreed.
Yeah, if
is that even new?
Who wrote this? Who wrote this for? What else do we got here? No more speakers on the schedule for the day. However, that can change. The president has been meeting with Saudi leadership. Started about 45 minutes ago. I assume that there will be some comments, camera, microphone. Keep an eye out for that.
Sellers back.
You can see a comment from Trump. I think I settled another conflict today.
I think. Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?
Financial juice.
When was the message? I think. Okay.
It was overnight.
Okay, very good.
It just caught my eye.
Yeah,
settled another conflict.
Really. I think. All right. Some rejection up there at that. Yesterday's lows in the ES. Last trade at 66.47. NASDAQ trading at 24,635 are the lows in for the day. The lows in for the day in the equities.
I mean, that would be the very safe bet. Gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they are.
Always take the points if they're offering you something.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think they're in. I don't think the lows are in. That's not financial advice. That's just me thinking out loud. 66 65.53 in the ES. 50-50 on the tilt. Right first 20 minutes of the New York session, we did see heavy long tilt in the NQ, 81% long. NQ right around the price of 24,755. Market went lower. Price teleport. Yep. MBT again. MBT micro Bitcoin overnight bottoming out 89,330. We're about $4,000 higher as we trade 93,520. All right.
If someone's asking about the dome, how do you read it? Simple answer, please. Well, it was that simple.
How do you read it? How do you read it? You read the ladder.
Yeah, it wouldn't take a couple of years to get it. So the problem with the dome and level 2 data is that you have several things that can happen. So you have sweeps, you have big orders, and it's not necessarily just an isolated, oh yeah, I see some orders on the chart. It's like once they, let's say, smash through a large order, did that order trade out? Was it pulled or was it absorbed? And how? So if you can answer those questions, then the dome becomes quite useful. For me, dome and time and sales are a little bit noisy at times, but Bookmap kind of smushes it into a nice visual clue, which, you know, I'm pretty visual, so that to me is much easier to read. But yeah, it's basically several conditions that can happen. How fast is the tape as well? So is it slow? Is it sluggish? Is it thin? Yeah, so what we say by thin, what we mean by thin, how many contracts are on a per price basis? So most of my products will be pretty thin. NG, it's like 6 to 25, sometimes 40 contracts. So a large order there is already like 40, 50. You see somebody with 150, everybody else is going to see them as well. And then they become the liquidity magnet. And usually they will get reached at the very least. And how they reach it, whether they smash it, whether they absorb it, that's another matter. So it is useful, but I think it just takes time and experience to, maybe record your screen and see how those events look like compared to the chart that is probably more familiar to you at this point, and then watch it back and see whether you can spot similar patterns going forward. That's how I did it. So.
Great stuff. Jack, we've got about 3 minutes here in Fast Markets. We got D in the house. We got Aaron Trades. We got Jack. We got Hogue. JD. See JD back. Reading the ladder, the dome, the dom, call it what you will. I don't know. Are there any shortcuts or anything? Not shortcuts, Jack, but things you would point their eyes to, people that are still trying to get used to watching the ladder move. How did you approach it? It took me a while.
To me, like the shortcut, if you have it, is just like to start off, you can see, you know, where unusual orders are, or perhaps something that looks like nice. Like right now, we got 570 lots, bid 6640. If you want to do the caveman trade, it was more important for me when I was trading bonds because the your queue position and stuff like that is much more important there when you have 10,000 on the bid and offer. Also, you can see sort of the violence of things more than I think you can see in the chart, especially when you get down around the lows, like the low of the day, if you want to try and like ride down through those pukes.
Jack, would you guys trade bonds on ladder, like vertical markets?
We had proprietary software and hardware that I like 99% of the time was executing the trades for us. And you would kind of, I would say it's weird. It's like there's this sort of trading, and I would say like my job when we were market making bonds was more like playing a video game, where you were more like tweaking the parameters to get advantageous fills. I've talked about this before, but it's fun to think about. I would not do this with my own capital, but I did create a doomsday button.
We had one too.
Basically, in we had a bunch of screens, and I basically had one thing that would just every time I clicked the mouse would just launch a massive amount of short ES and long front end of the curve bonds.
Yep.
I created it after like my best trading day professionally ever was on like a very rapid event where I just happened to be there and just bought a bunch of 10 years. So I was like, what if we took it to the more extreme? What if there's something crazy that happens? I never got to use it before they canned me. And that's probably a good idea why.
Mine was scroll lock. For that event did indeed happen. Scroll lock would do that. All right, 30 seconds here. Aaron trades. Well done. Up $400. Thoughts before you get out of here? What will you, Aaron Trades, be doing with the rest of his day?
Locking it in. Gold's very rangy right now. We're back in the same place we started, so take the $400, lock myself out. Tomorrow's a brand new day. I'll take the win.
Love it. D, as always, fantastic seeing you. Check out Euro Trade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got morning recap coming up next. We got Robin Day. We got maybe three-man weave coming up. Are the lows in for the day on in the markets? Stay tuned to find out. I don't think they are. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Markets are alive and well. Come on.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Glad you are all here. Hope you're trading well this morning and seeing lots of green on your boards. Markets have been very interesting. A little bit of changing going on. Lots of really decent opportunities and some less than others. Let's take a look. Let's start with gold, just to get a little bit of context of what we were looking at this morning. Of course, very narrow range yesterday. The market opened, kind of closed the gap relatively quickly. We did not take the opening range trade in gold this morning. Now, it would be profitable, but because of the size of the opening ranges, we've been a little bit on the sidelines, a little bit for it. Let's take a look. Now, of course, and as far as context is concerned, we know we've got the trend line that we tested to overnight. We're a little bit, if you want to say, cheap in the area of the range. Longs weren't necessarily a bad idea, but again, with the size of the opening range, it becomes a little bit inhibitive. Let's take a look. All right, so here's that opening range, 41 to 50. I mean, it's 90 ticks. $9 opening range. It makes it kind of at a higher risk, right? So I guess we opted not to take it. Had we taken it, we would have probably been long somewhere around 40, 53, 70, 43, 54, that area. But the market did offer us a pretty decent opportunity. I would definitely say we could have gotten 1-to-1, maybe even 2-to-1 on this, but it wasn't, it didn't take all day for the market to come back and recheck our entry, maybe even hit our stop. So, was it a good take? Was it a good no take? It's up to you to decide. Was a pretty decent opportunity to the upside. However, we did have a failed upside auction. And at this point, Aaron was looking for a breakout and continuation above this level. It did not play out. He took a small loss on that trade. But overall, at the end of the day, he was up $352 and decided to take those home. We still were looking for opportunities. Aaron wasn't seeing what he was looking for. Market did rotate back lower, look below the initial balance low, and is now in a rotational market state. Take a look at crude oil. We did not take the opening range trade today. Again, looking at context, it is in rollover. We talked about this morning on the opening call, about range pretty much remaining below this level, which is halfway through a session gap that was up at 60.40. We looked at this area down here, halfway through another session gap that put in the low for the session here. And it was also another failed downside auction. The market opened, initial balance, looked below the initial balance, closed this 30-minute bar back above it, and is continuing to try and push to the upside as we speak. Now, 5-minute opening range trade. We opted out of it. I think we ran out of time. Whatever it was. Market opened, opening range wasn't huge. The first thing it did was look above, but we did not get a closing bar above price. It wasn't until the market closed this 30-minute bar on the 850 bar. So by this point, I mean, we are well into fast markets. So we kind of timed out of this. There was no closing bar outside of the opening range, so we opted out of it. And it was a good thing. I mean, we would have been short in the hole here, and the market is continuing to push to the upside. So a good no take there. The S&Ps. No trades taken in the S&Ps, but we'll just take a look through context here. Again, the market opening, testing into the range from the previous session. I was really looking forward to opportunities to see the market get up here, to see if we could find some decent executions, and market did not do that. And again, we set the initial balance, another failed downside auction. The market has continued to try and push to the upside. The eventual target might be the high of the initial balance, which is 66.79. Market has not yet been able to do so. Is the low end for the day? Who knows? Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Dakota, very active in the NASDAQ early this morning. Had some really nice trades. And again, very similar as far as context is concerned. Opening with a gap, closing the gap right away, or rejecting the range from yesterday, and pushing lower, setting an initial balance low, failed downside auction. The market continuing to try and push higher. Is the low in? Who knows? Let's take a closer look here and take a look at. So I think all in all, Dakota took about 5 trades today. That's what I've got here, and they were pretty much all winners. Dakota got short 2 MNQ, 24,697 for, it says a $600 profit. It's a $60 profit. That was a little bit of a typo, but short again, 24,684 for pretty much a scratch. He took a profit on one of them and a small loss on one of them, but then just kind of continuing to look for the shorts into this market. Turned out to be, of course, the right thing to do. Just some short scalps again. Short 2 at 24,698. Out of those at 24,645. Short 2 more here at 24,667 for another $150 winner. Short 2 more, 24,623 out at about 24,580. Locking up at that point in the day, up $726. Great day, great risk management, and great scalping by our good friend Dakota here this morning on Fast Markets. So that's what we're looking at. Let's take a quick look now into the quotable quote. All right. So we are going to quote Winston Churchill here, and I'm sure most of you have probably heard this quote at some point or another, but success is basically stumbling from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm. Real success takes effort. It takes effort. It takes trying and failing and continuing to try and getting up again and trying again and seeing some failure and just working your way towards that eventual success. I think pretty much everybody is building something in the air, building the airplane in the air when we're trying to accomplish something. So if you're trying to accomplish being a successful trader, just keep trying. Make sure you stay safe. Make sure you're in the right environment, and you will find success. Now, remember, success doesn't come all at once. It comes a little bit at a time. There are so many layers of success that you're going to find in trading. One of them is going to be, okay, I've finally got a strategy. That's a degree of success. That strategy starts to pay off. That's a degree of success. You start to be able to maintain an account for a long period of time. Yet another degree of success. So keep at it, folks. I think more people could be more successful at trading if they would just allow themselves to be. That's our quotable quote for the day. So we've got what looks like Trade with Topstep coming. I know we got Coach Jay and Coach Dolby, and it looks like maybe a surprise guest coming for Trade with Topstep. Anyways, this is TopstepTV. You're in the right place. We appreciate you all. Trade well the rest of the day, and let's go.
Welcome back to Live with Jay and Dolby Time here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep. We are getting ready to trade it up here. Coach Vince might be joining us in just a little bit, but we got markets moving right now. I heard at the end of Fast Markets, the question was, are the lows of the day in? 66.35. For a little while, I thought they were, but maybe not. There's still a lot of trading to be done here. We're seeing a thin market. 66.35 last trade in the S&P, 24.580 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dolby Time, what's going on? How you been trading, man? How are you looking at the markets?
Doing good. Sort of a break-even sort of day today, even though there's so much opportunity. But that is for a different story and a different day. But the markets are starting to roll over here. As far as the lows being in today, I don't know, Jay. I really don't know. This dome is insanely thin. Anything can happen. I mean, I'm seeing gaps in the NQ dome. I don't know. On Tuesday? Today's Tuesday? On a Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, normally named Turnaround Tuesday by JD. We did just bounce here off the New York session VWAP in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I was just short with my VIP group, and we were looking for, well, I was looking for potentially getting in long after this pullback here. It's VWAP held. Let's see here. I may be getting into a trade up a little bit on the day.
Nice.
It was a roller coaster day for sure. Where I was up, I was down, up and down again, but up a little bit on the day. And let's see.
You could snap 20, 30 points in like 15, 20 seconds.
Right.
If that's your strategy, I mean, you might be cooking today. I mean, the ranges have been huge. I love a good range, but they have been very, very large. I mean, even looking at this most recent one that we're sort of breaking down from, that's like 620 up to almost 700. That's an 80-point range. And it looks like a tiny little 5-minute range. Then you look at the y-axis and it's like, it's 80 points.
Yep.
It's an 80-point range right there.
Hey, that's a great point. So that actually just came up in one of the VIPs in my group. They were saying, hey, you know what? You look at these 5-minute candles and they're deceiving, right? Where your chart platform does a very good job of aggregating the information so it can fit everything on the screen. But that y-axis is a function of the volatility of the market. And it actually is usually pretty close to the ATR on the time frame that you're looking at. So if you want to measure volatility and the increments that the market's moving in, make sure you take a look at that y-axis on the right side.
Yes, most
volatile
certainly.
right now.
Yeah, because it's like defaulting to like 50 points right now. Normally it's at like 20 or 30. Actually, Jay, when I was doing trading combines in the way back time, I started looking at crude oil, and if I woke up and my y-axis in crude was like 10 cents, just naturally, I was like, today's gonna be a crappy day in crude. But if I woke up and it was above 10, like it was like 15, 20, I was like, there could be some movement today.
Oh yeah.
Totally random sort of like thing you notice trading, but big y-axis here. See
market generated information. Nice bounce here off of VWAP. There in the S&P.
Oh. What do we got?
Man, doors open.
And doors up. I forgot to close it.
What's going on, Coach Vince? How we doing?
What's up, fellas? How's everything going today?
Going well. Doing pretty good. Just talking about these markets, trying to figure out whether or not the low is in for the day and if there's a trade to take in between that. But how you doing, Coach Vince? How's your day been so far?
I'm down $1.74 today. So
nice.
I was in the Dow and I had a pretty nice trade on. I mean, it was moving. I was short, and then I'm not sure what happened after that, but we got that rip your face rally. So I got kind of a break even stop on that. So we're gonna look for another trade opportunity here, though. I mean, these markets are they're range bound right now, right? So we can find something to do here.
Absolutely. Which market are you looking at right now, Coach Vince? If you were going to take a trade.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the ES. I'm looking at the and the Dow right now. So those are the two markets I'm looking at presently. Let me look at the NQ and let's see what's going on with gold. Anybody trading gold today?
Took a short last night. Played out pretty well. I thought Vince. So we were talking yesterday during the opening call. You were looking at 39.86 or 39.68 as a target. I thought we were going to get there last night. So I did take a short. Took profit on it, and it turned around right at that 4,000 level. But so no trades in gold right now. But
4,000 was my first target. Yeah, actually, I was doing a Discord session last night, and we talked. We were looking at a little bit of market structure. We were doing a little bit of pattern recognition, and there was a reversal trade yesterday. And I don't know if anybody in the session took it, but we were targeting 4,000 last night. So I think we got there, right? Just by a little bit before we turned around.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
yes, we did.
Yeah. Yeah, the gold's been moving at night, I'll tell you.
I mean, gold's been moving. We can talk about this. NASDAQ quietly just moved like 80 points. I mean, we're trading
yes, it did.
640.
Yeah.
And now we're down to 580s. Like it was nothing. Like we're going down to the corner store.
Yeah.
This is just wild. Wild price action.
Yeah.
It is the day before the most important day of our lives, though. NVIDIA earnings are coming up.
Mm-hmm.
This is the eve of NVIDIA earnings. Also, the House is voting on Epstein today. I don't know if that's shaking up the markets at all. I don't know. I'm kind of to believe nothing ever happens. There's a meme out there.
I feel like
somewhere.
they're just using anything to move the markets today, right? There's just
yeah,
any little thing, right? Something.
Yep.
They need something.
It's like, hey, the wind was blowing left to right. Short it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
Some sort of
you know what else
to
is
something.
today, guys? You know what else is today?
What's today?
What is today? What is?
We got Robin Dane on Topstep TV.
Nice.
Robin Dane coming back to Topstep TV. We got a form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in for Robin. If you've seen her on Topstep TV before, we need a lot of questions. So ask as many as you can.
Yeah.
If you look at her average question answer time, it's about 15 seconds or so. Sometimes they're a minute, depending on the question. But Robin's pretty good with them, right? You ask a question, pretty straightforward with the answer. So get as many questions as you can in there. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Next question. All right.
Awesome. Looking forward to
what
that.
would for either one of you guys, what would get you into a trade here if we had to take one? We don't have to. Yes.
Interesting.
Well, let me take a quick peek at some stuff there. Dolby, you could go in on that real quick. I'll let you know in a second here.
Yeah, I'll riff for a bit here. Yeah, let's do a little range breakdown. Let's do a full range breakdown. We'll go from the tippy top since we got some time here. I'm on a weekly right now. On the weekly, we're still messing with this October 10th weekly candlestick. That was the big day. That was huge. So we're kind of getting down to the bottom. I'm not seeing like it's definitely it's kind of a weekly range. I bet if there was like a monthly, it'd probably look a little bit better. But we do have a ton of candlesticks, all kind of in this range on the weekly. So I would say let's look at 24,000, like 400s. I think it's a pretty important weekly level. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I think we just bounced there. Daily has nothing. I do not see a range in the daily. That is broken down. 4 hour does have a nice little range forming. And I think we kind of tagged the lows and now we're kind of bidding back up. But the highs of the 4 hour range are 24,840s. And the lows would be 24,000, like let's say 520. It's 500. 1 hour, not range bound, but possibly forming a range currently. Same with the 30-minute and the 15-minute, I think has probably the cleanest ranges right now. We had a nice range off the bottom of the 400s. That is 25,400 up to about 24,600. So that's a 200-point 15-minute range. And I
Sounds
think we're
about
kind
right.
of breaking. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And now we're kind of breaking down. Yeah, right. A casual 200 points on a 15-minute range. And I think we're maybe starting to break down of the 15-minute range that we formed over the last 15-minute range we had. And that's kind of between, I would say, the 600s and 700s. So a 100 points, 100-point range on the 15 minutes. So we've had some good ranges. It's just they're so wide. So it's a really good environment to size down and widen out stops. If you really want, I think, to have a fair chance of having a good trade here. But I think tight stops are maybe a little bit too dangerous.
Take a look at some prices here. 24,580 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6631.50 last trade in the S&P. Gold 4064.50 and crude oil 59.98. I kind of like the idea of this short here. I know I was looking for a long
Yeah,
off this VWAP, but it's not
flip over to
holding.
my chart real quick. I'll go over a couple things here.
Which market are you looking at, Vince?
I got two up. I have the NASDAQ up and I have the Dow. So I got both of those two up. All right. So look where we are, right? Value wise, we're just trading value low, value high, value high, value low, right? We're range bound. So we need to look for opportunities. However, yesterday, if you remember, we were range bound all morning and then we got a flushecito at the end of the day. So, do we finally make a move late in the day again, right? It's just around the lunch hour. It's, are they tired of trading in this range? So that's to be determined. We don't know yet. But right now, I mean, look at the NASDAQ. I mean, this is a pretty clean, push down, right? Where's the IB low? IB low is sitting right here. We had a beautiful failed downside auction trade. Okay, so we pushed down, had a fake breakout for range extension, rotated back through the range and value, gets up the value high, hits the low volume zone, rotates back down to almost point of control. Right, just classic range bound trade going on in the NASDAQ right now. If we go over to I'll do the ES because I know there's not that many Dow traders. Let's put the ES on here. Okay, so a similar situation here in the ES, right? So the S&P, we push down off the open, gets everybody excited, and then we put in the IB low right here, and then we trade. We failed the breakout, rotated back into the range, and we rotated all the way through value up into the excess area, right, up against the low volume, and we're rotating back down to control. So we are range bound. If we come and take out this low again, maybe we'll extend the range like yesterday, but who knows, right? It could come back down here and be a longs again. So do we play the range until we break, or the second attempt down, maybe do we go with? So that's kind of going through my head right now. I'm undecided what I want to do. So we're going to have to be patient, right? And see how this market reacts. But we're in the center right now. So, I don't like to diddle in the middle normally. And both of the markets are right in the center of value at the moment. So just got to hands off at the moment.
We are seeing the NASDAQ continuing to sell here. I think since the last time you mentioned it, we were down another 80 points here. The S&P down 20
so
points.
Tempting, isn't it? Isn't it tempting just to sell one?
Well, it's unfortunate now because there's no setup. There's no setup right now. We had one, and I think it was yesterday. We had like all of my favorite setups all take place in like a 2-hour period. So I took a screenshot of it, just so I could like quickly reference it. And it's been very, very nice to do. I actually recommend that. If you haven't done it already, take a screenshot of your favorite setup. And then I set it as my desktop. So I just always get to see it now whenever I'm at my computer, which is basically all the time. But the setup that I did like was that giant 3-minute range kind of broke down, and then we had another 3-minute range right underneath it. So those 620s, 630s could have been a nice little cheap opportunity for support to become resistance. And then to see if that thing failed, and it did. Obviously not everything is going to work, but if we can risk 30 points on a trade and we would be up almost 100 points, well, that's pretty good risk reward right there. So now we don't have anything. So we got to wait. This is a broken down market that has to go and find some new consolidation somewhere before we can try to take a trade. Ship has sailed.
We may be getting the answer to that question. Are the lows in pretty soon? We're getting ready to test the 3-minute candle that made the low of the day. High that candle 66.1175 in the S&P. Let's see if we see the market's response to here. And that is the candle that made the low. It is the highest volume 3-minute candle outside of the open. So something happened there. We found some buyers. That was the candle that tested 6,600. Big fat round number. So let's see if we get some follow through here.
Yeah, I mean the market is thin.
That high.
It is so thin. I mean, I was seeing gaps and stuff in the NASDAQ. So
yeah, market is
it's a thin market. I mean, expect very wiki stop runs. Pretty much anything could happen. Big moves. There's just no resistance
exaggerated
to go
moves.
up or down in price. Exaggerated moves. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a very good call. We're still selling off here. Now we're down to 24,500. We started this segment at 24,670. Jay, if
yes,
we just sold one at the beginning,
sell it and walk away.
Steaks for lunch. Yeah.
Yes, we can't walk away.
Close your eyes and sell, right?
That's right.
This isn't financial advice.
Right.
Just close your eyes and sell. The NASDAQ, I mean, the ATR on a 5-minute is 64 points. You're talking $1,280 worth of risk on a 5-minute bar, on the average 5-minute bar. That is a lot of risk, everybody. I mean, even the 5-minute S&P bar is almost 13 points. So you're still talking $650 worth of risk on a 5-minute candle. So, trade micros and, just be patient. Look for a good setup.
Trump
we are right at point of control.
Now.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah, with Trump with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So they're in the Oval Office right now. Yeah, take a look at that.
Look at Crude, 59.95 last trade here in Crude. We do got some news to get to. Let's bring that in because it feels like the markets are getting ready to start moving. So let's bring in the news. We'll come right back to the charts. What do we got?
We've got a special treat. Oh, first, an outage at software company Cloudflare impacted parts of the internet on Tuesday this morning. Thousands of websites rely on Cloudflare to secure and manage their internet traffic. In a morning update, the company said it was investigating and working to address the global outage. This wasn't confined to the United States. This was a global outage. A short time later, Cloudflare said its disruption started easing, but it was still investigating the problem. X on the online game League of Legends appear to have been among the websites impacted by the outage. We also saw some of our favorite news sources going down this morning. According to online outage tracker Down Detector, Spotify, Amazon, OpenAI also experienced outages. Quite a bit going on with this Cloudflare outage earlier this morning.
Thank you for that, JD.
Real pain. Didn't get to check
S&P
my
just
favorite
bounced.
websites in the morning.
Right. Twitter's down. What do we do?
Bounce.
How do I argue with somebody about?
How do I get angry in the morning? I just I don't.
Right. Need my dose of anger.
Twitter's
down. S&P just bounced off the volume point of control for the day. 66.15 is that price, trading about 10 points higher than that right now. Nice little bounce here in the volume point of control in the NASDAQ is still higher. It's at about 24,660. Nice little bounce there.
Casual 50-point bounce.
We're right in the middle here in the NASDAQ.
Yep. We came down to that candle. We were talking about it. Do we test the candle that made the low? We stopped about 4 points above it in the S&P.
Markets are wild. Chat, how are you trading today? Are you up or are you down?
Yeah. How are you guys figuring this out?
I gotta say, we had some issues booking the segment. Thank you, Vince, for coming on, by the way. Short notice, greatly appreciate it. But you can definitely
you're
tell
welcome,
that,
anytime, guys.
There are some traders who are feeling it, man. There's a lot of locked out accounts. From a lot of your favorite guests on air. A lot of them have locked it up this morning. It was a wild day.
Yeah. We just got a nice bounce in the Dow. I missed that. 46,000. It was right at the low of the excess bar from the fake out. Nice little range bound trade here. Just missed that. It's already 100 points higher in a matter of 2.5 minutes. So we have some serious moves today. That's for sure. Violently range bound.
So fast. Violently range bound. Yep. I mean, with markets moving so fast, Vince, do you lean on limit orders or do you go to market orders?
I'm more of a limit order type of guy, but sometimes if it's around the level and doesn't fill me, I'll hit it at the market once in a while, but I won't chase it at the market. You know, it's got to be close to where my entry is to do it. Once in a while, though, when the markets are really moving and it doesn't give you that entry, sometimes I will just hit, you know, buy or sell at market just to get a fill. Yeah, that Dow was, boy, oh boy, that would have been a really nice trade.
Kind of interested in shorts here at 580s.
What a bounce here. 581 is that New York S&P VWAP. We're right at it right now.
Casual. 80-point bounce in the NASDAQ. Just a casual.
Yeah. I think we're going to 46 190s. Wow.
I feel there's some, it's almost like there's like banger trade inflation. It's like a 100-point trade used to be like the bee's knees.
Yeah, it was a big deal, right?
Now you need like a 400-point trade or a 600-point trade. It's like, banger trade inflation's going on right now.
I only got 100 points.
Yeah, that's it. You punk.
Right.
That's it. 100
Yeah, I mean,
points.
Last week I caught 158 points in the NASDAQ, and I'm like, wow, this isn't even a big trade anymore.
No, it's like I feel bad. It's funny.
But it is. You still got to hold on to it. 158 points is nothing to the money's still good. The money's still good. We'll say that.
Right.
Trading 66.36. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades. Taking a look at the tilt, 50-50 pretty much across the board. 61% long tilt in gold. 40.72 last trade in gold. Equity's just right
range
back.
I can't. All you can do is just laugh, Jay.
What a bounce off the VWAP in gold. If you flip over my chart real quick, look at that. Look at that gold. I mean, it's range bound. It's got an even bell curve. You bounced off the VWAP right here. You know, it's this could have been a nice little long entry below value. Look at the bell curve. You know, even distribution of volume. It's a range bound market right now.
We are getting some news here.
Really nice
we did mention that Trump and the Crown Prince of Saudi are speaking right now. We will increase investment in the U.S. to $1 trillion. And then we also have Trump saying Caterpillar has been incredible. Shout out to Caterpillar stock.
Really?
We heard, Home Depot was down earlier today, but Caterpillar is one of those as well, right? Where you look at how good Caterpillar is doing and kind of a test of how the economy is doing. But wow, what a bounce here we are seeing off that volume point of control in the S&P. Back up 66.44. Markets can change that quickly, so keep one eye on the ditch, like JD says all the time, and know where your risk is on these trades. Right, we're talking about the increased volatility and things like that. The markets are presenting opportunity, but with that opportunity, it's opportunity to lose money as well. Right, so know where your risk is on these trades. Don't get extremely married to a bias. The market's not married to a bias, right? It doesn't know which way it wants to go right now.
Mm-hmm.
150
value high here in the NASDAQ. Yeah.
We've seen
bounced right off of the point of control there.
All right. So
Jay, we got our V-bounce.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I may be getting into a potential long here. I know I'm driving, but it's going to be a one lot micro, 66.41.
Yep.
I'll put the bid in there. 66.41 in the S&P. Going to risk about $100. Up decently on the day. So I'm not going to turn this into a red day. Actually, it's always going to be a red day because my P&L up here. Change it to red.
Yep.
Positive day, going to be red. Negative day, going to be red.
Okay, little mind games there, Jay. I like that.
And a little mind game. Red no longer means bad. It just means that there were trades taken.
I like that. I might just change both of mine to
You only
periwinkle.
see one color?
So I have a bid in here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No. I say I have a bid in here, 66.41. If we get a little bit of a pullback, that bounce off that
Dow's getting close to the VWAP.
Yeah, it is.
So the VWAP is sitting at 46,281 in the Dow, right up against value high. That might be an interesting area. I'm gonna keep my eye on that.
Gonna do 692s.
You're in ESJ, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I was in the ES. I have a bid in for the 66.41 if we get a pullback, but
okay,
maybe they won't without me.
Okay.
It might have gone without me.
Getting up, it's above value right now, so we'll see if this market stays range bound or not.
Yeah,
that was a pretty pretty impressive push higher there in all the markets. So it's the Trump effect. Instead of the Miami effect, it's the Trump effect.
I mean, clearly
we may be bringing in a conference. We may be bringing in the president speaking. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio, we may have an announcement on chip export licenses today. Trump on chip export licenses. There will be a certain level of chips. Certain level of
I
chips.
just always think of potato chips whenever he says that. Just my first instinct is like,
yeah, right. We're talking like
which flavor?
Like Doritos.
Flavor.
Like
Right.
what are we talking about?
Nice buying here. 1,000
200-point
contracts
bounce.
traded in the NASDAQ at the high. What a move! What a move here.
200-point bounce off the 500s. Holy moly! I was saying like shorts might be interesting up here, but we're not getting any stubby candlesticks. So if you are like a range trader and you're looking to get into it, you have to be super careful of these really long candlesticks into a range. It typically means that there is enough momentum for whatever level you're looking for to not hold. Alternatively, if you look to the left, you can see like in this range, you have kind of short, relatively short and stubby candlesticks, and then even that range that formed underneath with shorter candlesticks, and you get that big sell-off. But as a range trader, you have to be super careful of these. You can't just hop into your favorite level when you got a big level coming up, or a long candle like that coming up. 230-point move.
Yeah, 24,810. I might look for a short in the NASDAQ if we get up there on 24,810 and try to take a short on that. Yes. Right. Maybe 66.72 half, 66.75 maybe. We get up there. And the Dow around 46,380. But the Dow is right up against the VWAP right now. So this is going to be an interesting spot.
Yes,
see what happens here in the Dow. Yeah, it might be a short here too.
Oh, we got a question in the chat here. Can I explain my charts and indicators? Sure. Bring it back over to my charts. That's Dolby's chart that we're looking at right now. He has a volume range, visible range volume profile. My chart's pretty bare here. We got a VWAP. This is the full session VWAP, this green line. I got some volume under there. Under that, I got an ATR indicator, which is telling us the average range of these candles. I use that for measurements as far as pullbacks or trade expectations and things like that go. And then anything else I'll do, I'm usually framing out high volume, right? So this high volume candle here, that's where I was looking for us to test into. That's pretty much it. Every once in a while, I'll draw a volume profile. Looks like that. Try to keep it pretty simple.
Yeah, we did touch that high volume node. This 736s.
Yeah, we did.
Kind of depends on what your time frame is at for the visible volume profile, but on the 5-minute, that seems to be it. So it's also kind of the high of the 30-minute range too. Is like 700s. So we might get a little bit of a sell-off here. I just I want to see a little bit more of a consolidation. That's all. It's just so whippy.
Yep. Yeah, that move. It was a pretty strong move. But it does get a lot of people excited too. You know what I mean? A lot of people get excited when they see that and start buying into that. You know what I mean? So the fake out, shake out.
Then the shorts come in and just slap it right down again.
Yep.
There's a question from Wildfire. What would you consider better? Someone who makes a lot of little trades for 300, or someone who makes 1 or 2 trades for the same 300?
Better is an interesting word there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no right or wrong way, right? But less stressful if you take it over a couple of trades.
Kind of depends what you're risking too. I mean, $300 is like a base hit, though. You know, that's pretty standard for any E-mini. Even micros is pretty doable. I guess it depends. Also, I think it also depends what you want to do as a trader and what you're comfortable with. Yeah, Coach, I agree. It depends on your mental capital. If you're someone who just literally cannot handle sitting in a trade, then maybe, chopping it up into a bunch of little trades is the way to go. You are going to pay a little bit more in commissions, but it shouldn't matter too much if it makes you a better trader.
So my question is, what is the equity curve look like on the way to that $300, right? How volatile is it? Because you could technically make one trade, be down $2,000, and then end the day up 300. Was that $300 worth all of the work that you took on that trade? So I think it depends. Is the real answer, because there really is a bunch of different ways you could get to that 300.
I agree with that too. Yep, I agree with that.
Well, so we're getting a little bit more data here. Lots of small 1 to 2 lot MNQs. So it sounds like MNQ scalping with 1 to 2 contracts.
We got some more friends joining the stream here.
Oh, hey, what's up?
See if we
Didn't
can
even
bring
knock.
in that. Oh, no, they don't have to. They just.
I think we're, I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about 1 state, 2 state. We talked about a lot of things in a short period of time. We'll be discussing it further too. But I think you have a very good feeling toward the Abraham Accords.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. We want peace for the Israelis. We want peace for the Palestinians. We want them to coexist peacefully in the region. And we will do our best to reach that day.
And the defense agreement, have you reached agreement on that? We pretty much have.
Question for the Crown Prince, if I could just finish.
We have reached agreement on that. Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the direct talks between the United States and Iran. Have you been fully briefed on that, and are you concerned at all about how this might impact Saudi security interests?
Well, we are close allies. We'll be working closely together on that issue, and we will do our best to help to reach a deal between the United States of America and Iran. And we believe it's good for Iran's future to have a good deal that will satisfy the region and the world and the United States of America. So we will do our best to see that they happen.
And by the way, Iran does want to make a deal. I can say I think they very badly want to make a deal. I am totally open to it, and we're talking to them, and we start a process. But it would be a nice thing to have a deal with Iran, and we could have done it before the war, but that didn't work out. And something will happen there, I think. But they would very much like, they may say something else, but they would very much like to have a deal.
Do we have a timeline? Yeah, you are going to sell 35 F-35 jets. You are planning. You said you are planning to sell the F-35 jets to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Is it part of the security agreement? And how you assess the defense partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States? And the question for
Well, no, I just said it though. We're going to sell them F-35s. That's the end of the question, I guess.
Is it part of the security agreement or no?
No, we're going to have a deal. They're going to purchase F-35s. They're buying them from Lockheed, and it's a great plane.
Take one.
We make, by the way, the best military equipment. You saw that during the Iran little skirmish. We make the best planes, the best missiles. We make the best offensive missiles. We make the best military equipment in the world.
Nice. For His Royal Highness, I would like to ask you about how you see the cooperation between the United States and Saudi Arabia in the advanced technological field, especially AI, and how it will support Saudi Arabia to serve its goal to achieve the vision of 2030.
Well, I will try to answer that in short, but definitely there's a lot of interest in many industries between Saudi Arabia and America, and we are signing a lot of agreements in different areas that will really add value to American economy, but also to add value to us in Saudi Arabia. And AI, it's critical for us because one of the long-term problems that we could have is lack of workforce. As you've seen in the past few years, some of them have reached 30% of the global immigration to Saudi Arabia. So we know that to assure the Saudi Arabia GDP growing with the lack of workforce that we have, we need to use a lot of computing power to replace job in the long term. So that's huge demand in Saudi Arabia, and we want to link it to American private sectors and getting the supply from America. So there's a lot of opportunities in that area.
And we're also involved in AI in Saudi Arabia. So we're working, and we're leading by a lot on AI. Actually a lot. China would be in second place, but we're leading by a lot. And I have to say this, and our relationship with China has been very good. And as far as buying our farm products, they're pretty much on schedule, Scott. I'd like you to call them, say if they could speed it up, it would be good. Okay, but they're pretty much on schedule.
Yeah, sorry, please. If I may, I have a question for both the Crown Prince
go
and
ahead. Who are you? Where are you from?
Faisal Abbas from Arab News, Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency.
You should be a friendly question.
Your Royal Highness, just picking up on something you've just mentioned about how some people try to destroy the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States. Perhaps, since the launch of the vision, we've been used to having the bigger picture and that everything fits into the bigger picture. Might you want to elaborate a little bit about where is the relationship, the bilateral relationship, the strategic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States heading, and what's the big picture there?
Well, I don't think it's a relation that we can replace it from the Saudi side or the American side. It's a critical relationship for our political attempt, for our economical attempt, for our security, for our military, for many things. And it has been there for 9 decades. And the opportunities that we have today, it's huge. And it seems that it's going to get deeper in the next few decades. And what we are having today and tomorrow with President Trump, it's really a huge new chapter on this relation that will add value to both of us.
When you think about it, I'm just sitting here. You're with the future king, a man who's respected by everybody, a man that doesn't have to be doing this, really. I don't have to be doing it either. And yet we're sitting here taking questions, we didn't say, oh, you can't talk about this. And there's never been transparency like this, even in his country, but there's never been, in our country, that's been acknowledged. But we didn't put restrictions, and I'm saying it's sort of wonderful to be taking questions from all over the world. Here? Everybody's here. This is just a small group representative of tremendous numbers of media that are outside, that are very jealous that these people were so selected. But they're representing a lot of people that are outside. I think it's terrific that we can be sitting here being this open, and I think it's really a wonderful thing. Yeah.
If you don't mind, I have a personal question for you.
Okay, here we go. I should have said that.
So apart from everything you mentioned in your opening remarks, you forgot to mention that you've de-escalated 7 wars since you started. At least in our part of the world, you are seen as a peacemaker. And adding that to all the executive orders and everything else you've mentioned, I really have to wonder, in your speech in Saudi Arabia, I was there, you said that His Royal Highness does not sleep at night thinking how he does things better. We wonder in Saudi Arabia, how do you manage your own time? And what's your formula for managing?
He does not sleep much, and I don't sleep much. I think we have the same schedule. We're thinking about our countries. And if you sleep a lot and you're president, we just had one that slept more than any president. He broke every record. He sleeps all the time, during the day, during the night, on the beach. The only guy could fall asleep on the beach with the press watching. No, he's not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper. We don't. We talk at night. We can talk. I can call him almost any time. He goes, hi, how you doing? It's like the craziest times. But no, when you love your job, when you love your country, and when you're in a position like we are, future king, highly respected, crown prince, and in my case, president, you're thinking about your country. You're thinking about making America great again. We're thinking about keeping Saudi Arabia strong and vital, and in a pretty tough part of the world, tricky part, right? Tricky part, a lot of tricky people. But he thinks about his country, and I think about my country. I don't want to sleep.
President Trump, do you expect a formal civil nuclear deal to be reached soon? Can you talk to us about that aspect of with Saudi Arabia?
I can see that happening. Yeah.
Do you think that an agreement will happen today?
It's not urgent. It's always when you have civil nuclear, but you have more oil than almost anybody else. We actually have more oil and gas than they do, but I refuse to say that. We have more than we have more than anybody. Can you imagine?
And on the F-35s, are those sales? Israel had reportedly.
All right, so we are going to go to a break here.
Saudi Arabia,
we are watching President Trump and the Crown
Israel's
Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Israel's aware, and they're going to be very happy. Okay.
But we're going to keep this running. TopstepTV is coming right back for a shoulder tap. Stay tuned. Let's go.
Now he told me, this is a great ally of ours. You know, when you invest $1 trillion, that's national security for us too, because it creates jobs, it creates a lot of things. And I would say, Scott, right, when you hear one country is putting $1 trillion into the United States, that creates national security. And, you know, I think that they don't have to say that, but I think a big part of that is also the fact that tariffs are in play. But even beyond tariffs, that's a real ally that will do that. Creates a lot of power for the United States.
We are also in Saudi Arabia very happy because this much of Saudi money is a function here, and of course it's come back for us for benefits. So it's complementary interest. So this is the I think what's different the friends and ally do.
Well, look, I love the country of Saudi Arabia. I know the people very well. The level of treatment that we go when we go to Saudi Arabia is something that is incredible. And the people like us, and I think they really like America, especially when I'm president. I mean, I don't think they liked America so much maybe for 4 years recently. I think Obama treated Saudi Arabia very, very badly, as you know. And I think Biden didn't have any idea where the hell he was. I don't think Biden knew the difference.
How would you describe the future relationship with Saudi Arabia? I mean, from the strategic aspects, how would you describe that?
Say the relationship is with?
Yeah, of economic.
I would say
politics
top of the
and
line.
relationship.
It's as good as it can. I don't think it can get much better. We have a country that trusts us, and that's why they make that investment. If they didn't trust us, they couldn't make that investment. And we trust them. They've been very reliable. Now I rebuilt our military in my first term, and we spent trillions of dollars, and we gave away some of it in Afghanistan stupidly because we had stupid people running our country. But we gave away, but that's as much as it was. It's a tiny fraction of what we put here. And we're bringing our military to a new level, the highest level ever. We have those plants are going out. And again, it's all American jobs and everything, so it's good for a lot of reasons. But as far as Saudi is concerned, no, I don't think our relationship could be better. I don't think they had a great relationship under Biden, and I don't think they had a great relationship under Obama. But they have a great relationship under Trump. When we did the Presidential Walk of Fame, you saw that, right? And we're walking, and I asked the Crown Prince, so outside of Trump, because I blow everyone away, who was the best president for Saudi Arabia? And you could maybe, it's an interesting answer, I don't know.
Roosevelt, who started it, which is a Democrat. And Reagan, he's one of the historical presidents that have close ties with Saudi Arabia. But we've worked with all presidents.
Does Trump blow them all away?
No, it's another league, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
and Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. Remember Biden? He travels for 20 hours, gets out, and he gives a fist bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit surprised. He's a fantastic guy. You don't do that. Yeah, please.
We're getting closer to the end of the year. Have you started the interviews for the Fed chair?
Yes.
Who have you interviewed?
I think I already know my choice.
Who is it?
Well, I liked him, but he's not going to take the job. He refused. You like Treasury better, right?
Much better, sir.
So we are talking to various people. And frankly, I'd love to get the guy currently in there out right now. But people are holding me back. He's done a terrible job, hurting housing a little bit. The truth is, we've been so successful, we've blown past his interest rate stupidity. He's been wrong. That's why I call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. He was recommended to me by a guy that made a bad choice. And it's too bad. But despite that, it's having very little impact because we have all of these things happening. But it has an impact on housing to a certain extent. He's a fool. He's a stupid man. But we have some very good people.
Yes, sir. You'll be sitting down with them in the near future. And
we have some surprising names, and we have some standard names that everybody's talking about. And we may go the standard way. It's nice to every once in a while go politically correct. But we have some great names. Steve, please.
Have you talked to President Maduro of Venezuela yet? Are you still open to that?
He wants to talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm open to talk. I talk to everybody. But no, he wants to. They treated us very badly. They sent all of their prison population into the United States, and we're getting them out rapidly. But he sent all of his, and he sends drugs into the United States and other things. No, he treated us badly. He was dealing with a bad president, and he was able to get away. We have now, I think we have the strongest borders anywhere in the world. Nobody's coming in unless they come in legally. We're taking very weak borders where millions of people came in. For the last 6 months, I mean, I don't do these reports. They say 0 people have been able to come in. Is that pretty good?
Mr.
President,
why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
It's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. They're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. But I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, 0, no money to me. But he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's, your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
Good afternoon, friends and traders. I'm here with Aaron. We are going to get back to Trump soon, but first, how you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing well. How are you, Jack?
Well, Aaron, I'm doing great. We get to do a very special thing today. As long as this is moving markets, which we are pumping hard in the last half hour here, we're going to stay on Trump as long as he's speaking. And if we go over our time, Aaron, we'll just do our card tomorrow because boy, is it a doozy.
Yeah.
Right now, we're trading above 66.50 SPX. We've bounced off that 6,600 level hard, bottomed out on this most recent sell down about 11:30. Here we're selling some fighter jets, Aaron.
I've heard the same. Seems like
questions from you. Who else is
selling some
Very quickly,
things.
I want to ask you, how much
All
money
right, Q&A, we'll
is
listen.
Saudi Arabia giving for Gaza reconstruction?
We are in discussion about that. Still, there is no amount being
It'll be a lot.
named, but
It'll be a
we
lot.
will definitely help.
Yeah, he's going to, it's very important to him.
And a quick follow-up, the International Security Force, given your pledge there would be no U.S. boots on the ground, what is the U.S. role going to be in that? And how do you sort of ratify the allegations that this could undermine Palestinian sovereignty and even the path to statehood?
Look, I think we're going to get along great with the Palestinians, and we know their leadership. We just had a very, you hate to say war, but it was a war. Very, very successful. And you could say really it was on behalf of everybody. We did that on behalf of everybody. And the outcome was extraordinary because we had the best pilots, the best equipment, the best planes, the best everything. And Israel bought the best equipment. They bought it from us. Everything's from us. It all starts here. This office, I was talking to the Crown Prince a little while. You walk into this office, for somebody from the outside, the Oval Office, it's the most powerful place in the world. You're standing right now in the most powerful place in the world. And no matter how big you are, these are the biggest people, the richest people. They walk into this office. It's special, isn't it? Look at him. He's so happy to be here. But you walk into this office. It's the Oval Office. And we've done a lot of good with this office. I've stopped actually 8 wars. I appreciated your question before. But I've actually stopped 8 wars. I have another one to go with Putin. I'm a little surprised at Putin. It's taken longer than I thought. But we stopped India and Pakistan. I could go through the list. You know the list better than I do. I'm very proud. And I stopped one that was almost ready to start again. You know, there was one that was ready to start. And they're doing very well. So and it all took place right here in the Oval Office, whether by telephone or whether by they came in. Many of these leaders have come in, and you know they signed their peace deals right here in the Oval Office. So no matter if it's the biggest business people in the world or the greatest leaders in the world, the biggest leaders in the world, like the gentleman on my right, everybody walks into the Oval Office and they say, wow. And now, by the way, the Oval Office is in the kind of condition that it should be in. Whether you look at the walk or the marble floors or anything down the road, we're fixing the White House. We're building one of the greatest ballrooms ever to be built. You know, we have an event tonight, and we're going to have about 118 people because we have a very small room. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom, and now you're going to get a great ballroom. And I have to say, I probably made a lot of enemies because in your honor, we're having a dinner tonight, a beautiful dinner tonight, and we have a very small room, right? It's called the East Room, and it's beautiful, it's lovely, but it's like for a little cocktail before you go into a ballroom. It's a very small room. They've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. We could have sold the big ballroom out 3 times in honor of this gentleman. So I made a lot of enemies because I have a lot of people that are invited tonight or are unable to come because of the size constraint. But you know what we'll do before I leave office? We'll have another dinner because we'll have it ready long before I leave office, and it's going to be beautiful. It's you know, it's a very popular thing what we're doing. And by the way, no government funds. It's all put up private money, all private money. And in the case, I think it's there's a restriction on foreigners. Otherwise, I could have asked you just for a check, okay? But there's a restriction. These are all private individuals that put up a lot of money to build the ballroom. Not one penny is being used from the federal government. So it's really a nice thing. But I look forward to it. I just pointed it out. If this would be a perfect night to have that ballroom open, Susie. If we had that open, we'd have a lot of people very happy. Right now, we have a lot of unhappy people because they all want to be with us tonight to honor this great man. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Everybody out. Let's go.
Okay. That's done. Aaron, we could buzz through this real quick because I really want to talk about this card today, but we have some live leaders maybe first. How are traders doing? A lot of volatility today.
A lot of volatility. Traders are taking advantage of it, to say the least. I think we can go ahead and pull out the card and shout out some of these folks. But Arya, live Mick Trader, Prize My Loss, Nicholas, and CFT, all well above that 15K mark. Arya, close to about $30,000. All these traders, I think, were trading equities, if I understand correctly from my research earlier. But nonetheless, shout out to all 5 of these traders. Make sure we're holding on to profits. There is going to continue to likely be some increased volatility in the markets today. So make sure we hold on to those profits, folks.
Awesome stuff. Sorry, I'm typing something quickly.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries, man. Up, down, all around. It has been mentally something today. So congrats to those traders. Lock it in. With that, today we have a card.
We do have.
Why don't you? Let's introduce this card. I'm glad we have a chance to talk about it.
Likewise. So we are going to be featuring a trader from Pennsylvania. I've been to Pennsylvania a couple times, but Carlos is who we'll be featuring today, coming from Philly. He's been trading with us since October of 2023. One of the bullet points that I'll highlight right off the bat is 167 days complete in this account. But overall, we are net negative in the account. Look at the average daily P&L, negative 294, primarily trading the equities, dabbles in the micros for the NASDAQ, of course. But getting into some of those metrics here, Jack, 11% winning days, 20% winning trades, 8 trades on the day on average, averages a 1 lot. He is restricted right now to a 3 lot max, just based on some risk settings and parameters that our team has put in place. But reward to risk, 2.3 to 1. His winners are bigger than his losers, but losing overall in the account. He's taken some payouts. He has not won the account. He's gotten a performance bonus. But all that being said, I think you and I are going to start to talk about the same thing here, Jack. It looks like there's a lot of inconsistency here in this live account from what we saw in the simulated environment. I'm not sure if I know we've talked about psychology going from a simulated XFA into a live funded account, but a lot of days that are outsized, it seems like we are swinging for the fences and not trying to just steadily grow this balance. I think it's a point in which we need to rethink a strategy. We've been in this account long enough that something's not working, and it might be time to go back to the drawing board. So all of that being said, I know we're kind of flying through this one, but I'll hand it over to you, Jack, because I'm sure you've got some things you'd like to say about it too.
Boy, do I. There's a great deal of consistency in hitting the daily loss limit. This is only a 50K account. And it looks like I will give the kudos first is if I'm looking at these payouts right, this trader's taking like $64,000 out of this account.
Yep. That's
correct. A pretty
67,
penny.
Yeah, 67 total with that performance bonus being included, but it's a hefty sum.
I wish he had gotten a few more winning days in just to take out more of this account, because I'm going to show one of the craziest darn things I've seen. We've been doing this for 2 years now. Let's start with, I have that histogram I shared, James, in back. So, this gives you, this is kind of the story of this account. A smattering, he has a 28K day, but I believe from the data, out of 167 trading days, he's hit the DLL 141 times. And the real impressive thing comes into view when you look at this cumulative P&L chart that I made based on the data that I have. When I initially made this chart, because there's 167 days, so I couldn't look through everything. When I saw that line down, I'm like, well, I made a mistake. That can't be possible. But then I went back to March 24th. And starting March 24th, Carlos hit the DLL on this account 57 straight times.
Yep.
I'm allowing a moment of silence. I'll repeat that again. 57 straight trading days. He hit the DLL. So, what do we say about that? Clearly, the size is not matching what he's trying to do. I went back and looked to see the day. He seems to be one of those traders, I think, on his biggest day, seems to be someone that's just like buying. I noticed it was like the 15-hour hold time. And I went back and I see this a lot with the people that are a lot, huge day, like a 28K day. with a 1K drawdown is that they're just kind of buying the open and holding all day. I noticed a lot of the big days in this account had candles where the opening print of Globex Open was like the dead ass low of the day, like on that 28K day. So here's what I would say is like, if you're doing that, you have a large enough sample size, losing $300 a day on average for 167 days. It's not working. You will get those big. I would argue trying to make $28,000 in a day with a 1K loss limit is not practical. Very rarely do those opportunities come along, as highlighted by the fact that, yeah, he hit that 28K day, but there were $57,000 in losses on 57 straight days before that. So at bare minimum, you need to decrease the size, because clearly whatever size they're using is not compatible with $1,000 drawdown. I don't know what more to say about it, because to me it's like this account isn't being taken very seriously. I mean, I don't know how you don't change after, say, 30 DLLs that you then go on to do 27 more. That's a record that I've seen. So I don't know. Is there anything else you want to say about this?
Suggestions similar to yours. I think switching down to micros. I mean, we're restricted to those 3 contracts, like I mentioned earlier. But I think that'll give you some more breathing room, Carlos. If we're trying to take advantage of the open, and when there's the most volatility in most markets, as we've seen historically, you can take advantage of it. Just give yourself that breathing room so that we don't hit the DLL, moments into the session, and then we try again the next day and the next day, and we do this for 57 days in a row. I think there's just a need, again, to go back to the drawing board. I don't think the strategy is working. Whether or not we believe in a strategy or it's panned out the way that we want to over a couple weeks or months, at a certain point when that's not working, you have to retest things. You have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's not working so that you can tweak that and try and become profitable again. I don't think there's a world in which, we continue to see Carlos trade the way that he has, that things flip around. So something's got to give. I think it might be not trading the open, if that's the strategy that Carlos is truly using. But if we want to trade the open, size down. Go to those micro contracts and take advantage of what you can.
Yeah, and for the people, I think it's a little weird sentiment. We're not like, I don't know Carlos the person. Probably a great guy. But all I'm critiquing is what I see on the card. And yes, he took those payouts, but came into this account with like $130,000. So, could have taken a lot more of that. My guess is that there's a bit of survivor bias here, where I'd imagine if we look back at the XFAs that were passed, is that there's a level of, we have a lot of traders in this program and probably traded the same way and hit something big along the way and then transferred it over and continued to do it. But the laws of numbers are kind of catching up. This is just critiquing a card, guys. It's nothing against the person or like who they are, but that's what we do. So Aaron, thank you for sharing this today. This was interesting.
Of course. Yeah.
And
to your point, Jack, I think we still believe in you, Carlos. We want to see this account get saved. I don't think it's knocking you as a person or what you did to get to this account. We want to see you stay alive and continue to put money in your pocket. So at the end of the day, if something's not working, just reassess the situation is all we're trying to get at here. But I think it was an interesting card. It's an important one for people to pay attention to.
Awesome stuff. Well, Aaron, thank you for stopping by. We're just getting started here. We still got a couple more hours left in the day. We got group coaching next. JD, Vince, and Hoop are in the house. Take your questions and to maybe trade. We got a lot of volatility still in these markets. So stick around. This is TopstepTV. We'll be right back.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Congratulations, you made it to the right place at the right time. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's group coaching time right here on TopstepTV. This is that time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. We didn't get any questions from the chat today, so we're just going to talk for about another 34 minutes and see what happens. No, I'm joking. We have some leftover questions from yesterday. But we got Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Coach Vince, head coach of the Market Makers, Topstep VIP, last week of VIP, I might add. Am I wrong there? No, that's correct.
That's correct.
We'll talk a little bit
first. Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about that. What you guys are talking about with your teams as we approach the end. 3 days left after today to graduate from the training combine into the funded level here at Topstep. So let's do a quick check-in on the markets, and then we will dive into some other stuff. Nice chart. Nice chart, Hoop. What is that we're looking at?
The Widowmaker.
The Widowmaker. That would be the Widowmaker would be natural gas, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Yeah.
Very nice. We'll get into that in just a second.
Yeah, let me know.
Let's see what the tilt's doing. Pretty flat in the tilt right now. We've got 56% long in the ES, 62% long NQ, 54% short crude, and 57% long in gold. We got equities hovering around their regular trading hour highs. Let's see if we can't break through and bust through to new highs. Markets started moving as President Trump was speaking with Saudi Crown Prince at the White House just a little while ago. We were piping that in. Some news about making a deal and possibly selling some weapons, and stocks bought it. They liked what they heard. But what are you seeing in natural gas today? Why?
It's one of those things.
What's going on?
Oh yeah, yeah. I actually got in the long. Didn't love my trade location early on it. We just kind of drug the bottom. But once again, it's that time of year. The only problem is, JD, it's rollover, right? So you got rollover in crude. You got rollover in natural gas. I got rollover in the corn market. There's a lot of roll going on. There's roll in gold. So the price action, when you start splitting volume between two markets, people say, well, what is it? I just say, think about it. It acts different than it does normally because the volume is split. So, but it's kind of at the precipice where crude we talked about that, should have rolled today. It'll roll tomorrow, hopefully. Natural gas the same way. But once again, this time of year, it's a little colder. I'm looking, and normally I don't get a bias, but this time of year with natural gas, I do get a little bit of a bias. And we bottomed out, and we just spiked in the last 30 minutes. So the one thing that I have set on my platform is trade limits. So I actually was still in a position, and all I could do is flatten it. And I'm locked out, but I'm up $1,300 in that combine. So I am okay with that. So yeah, it was just kind of a seasonal type trade is what I'm looking at in natural gas right now. So, and made it nice.
Very good. Very good. Coach Vince, what are you seeing in the markets today? What are you looking at? Any change from the previous segment? You've been here already today. Anything new? What's going on?
Well, I was working a short at 24,800 in the NASDAQ, and I didn't get filled, so I'm a little bit upset with that. But I'm going to be patient here. Not in any trades at the moment.
You still see this as you still see this pretty much as a range day today? You looking for any kind of breakout, or are we just going to continue drifting sideways?
I might look for a long, in the ES and the Dow. I'm not sure right now what's going on with the NASDAQ, but, the markets look like they want to try to head higher, but I'm going to give it a little bit of time here to see how we react up here. If we start building a lot of volume at the highs of the session, I might look for longs.
Yep. Maybe we can get a Delta update from someone, but yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. All right, guys, before we get into questions
up here now, so
yeah, we are. We really are. Before we get into questions, we mentioned VIP a few minutes ago. After today, VIP traders will have 3 trading days left to get into the funded level, to get into an XFA account. Now, Coach Jay came to me and a couple other guys in the green room a little while ago because he was with his team just earlier today. And he was curious about what other coaches are telling their teams right now. You're 3 days away, 3.5 days away. You're about halfway to passing the combine. What's the strategy? Do you start shooting from the hip? Is it spray and pray time? Or are we sticking to our guns and sticking to the rules? 3 days left. What's the strategy? What are you guys telling your players? Go ahead, Oop.
Vinny, you go first.
All right, so for me, actually a lot of mine. Let me give a quick shout out here. So Happy Girl took her first payout today from the VIP XFA, CK90 pass, Saul pass, Krager 54 pass. So a lot of my VIPs that have been hanging around and doing the work actually reported some passing results this past week. So shout out to them. You know, some of the ones that haven't been around, you know, maybe they should have been around, you know. But yeah, a lot of my guys are having some success in this last week here, and they're just going at the plan, and they're not trying to over leverage. You know, if you're not in the VIP combine yet, I mean the XFA, then maybe you need to size up a little bit the last couple of days. But other than that, we're just staying on target.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I had a meeting this morning too, JD. Big Dave, one of my traders, passed his combine. I do have a couple of traders in XFAs. I've got, you've probably seen Will C trades. So a lot of success, but a small group, right, Vinny? I mean, for as many people that started.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the only, I'm with you, kind of disappointment part of it, but whatever. People can get out of this, you know, what it is. We're there to support the traders, but I do have a couple traders, JD. You know, they're on their last reset. There's 4 days left. Do you size up? I'm going to more often than not tell somebody to trade their strategy, but I also like traders to feel a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm kind of mixed myself about it a little bit. So it is a combine. If you're trying to get the combine, you know, to get the XFA, are you really for the activation fee? So I'm kind of mixed on it, and I'm torn a little bit. And I think all of us as coaches are. We hate to see somebody sacrifice their process to pass a combine. But yeah, I mean, I'm mixed on it. But I have told a couple that have been plodding along is maybe this is a time to size up a little bit, feel a little bit uncomfortable. You have a good strategy. I do have some that do a lot of break-even stuff, and that it's let the trade play out. That's the one that I just believe some people, as soon as it gets in their way, they're like, they move it to break even. And, you know, Hogs has said it, there's just not a lot of success and longevity in the business of breaking even. So that's where I'm at.
It's such a tough call too. I understand
it is
how you could feel a little standoffish about telling your team, you know, this is the time. You're never going to get another chance like this. This is the only time that we will ever tell you to break from the rules and step away from your process for a few minutes to try and lock in an XFA. It's got to be difficult.
You know, the amazing thing, JD, is, you know, the ones that stuck around, they're all starting to find some sort of success, right? And I think it's because, you know, there's accountability measures, right? Like we're trying to keep them on target, keep them focused, not to over leverage and over trade. And I think just by the ones showing up every day, you know, and just having that support system, even if it's not with the coach, you know, a lot of them talk amongst themselves, you know, when we're not around. And, you know, everybody's trying to help everybody to be accountable. And it's been amazing to hear some of the stories, like some of the traders earlier on, like the first month, you know, a couple of them blew up, you know, in the combine, got upset, but, you know, got them to come back and you know, reevaluate the situation. And sometimes just somebody else, you know, giving you a little bit more of a confidence boost is what you need. And one of my traders here, I mean, he took off for about 2 weeks during the combine. He had to step away for a minute, but he just recently passed the VIP combine, and it's awesome to hear the stories. And even if they didn't pass the combine, right? So proud of the ones that stuck around and did the work, and they will get there, right? It's just that it has to happen in the market's time, right? You can't force the profits. As soon as we do, we end up going down a bad path. I know for myself too. Whenever I try to force those trades, it doesn't usually work out well. So I'm proud of all of them. Win, lose, or draw. So,
as we got some questions in the chat about what is happening in 3 days. Well, in 3 days, that is the deadline for season 3 of Topstep VIP, the VIP experience. If you're sort of new around here, I guess we should explain what it is. So basically what we do is it's a trading scholarship that we offer to about 550 traders. It's a 3-month-long experience. You get a 100K trading combine, 2 free resets a month, waived activation fee, and you get to keep your XFA for payouts in perpetuity if you continue to build your account, grow, and take payouts. So it's basically a free 3 months of trading experience. We started it 3 months ago. There is a deadline on it. So the traders in season 3 of VIP have until Friday to pass their trading combines and get into an XFA. It's been 3 months already. Can you believe it's been 3 months already?
Yeah, it's crazy. It goes fast. Got another shout out. Just got 2 Discord messages real quick. Shout out to Robinson. Just passed his VIP combine today. Z Breezy just passed the combine today. So, good stuff, everybody. Great work.
So, yeah, JD, once again, you can't crop my screen, but I want to show this. This is one of my guys today who passed. And I think this is good for traders. This is a trade report. Okay, and this is right, Vince. We go over this a lot with traders, and it's not much different than from what we talk about in shoulder tap. So when you look at somebody's longevity in this business, and this is a great comparison to how somebody starts, and goes swinging the fences right out of the box because I'm in the VIP and I need to perform. And, take some swings right out of the box. And we talked about this with him. And that was right out of the box. And then kind of finds a sweet spot. Doesn't take, basically gives what the market is giving him. Has some small losses around the way. But once again, never gets too loose. Once again, we all have a little bit of that, brain cramp, days. But once again, stays active in the account and basically is plodding along the whole VIP and then passes. So when you get done, you look at overall, the win rate is a little lower. The only thing we talked about potentially is we'd like to see the risk reward maybe be 1.5 to 2 to get a little bit more sustainability. But this is how somebody, this is to me of somebody like you said, Vinny, who sits in the VIP and is just working on their strategy and honing their skills. And once again, they're human. They have the brain cramp day, but overall, the lost days, the smaller 200 to 400 win days, they add up. And in 3 months, all of a sudden, you're at $6,000. So that's why I wanted to show this, because even though the hold times, and this is a scalper, right? 12-minute average winner, 9.5-minute loser. But this is how, and once again, this is the one thing I really liked about it, because I'm, flexible bias, and his, he isn't trading, he isn't swayed one way or the other, maybe a little bit to the long side. But yeah, I mean, this is, and you look at how he built this throughout the process, pressed it a little bit early, and then has just gradually, the curve has kind of moved up. So kudos. So once again, I wanted to bring that one up because it just stood out, because it's a lot of data there. It's not 2 days, I passed it, and, I'm ready to go.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Any chance off the top of your head, do you know Do you know how many traders on your teams did pass through the combine to get into XFAs? You have a number off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, but quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Shubham, our resident.
Oh, Shubham in the chat for sure.
He is. He's an XFA, and he's give him credit, man. He's done really well for the time he puts in. Kudos. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, guys. Well, we did get a couple questions. Should we answer a few? Well, these are from yesterday, basically.
Go.
All right. Jan wants to know, how do you determine whether a trader gets called up to live prematurely? Whoever gets called into a live account is strictly at the discretion of the risk management team here at Topstep. We have an entire team of risk professionals that comb through each account individually to see when is a good time to bring a person up to live. There's also other criteria, such as payouts and whatnot. And then the risk team, once you're on the radar, they'll start looking at you very closely, and they will make the determination whether or not you're prepared for a live funded account. But nothing to do with us. Not much for us to answer on that one here. All right, here's one from Krish. Krish wants to know, how should one handle one-directional pumps and dumps in the NQ? One-directional pumps and dumps. Sound like a trend day to you? How do you trade a trend day? Well, I know Hogue was talking about this earlier today. The truth is, you really don't know that you're in a trend day until after the trend day has been established, right? So it's always, hindsight's 2020. Hindsight capital here to the rescue, right? Oh, yesterday was a trend day. Why didn't you just buy it and walk away?
Yeah.
When you're living in the moment, though, how do you know if that's the right thing to do? You get a technique for spotting a trend day early on in the session? Is there anything in particular that you guys look at? We can start with you.
Yeah, I think, I use a bunch of things in Confluence when we're going to directional. I do use range bars, but, the EMAs, if we're looking at ES here, today's definitely not a directional day. We've had directional moments. And the problem is sometimes when you identify a directional date, JD, then trying to get in is brutal. Let's find a good, obviously you've got sideways action, but when a market goes directional, a little bit, down, I think we're always a little bit worried about the reflexive bounce. So I think more directional days tend to be, we get the V-shaped bounces, but we haven't seen a good directional up day in a while. But I usually say the good directional days are to the up. And, looking for structure, sometimes you might get an opening range breakout that starts to show directional. But man, directional days, we don't get them a lot. As much as traders as we say, JD, right? We range bound more than we're anything. So in equities, I think it's a little bit harder when you see the directional. Yeah, you might identify it late, and the problem is getting in it is more of the problem to me, right, Vince?
Yeah. So I can show kind of how I look at it. So let's look at crude oil. So actually, let's pull up all these markets here. Hold on one second. I need to fix
crude and direction.
All right. So let's look at. So here's 4 markets. Okay. We have gold, we have the ES, and we have the NASDAQ, and we have crude oil. All right. Now look at how these profiles are. Right. So these are more like range bound type profiles. Maybe we're starting to get a little extension. Not sure yet. But we're still in a range. Okay. But look at crude oil. Crude oil looks different. I'm going to blow this one up bigger. All right, so here's crude oil today. This is a ranging profile. So in this market, I'm not going to fade the high. Right? I'm probably going to look for pullbacks or something to trade in the direction of the trend. Whereas when the market is kind of balancing and it's in a balance area, I'm probably going to fade it until it proves me wrong. Usually it's just based on value, right? So if we look at this morning, Okay, we have what 59, 41 below here, right? You can see we're kind of balanced here, right? At this point, we're kind of balanced. So right now, this is a market I probably would have been fading the range. If VWAP was flat, I probably would have got short here and stopped out, right? Fading it above value high. But, you know, now look, we broke structure and now we're starting to push higher. You see the profile is pushing volume higher. You know, we start to build a little bit of balance here. And then what happens? You know, we pump out of that balance area. We break out again and we continue this move to the upside, right? And you can see values pushing, you know, the volume is pushing. It's low volume rally, right? That's a trend. So I wouldn't fade this market, you know, based on the way the profile looks. So that's kind of how I look to get into, you know, a trend. If the profile was really balanced, I'm probably not going to buy the high, right? So just, it doesn't work all the time, right? Nothing works all the time, but it might keep you out of trouble. So like that question he's saying, you know, the pump and the dump. I mean, this is a pumping market, not really a dumping market. Yeah, you get a pullback, but that's not really a dump. You know,
it's not a dump. Yeah.
This is more range bound. Look at gold today, right? So let's look at gold. Make it bigger for some reason. But let's look at gold.
Traders have a different mindset too, right, Vince? shorter. What looks like a dump in ES and what looks like, you know, a market rolling over in NQ. Yeah.
Well, especially when our 5-minute ranges are 61 points in the NASDAQ. I mean, that's $1,200 worth of risk on a one lot. So I guess that is a dump, right? But not in this current market state. It's not. You know, it's just a pullback. But here, look at gold, right? So this is gold. I mean, I probably don't want to buy value high, right? I probably don't want to buy into this because it's been in a range bound type of a situation. Now, sometimes it will finally break out of this range and keep going, you know, but this might be something to keep me out of trouble. You know, say, you know, I want to buy this so bad, but you know what? I'm above value. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe let me just sit on my hands and wait, you know, see if we get rotation or something like that. So that's kind of how, you know, I look at it, but it doesn't work 100% of the time. Nothing does.
Yep. Nothing's forever, right? Or everything works until it doesn't.
Right.
I should say.
Exactly. Like Hogue says. Yep. Everything works until it doesn't.
All right, guys. Well, we got one more piece of news to share. I got something for all you Thanksgiving foodie lovers out there. You're going to find this, either going to find this real gross or real excellent. Just ahead of Thanksgiving, Heinz is out with a new condiment inspired by the beloved 90s sitcom Friends. The one with Ross's sandwich from season 5 featured an after Thanksgiving sandwich dubbed the Moist Maker, made with leftovers. Heinz limited edition leftover gravy pays tribute to that sandwich. The company says it's made with real turkey broth. Heinz's leftover gravy sauce is available starting today, but it's not for sale individually. It's only available online through Walmart to those who buy the Heinz Homestyle Turkey Gravy for $1.88. The leftover gravy kit comes with a recipe for what Heinz calls the ultimate Thanksgiving leftovers sandwich. I love talking about wild and bizarre foods here on TopstepTV. It's our second passion.
Oh, nice. I'm ready to go buy it.
There's a couple of them floating around the stores right now that I saw when I was shopping the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, during the holidays, they come out everywhere. Cranberry this. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we got about 5 minutes left. We could take another question, or I did see some questions asking how deer camp went. You want to talk about deer camp?
Let's hear a deer story.
There you go. Yeah, let's hear this story. I want to hear this one. I'm waiting all day for this one.
You want to hear a story? All right. So it was a quiet camp. Let me break it down for you. Here's how it went. All right. So we had 16 guys at our deer camp in western Minnesota last week. It was we were right off the border. We were in the Minnesota side, right off the South Dakota border. And we were up for rifle season. Rifle season opened last Saturday morning at dawn. And how we break it down is there's 2 parts of the day. You know, you go out for the morning hunt. Everybody comes back to the house for lunch. and then you go back out again for the evening hunt, right? Excuse me. So it started off great. The Saturday morning shotgun, the season open, 5 guys hit deer right away. We came back into camp for lunch, and everyone was happy. Like, wow, that was a great start. This is going to be a great week. Everything was looking great, on the up and up. Then all of a sudden, we saw a line of smoke across the tree line on the other side of the property. It's like 3/4 of a mile away. We're kind of looking at it like, what could that be? What's going on over there? It turned out a member of our group left a propane tank turned on in his deer stand. He's got one of those stands. It's custom built. He built it himself. It's on a trailer, so he could drive it around to wherever he wants. One of those kinds of things. It's like a little studio apartment. They're really fantastic. Unfortunately, when he came in for lunch, he left a propane heater on in his deer stand, and it torched the entire stand. Burnt it straight to the ground. It was nothing but a pile of ashes with 4 tires when we came back to see it.
Oh, man.
Unfortunately,
Crazy.
that incident, in many of our opinions, scared away just about every deer in the county. We didn't even see a squirrel running around after the fire. It took most of the evening for it to completely burn out in the embers, to completely burn out. Put a damper on the rest of the trip. Didn't hit a single deer after that. So we hit 5 right off the start of the opener, and then didn't see another deer for the rest of the week. So kind of a bummer.
Wow. Oh, man. Did it just burn the stand, or what about the forest? Like, what happened to was it just a stand?
No, he was in an area sort of off of a grain field. So like, the stand was sort of on top of, like some previously, some corn stalks.
Yeah.
That had already been tilled, So never in danger of setting like a forest fire or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Still just
wow. Well, thank God. Thank God it was just a deer stand. Oh, man.
And the real would you call this irony? Listen to this part too. So the guy whose deer stand burned down is actually, in fact, a fireman also. Is that irony?
Goodness.
Or is that coincidence? I'm not really sure.
That is something else. Wow.
Karma Kramer.
Karma. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a professional trader that goes away from their plan, right? We got it until we don't got it anymore. So I can see it happening. Things happen.
Yep.
Let our guard down a little bit when we do a certain thing.
We made the most of the rest of the week. We had a good time. Even though we didn't see any beer, it turned into it just turned into a party after that. We kind of knew the week was over after Saturday when we didn't see anything after that.
Wow.
Sunday was real quiet, and then
was he buying all the the drinks?
Yeah, we sent him out on a couple. We sent him out on a couple beer runs, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
You must have been buying for the rest of the week.
I ended up trading my tags for 50 pounds of hamburger from a local farmer up there. So it wasn't a total loss.
Yeah.
I still got 50 pounds of hamburger in the freeze. So I'm all right with it. I know some other guys were a little pissy, but
I bet.
Yeah.
It was okay. It was okay.
Hey, at least got something the first day though, right? 5 in a row. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we should have all tagged out though. They were coming in hot. It was supposed to be a real good week. Oh well, there's always next year, right?
Yeah.
All right. We got 2 minutes left. Question
Crude
from Hot Streak Ali. Hot Streak Ali. How do you know when you have enough balance in your XFA or live account to scale up, i.e., from 1 micro to 2 micros? It should be a process, right?
yeah.
You start with 1, you build your account up, you take a little payout, you build your account up again, and then you size up, right? That's unreasonable.
Yep.
it's kind of the way I would. And I would use the ATR too, JD, to kind of to see what that risk is, right? You know, the 2 ATR, what can I handle in here? There's some math around it for sure. Scaling up is always, it's easier said than done too, right? So managing the risk is when you start to go, that's why we say, trading a 1 lot first before trading a 5 lot, I mean, those are, scaling slowly up into that is definitely the way to go.
Yep.
Yeah,
Vince, you got to take on it.
You got to be consistent. Yeah, sure. So you got to be consistent in your approach to trading. So if you're used to a certain size stop, you can size up if you could take a trade where, like, I use a volatility based stop. So if my stop needs to be really wide, right, I have maybe one contract. But if the stop is smaller, maybe I could size up to 2 contracts, right? So I use it based on the size of the stop I need to use when I could size up. Like maybe one day I could use a 1 mini or something, and then maybe another day I could trade 3 minis with the same risk. You know what I mean? So when it comes to the micros, though, figure out what your maximum risk is, because when you start adding size to your trading, it kind of messes with your emotion, right? Because now you're risking more per trade. So I would say try to increase size based on the size of the stop and see how you feel putting on a 2 lot compared to a 1 lot, right? It could be a significant change in behavior mentally, because now you're worried. And God forbid if you're trading minis, right? 1 mini to 2 minis is a big deal, right? 1 micro to 2 is not as big of a deal, I don't think, but definitely 1 mini to 2 is significant, right? You're risking, say you're used to risking $200-$300, now you're risking $600. So it's a big mental shift, and you might get scared and not trade properly, or maybe overmanage the trade, or it could be a whole bunch of things. So I would say make your balance big enough where, maybe double your balance if you're going to trade up 2 lots, right? So it's a very it's a little personal type situation. Yeah, it's got to be custom tailored to yourself there, really.
Yep, we're pulling back.
Good point. Good points all around. All right, guys. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for group coaching today. We are going to step aside. We'll be back again tomorrow with more group coaching. It'll be who's here tomorrow for group coaching? Oh, me, Hogan, Hoop.
Yep.
That'll be a lot of fun. But coming up next, we've got Mindset Matters. Robin Dane is here. We've got a question for him pinned to the top of the chat. If you have a question for Mindset Coach Robin Dane, go ahead and grab that for him right now. We do have a little bit of an agenda. We got a few things we're going to talk about. Hogue had to step away for the day, so I will be joining Robin. I'll be feeding her some questions and looking at the chat and having a conversation with her. So looking forward to that. That's coming up in about 2 minutes. We're going to take a short break. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Hoop.
Thank you, guys.
TV. Mindset Matters coming up next. Let's go get it.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It is time for Mindset Matters. We have everyone's favorite mindset coach, Robin Dane, here joining us today. We've got a bunch of questions from you in the chat. We've got a couple topics we want to cover also. But Robin, as most of us know, if you don't know, I should say, Robin's a professional trader, professional trading coach. She's worked with some of the largest traders and trading groups on the planet, basically. She's been doing this for a very long time. That's why we trust her to come in here and talk to all of you about trading mindset. But Robin Dane, how are you? Welcome back to TopstepTV. What's going on in your world right now?
Good to be back.
Almost everything.
And again, I'm apologizing for my mess because I was moving and I'm still moving into this place and I didn't have a chance to blur the background. So I apologize for my mess. Terrible.
Moving is one of the most difficult things. Yeah, moving is even harder than trading sometimes. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Okay, so there was a topic before at the end of the last segment that was talking about scaling, and I thought it was a good thing to continue because a lot of traders like to scale because obviously they make more money if they're going in the right direction and it's working. So one of the things that I was suggesting is make sure you're with the trend when it's going and it's working for you. And as you go up, if you're going in with one contract and you want to go to 2 or 3, then you scale up as it's going and you have a target in mind. So you know you're reading the market and you have a place where you're going to exit. And maybe along the way, you take some profits and then let the remainder run and just scale out as you're going up. So adding and then adding in and then getting out. A lot of traders have a tendency to add in and they will go all the way to the end with all of them, and then all of a sudden it reverses and they have nothing they locked in and it flips on them quick. Something happens, it drops, and they don't make any money or they lose on the trade. I can't tell you how many. Oh, I was going in the right direction. I had a target, and then the market turned on me. And instead of losing on one contract, now I'm losing on 3 contracts, and they end up closing and losing on the trade. So I can't tell you how common that is. More so than I added, it worked. I locked it in. I added, it worked. I locked it in, and I may be lost on the very last contract. So you have to get used to scaling. It's not something that you do without thinking. You need to have a plan when you scale. And the reverse is just as important is, reducing your size when things are not working. A lot of traders will tend to hold on. They put on 4 contracts because they want to get back their money. And they're in with 4 contracts. It doesn't go in their favor. It's going in the wrong direction. And instead of getting out altogether because it's not working, they're holding on, holding on, holding on. So don't add size at all unless you're sure of your trade and you're reading the market. There hasn't been one person that's done coaching with me yet from Topstep that can accurately read the market. They can read it after the indicator tells them, but in the moment, they're not reading the market. And you need to read the market in the moment. And I know there are guys in the room that can help you do that. So I suggest that you really put some effort into reading the market in the moment. Because you get a lot of these flips. And one is, I call it a breath. You'll get an upward trend, and you get a little pullback. And then you'll get an upward trend, a little stair stepping, a lot of people call it. And so they're buying, and they sell it because they're locking in profits. Buying, selling. And so I call those ones a breath. And so traders need to define, is it a breath or is it a reversal? Is it going up, and then it's going to reverse and come down? So you need to tell the difference between those 2 types of moves. And so reading the market helps you do that. So reading the market is another thing. Is there anything you want to add on that scaling up, John? Anything on there? I'm going to call you JD because everybody calls you JD, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like we could talk about this topic all day long. And I think it's important to understand that scaling into a position, accumulating a position is a lot different than dollar cost averaging on a position, right? When you're scaling into a position or accumulating position, you're looking at a zone of prices, right? Where below or above that area, you know your trade is going to be invalidated. So you're still managing risk very tightly rather than just kind of shooting from the hip and buying more and buying more and buying more as it keeps going against you. Dollar cost averaging is not the same as accumulating a position. You should always have your risk predefined when you start scaling up on trades. I would also recommend building up your account value a little bit before you start scaling. Our good friend and mentor John Hoagland has been preaching this forever. One of the hardest things for a trader to do is make that very first move from trading a 1 lot to a 2 lot, doubling your size. It's one of the most difficult things for a trader to do because your losses expand. You get more, the potential profits are bigger, but the potential for losses are also doubled now too. So it's a very big step to take.
And your mind changes.
Your mind changes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think it's a very important topic. I'm glad we covered it a little more in depth too. So
yeah,
thank
there's
you.
a definite transition when you add contracts in your mental aspect, because either you're looking to add your profits or you're placing a good trade. And so there's a difference. Don't be trading and adding for the profits. Trade and add because it's the right thing to do and you're reading the market and it's a good read and it's the right thing to do and you're safe. But don't go in because you want to reduce the losses that you just had. So a lot of traders will tend to increase size right after they had losses I'm going to get it back faster. So I'm just going to double down on size. And that's the worst thing you can do if you're losing. If you're losing, that's a really bad thing. We can talk about that in rules. So
let's do that for sure.
Can we go into that first topic that I had there?
Yes, absolutely. Ramdane has posed a question for all of you in the chat today. Ram took some time to put together a question, and she's very curious about your answer. So I'm going to ask everybody in the chat right now, go ahead and type in your answer, and then we'll run a poll after we start seeing a few answers. So the first question, pardon me, what do you think is essential for each trader's success? Go ahead, take a minute, think about it, and throw your answer in the chat. What do you think is essential?
Biggest thing that you think is critical or essential for trading success. And John's going to look at the most common answers. He's going to tell me that because I can't see the chat. And then we're going to rate them a 1, 2, or 3 when we get that one thought. One is it's
good
not
answers.
important.
We got some pretty typical answers coming in so far.
Okay.
Patience,
all right.
discipline, emotional control. Patience, discipline. So far, they're still coming in.
Okay.
But we don't want to handicap you guys. Think about anything. Could it be something as trivial as just not needing the money? Does not needing the money, not caring about making money every day, does that make you a better trader? Does it give you that freedom to sort of give your trades a little more room to breathe? There's a whole lot of potential answers for this question. Ignoring emotions, is that a thing? Can you? Is it even possible to?
Yep.
Yeah. How do you ignore an emotion? Emotions are sort of who you are, right? You can control how you react to your emotions, but you really can't ignore your emotions. Does that make sense?
Right.
Did I say that right? But
okay. Any comment?
Psychology, patience.
Yep.
Discipline, patience, trust, mindset, mental capital, self-awareness, risk management. Those seem to be the big 4.
Okay.
We got emotions, discipline, risk management, and let's call it patience.
Okay, so on emotions, is it 1 is not important, 2 is sometimes important, and 3 is very important? Put down the number that you think it is, a 1, 2, or 3. Not so important, sometimes important, and very important.
We can poll the chat on that and put it up. For our friends in the back, if we could put up a poll. How important is emotional control to you when trading? 1, how did it go? 1, not important.
1,
2, sometimes important. And 3, very important.
Very.
Okay.
I like that
And
that
someone
came
put in
up
a 4.
first. Usually that doesn't come up as the first one, but it is critical. So let's see if we're getting all the right numbers here.
A lot of 2s and 3s here. A lot of 2s and 3s coming through.
Sometimes, and then very. Okay, so emotions are absolutely critical. Trading brings to the surface all of your personal emotional baggage that you've ever had. So if you had something that came up in your past, trading is going to bring that to the surface again. It's just the most amazing thing. The trader will say to me, I haven't thought about this since I was doing sports in school. I said, because you didn't need it or it wasn't relevant. So trading will bring to the surface all of your emotional baggage and you'll have to deal with it. If you think it's just going to go away, it doesn't. And so that's why emotions becomes one of the critical points of trading, and most traders don't address it. They look to the strategy or the indicators or the things that will give them a high percentage of winning versus emotional management when it comes up. If you're in any emotion whatsoever, and I know you've heard this from me 1,000 times, you're dealing with a block. A block is triggered by an emotional fear. And so emotions become the most critical thing that you deal with when you enter the trade. So like when we were scaling up, you're going to deal with, am I going to be right? Am I going to be wrong? Am I getting into the right place? Am I adding now? And what is the fear? So the emotional fear gets installed when you do things like scaling up. It creates an emotional fear, especially if you lose. So emotions in general indicate that you could be building a block over time, and that's why most traders will fail, because the block becomes so big they can't take a trade. They get so frozen emotionally that they can't take a trade. Is there anything else on the list other than the emotional part? Anything on there that you can see, JD, that's common?
That looks from the emotional point. Nope, that seems to be
other than that, from the first question, critical things that a trader must have when they are successful. So if you think of traders that have been successful, what are they doing? What are some things that you want to emulate that they're doing? What are the things that a real high-end trader or a successful trader that you see tends to be doing that you're not?
Managing risk was another popular answer that came into the chat. Risk management, yes.
I'm going to give that to you a little bit because the people in the room tend to have a very specific direction for risk management that I really like. And if you could explain that a little bit, that would be great.
Sure. I think it has a lot to do with where you're at on your trading journey, how you're managing risk. You've been doing this for a long time. Are you new to trading? Are you new to Topstep? Are you trading in a 50K combine? Are you trading in a 150K live account? So there are different structures involved for what level you are at in trading. Let's just take our most popular trading combine, for example, our 50K trading combine. That allows you for you need to hit a $3,000 profit target before losing $2,000, right? So your maximum loss limit on the 50K trading combine is $2,000, and you have to hit a $3,000 profit target before losing that $2,000, right? So a 50K trading combine cost $49, right? So how many swings at the plate is $50 worth to you as a trader? Is that a lot or is that a little? Are you setting a budget for yourself for trading combines and resets each month, each week, each month, each quarter? Are you budgeting from the very beginning, or are you just kind of using that reset button as a crutch? What I would say though is, if you're in a 50K trading combine, if you're new here, I would start off by first, what kind of value to place on that $50? You have to hit a $3,000 profit target and you have $2,000 worth of maximum drawdown. How much is that worth to you? Is that worth 5 trades? Is that worth 10 trades? This is where I think you should start. We're going straight to the beginner level here. $2,000 worth of drawdown, that should allow you at least 5 trades. 5 trades worth of full risk drawdown in order to stay in that account, right? So that would give you $400 worth of total risk for each trade. This is a very basic way to start on risk management, looking at your account size, your total maximum drawdown, and then managing that based on how many swings at the plate $50 is worth to you. I would say that's a very good place to start if you're new here and you're looking to start practicing risk management from an account management standpoint. There's also ways of managing risk from your actual trading and charting standpoint. When you're putting on a trade, you're looking for those points of invalidation, and then you're demanding better trade location to get into that trade. So you keep your risk under that $400 per trade and save yourself a little more in the long run, right? But I am curious, Robin, how would you, if you're talking to a beginner trader, what would be the first thing that you might tell them about risk management? Because it's such a broad topic,
Yeah, it's very broad. And one thing that you brought up in the beginning that I want to touch on is everybody has what I define as, I call it a dollar threshold. That when they hit that threshold, the emotional fear is really strong. And so if a new trader comes in and they just did the 50K account and they have only a drawdown of 2K and they lose 500 in the beginning, 500 might be enough to really trigger a very large emotion. Whereas somebody that has a lot of money or somebody that has refunded the account many times because they have the cash, they are not worried about 500 because they say, well, if I blow the account and I do the drawdown, I'll just get another account. So everybody has a dollar threshold of what they have in the bank that they can afford to lose, and what they are going to be spending when they're getting a new account and then they're using the profits. Another thing that I've noticed is that traders that have come to me are focusing on the downside, not hitting that drawdown, instead of focusing on the upside. How can they make the 3K? And so they are constantly, well, I only lost this. I only lost this. I never hear them say, well, I made this and I made this on this trade and it has small drawdown. So the expression minimize your losses and maximize your profits is very real. So I like traders who focus in a forward direction on what they can make at the trade, and using that risk, what are they willing to make at the trade? I know you've got to have the downside of it, like JD just explained. I like that. And I also think there's a combination of what can I make at the trade. And if I make this much, it buys me this much room, and I can hit the level of 3K in this many trades. So I think there's two sides to this: how you manage the drawdown, and also how you manage the profit side of it, on what you're going to make at each trade. And focusing on what you're going to make is in a better mindset direction. It's where your mind wants to go. What can I make at this trade? But not increasing size to do it. Like if you lose that 500, this is where the last topic I wanted to talk about was rules. You should have very specific, or be building, if you're starting, be building specific rules that protect your cash. I always have two different classifications for rules. One is that it's related directly to the money, and the other one is just a nice thing to have, but it's not related to the money. It's a rule that just protects you. Like a rule that is just a protection rule would be, if the Fed is going to have their announcement today, I have a rule that I don't trade a half an hour before, and I wait till the market settles out, and I can read the direction before I get in. That's not exactly attached to your money. But a money rule would be, I'm going to stop for the day and move to sim if I lose 500 in the day. That's a hard, fast money rule. And so you're going to have rules that are related to cash and rules that are things that are just protecting you, that are nice things to know, and you should write them down. Write them down and reread them every day, because that gets it into your head faster if you write them down and reread them. Anytime you use all of your senses, your eyes, your ears, and your feelings, it goes into your mind stronger and faster than if you just had a pure thought by itself. So when you use all your senses, you're seeing it. If you talk it and you read it out loud, it's going through another neural connection, and you're writing it down. You're sensing it. So that gets it stronger into your mind than just a pure thought. So that's a faster way to move forward as a beginner, to lock in some of your rules. What are some of the rules that you have used, JD, when you were that were just nice rules that help you protect you, and rules that affect your cash? Can you give me some examples of some of yours?
Absolutely. When you're first getting started, I think it's important to set limits for your losses or profits for a day. Set targets. If you hit your downside loss limit or you hit your upside target, take a step back. You can still trade on your simulator all day long. You're provided a simulator here at Topstep. Basically a practice account. You can continue practicing your strategies without risking any more capital for the day. I think it's important to set limits and slowly build that account up, especially circling back to scaling up. I think it's important to get very familiar with your strategy, get very familiar with your setups before you start scaling up, right? Also, you should always know where you're getting out before you get into a trade. Hoagland, our good friend and mentor John Hoagland, talks about this more than anybody else that I know on the planet, right? Before you enter a trade, you need to know where that point of invalidation is. Where is this trade going to be no good anymore? Where is everybody going to be getting out of the market? Where's everybody going to be getting into the market? Those are your points of invalidation. So based on those points of invalidation, you can better target entry levels, right? Once you're in a trade, the only real control you have over the trade is your downside risk. So make sure you're always protecting your capital. As much as making good trades is our job, we are also money managers. We are here to preserve capital to make sure that we are here again tomorrow. These are basic tenets of being a professional futures trader. Protecting capital, making good trading decisions.
Yeah, I love that money manager one. And on sim, a lot of people have this notion that sim is for wusses. It's you're doing something, don't have the strength, and you're a wuss if you go to sim mode. Sim is used for you to work your strategy, work your plan, and see that it works. When you're in sim, your emotions are out of the equation. It's the best thing if let's say you have 5 different items that you look at before you enter a trade, and you see one that you like, somebody used it in the room and you like it and you want to try it. Go to sim mode, try it. Don't let your emotions come into play, because you won't get an accurate reading of that new item. You'll get a real accurate reading when you test it, see it, decide whether you like it or not, to keep it or throw it out and go to the next one. As soon as you go to sim, the emotions go away. It's a better reading of what you're doing. So I always suggest that you try new things in sim, or go to sim if you've been losing. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I think it's worth mentioning again. I always suggest that after every losing trade, you stop, you analyze the trade, and you figure out what you should have done and come up with a new plan of what you will not do or a rule for the next time. I can't tell you how many times trader comes in. I made 6 trades, and I said, "Oh, you lost at all of them?" "Well, no, I lost at 4, and I made money at 2." I said, "Well, what happened with the 4?" "I did this, I did this, I did this." "Oh, yeah, I did exactly the same thing." Your brain will lock into a pattern. Our brains love patterns. You got up today, you picked your shirt, you picked your pair of pants. I'll bet you it was something that you have all the time. You got a full closet full of clothes, but you picked up the same clothes. You go to your favorite restaurant, you pick up the menu, and you look at the same thing, and you order the same thing. Our brains love patterns because they make us feel secure, they give us certainty, they make us feel solid, but it can't distinguish the difference between a bad pattern and a good pattern. It locks in any pattern. So what you don't want to do is lock in the bad pattern. If you go 3 times, you've locked in the bad pattern. If you do exactly the same mistake and didn't make an adjustment. And so that's why I have traders, after every losing trade, stop, analyze it, take a walk if you have to. Don't go into the next trade and say, "I'm going to get it back," and certainly don't add size to get it back at that point. Analyze it, lose it, come up with a new plan. And you may find the best thing in your trading. You may find the best tidbit on that solution that you needed, and now all of your trades are positive. And I do the 3 strikes, you're out as a rule. So if you go 3 trades and didn't analyze it and just kept getting sucked in, and I call it pushing and that's the addictive behavior that traders will fall into. It's an addictive behavior. You get pulled in. I say 3 strikes, you're out. You got to literally stop for the day. Go into sim, analyze those 3 trades that you did incorrectly, and figure out what you need to do differently. 3 strikes, you're out. But do it after every loss. You'll lose less money. I mean, that's the great news. And you might find the one thing that really enhances your strategy, that really pulls you forward in a good direction. Don't fall prey into the pattern, because the pattern will grab you. Your brain will grab onto the pattern, and it doesn't know the difference between good and bad. It just doesn't. And then the other thing was the HWP, my favorite, HWP mode. Don't go into the HWP. Can you guess what that is? Minute trade.
What is that? What is HWP?
Hope, push, pray.
Hope, push, pray. That makes sense.
Hope, push, pray. HWP. Don't go into a trade and hope it's going to go to your target. Wish it's going to go to your target, and start praying it's going to your target. If it's not working, get out. What's the worst thing that happens? You get into another trade when it's a better position. So I share this with my clients. And picture you're trading against Mr. Market. He's there to take your money. His sole purpose, take your money, no matter what. He gets your money by making you go into the emotion. As soon as you go into the emotion, he's hooked you. He's hooked you, and he's reeling you in. And so you don't want to get hooked by Mr. Market. You want to get out of the trade. Say, I'm hooked, and I'm fighting this. I better get out. The trade's not looking good. Get out. Get out. Minimize the loss. You can always get back in. The market's not going away.
I got to ask you, Robin.
Yep.
I've got to ask you, why do you think it is that one of the single most difficult things for a trader to do, especially new traders, is admit when they're wrong and get out of a losing trade? Why is it so difficult?
Well, nobody wants to be wrong, and especially, I hate to say this, I hate to be sexist, but men, because men are socially conditioned to be the breadwinner, the little train that could. They're the providers. They're the ones that in the family, they bring in the money, although that's changed a lot. But they go on a sport team. They have to be the best on whatever sport it is. And so they are more conditioned socially to be number one, the best. And men tend to do this. Now, women it's switched. A lot of women are coming into it now, and they're in the same place. But men had been socially conditioned to be the best. Follow what your father did, and he was successful, do it this way, and follow what he's doing. So it's the little train that could. And the pressure is on. And in trading, we face losing every time we hit the keys. We face losing. It's the only business that we face losing so much with every stroke of the keystroke. Every time we touch the keys, we face a loss, and we have to manage it. So we have to be smart enough to manage it. So that's why I say you're trading against Mr. Market. Don't let him take your money, and just play the game. You're not taking my money this time. I'm closing this trade. I don't see anything in here that's telling me to stay in. And you got this little bit. I'm not giving you any more. I'm going to get out. And so get out when it doesn't work. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's one of the things about men in general. And
it certainly does. And I think
you guys are competitive. You're very competitive.
Yeah.
And women, that's not to say women aren't competitive. I am extremely competitive. I grew up with 7 boys on the block. So I learned competitiveness from the boys on the block. And when I became a professional dancer at 13, I'd go to an audition. There'd be 500 people there for like 5 positions. So I'm used to competition, and I fight through it. And you have to, when you're competitive, the good news is there's 2 sides of this. One part is usually a very competitive A-type personality, overachiever kind of trader has a very fast mindset. They can look at something, grab it, and include it in their trading. They grab it, include it in their trading. They're very quick to assimilate what they're learning. The downside of that is a person with a quick mind has to really, really work on patience, the opposite side of the coin, on competitiveness. A-type personality, overachiever, is patience. And you've got to have patience in this business. So you can't do one without the other. You can't win, add things into your technique and not work your patience.
Actually, patience is the 4th topic to bring up. But before we do that, I think it's important to add here.
Okay.
Based off of what you're saying, this is really the only industry that I can think of where on day one, an absolute beginner is going toe-to-toe with some of the most seasoned professionals on the planet. Large banks, large financial institutions, they spend billions of dollars a year hiring the smartest people on the planet with a single goal in mind, and that's to separate you from your money in these markets, right? And that can be a difficult thing for a lot of people to grasp. So when you're talking about knowing where you're on the wrong side of the market, there are people out there that know when you're on the wrong side of the market, and they're going to keep pressing you and pressing you and pressing you until you just blow it out, right? So accepting those losses early, getting out of those bad trades, getting out and on the right side, getting out of the wrong side and in on the right side of the market is one of the best lessons that you can learn.
That's the key. When I was at the hedge fund, I was surprised at how well the traders that I worked with exited a bad trade. Obviously, they were doing enormous contracts, doing 100 contracts at a time, and they lose a lot of money, and their threshold for cash was very high. And so they exit very quickly. And I don't know in general if it was because of the size of the money that they exited so quickly, because if they lost, they're gone. They weren't around very long if they were losing. So when you get to that high level, it's a different story. When you're just starting, and I started it at the trading firm on Wall Street, and they were all new traders, and just, when day trading first started, card tables and computers on the table and cords hanging between the tables and 100 guys in a room, and me in the back row. And the competitiveness and what went on in the trading room was amazing, was just amazing. And that we were trading stock at the time, 1,000 shares at a time. But people were making, I saw one guy make $45,000 in 45 minutes. And it just blew my mind. And he was one of the best traders in the firm. And so, but the fear, and so that competitiveness, so you see that guy making all this money, and he's sitting in a room with all these other guys. Of course, they want to do it too. So they're pushing. And I call pushing doing something that you shouldn't be doing, and it's pulling you in. So you're pushing your trading. You're forcing your trading. Don't force your trading. Have a plan. And like JD said, know where you're going, where your entry is, and what those two, you have a different wording for that. You have, and the invalidation and the validation side. So your support and resistance, basically, for where you're going. That's one of the most critical pieces of trading is support and resistance. That is critical. All of the big hedge funds use all those numbers. And, I call us traders, all of us, and the hedge fund group, it's a in the wind. We're in the wind. You don't even feel us. We're so tiny. We're so tiny. So we have to think like these guys at the hedge fund, and what are they doing? And so, there's we should probably do a whole segment on what hedge funds do price-wise to what the little guys do. Guide traders, never put your order out on a whole number, because all the hedge funds use whole numbers. So do one tick below or above when you're going in a particular direction. One tick is enough, because you want to be sure you're going to get out. And so that's one of them. And then support.
Interesting point, yeah.
They use support and resistance all the time. Support and resistance. So we should learn support and resistance really well, because that's what they use. So that's a really good topic for another session. But that's where the rules come in. So if I jump back into rules again, if you have a rule that says, as a new trader, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and look at my 5 indicators that tell me to go into the trade, I'm going to stick to that rule. And if those are not there, I am not taking the trade. And so you're going to need control to do that. And I explained this once before when I was in that trading room, and they were yelling, Microsoft's running, Microsoft's running. And of course, I get in and do a buy of Microsoft. And as soon as I got in, it turned the reverse, came down. And so, and every time I did it, I lost. So I said to the guy, I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody's getting into Microsoft when they're yelling. I get in, and of course, they had gotten in already, and I'm now buying, and they're selling it to get it out. And he says, well, do the opposite. And my brain went into this weird thing. Do the opposite. But they're buying to get in. You want me to sell? Well, I started to do this. I started to sell. At the time, they were saying, buy Microsoft, buy Microsoft. I sold. I can't tell you how great that was. Just to make that, my brain went fuzzy to do it, but I took it. And at one point, they got into a trade, and trade started to drop. I was in short. They were in long, and it started to really drop. And they said, Robin, you have shares? And I said, oh, yeah, I'm short. Well, put them out there, because I got to get out of this trade. I said, no, I'm not ready to get out yet. And so I would catch the movement in the reverse direction. So I figured it out. It wasn't working what I was doing. It just wasn't working. So he said, do the opposite. And so when he said that, I just said, that didn't even come into my mind at the time. Do the opposite. So that's why you have to analyze it. I was in the emotion.
Were you kind of following all of your set rules, and then when the time came to execute, you would just do the opposite of what your rules told you? Not your rules, but the setup you were looking at.
One, that particular one, I did. And then another one where I was chasing. Every time I got in, I was too late. So I was chasing the trade, and I couldn't stop myself. And I've told the story before, and I couldn't. I did a few things before I hit the trade, and I finally had to come up with I had to sit on my hands because I felt my hands being magnets to the keyboard. And so when they yelled out in the room, I just went to the keyboard. And so I said, I have a physical thing in my body that's telling me to hit the keys. I said, well, what do you have to do? I could either time together or something. I said, I'm going to sit on my hands. It took me 6 times to sit on my hands before I could break the habit because I had installed the habit. So that's why I'm saying habits get installed and patterns get installed very quickly. And so you don't even know they're working. They just work. And that's why you have to be really, really careful. And these are the things that I cover when I do coaching to teach people what their habits are. And I go specifically to what they're going through and how to reverse them. Getting hooked is very big. And it's the addictive behavior that this business will draw out in you is an addictive behavior. It's the... you're not supposed to eat chocolate and somebody gives you a Hershey's Kiss and you're sunk. You're sunk. Just one little thing and you're going to get hooked in. And winning. That's the biggest challenge for beginners. They win early on. They get a winning trade. That's almost the worst thing that can happen. They go, oh, this is easy. I didn't know I could do it that easy. So then they go in and they go in and they go in, but it's losing, not winning, winning. And so all of a sudden they realize there's 2 sides to this game, winning and losing. So in the beginning, don't get seduced by the winning trades. Don't get seduced. Analyze them. Look at what you did. Look at what the market was. Figure out that pattern to repeat that one. That's the right one to lock in, but don't get hooked. Don't get hooked in thinking that every trade is going to come your way and you don't have to manage it because you have to manage every single trade.
Is it true? I've heard this before.
What?
I've heard this before, and I don't know if there's any validation to it, but I've heard people say that the addiction to losing can be even stronger than the addiction to winning. Is that possible?
Because of the pattern.
Is that true?
Yeah, because of the pattern and the habit that gets formed in your mind. And the brain can't tell the difference between the good ones and bad ones. It just locks in the pattern. And so the psychology part of trading falls back to the innate properties that our brain has normally. So when you go into protection mode, and I use that example of the candle, you get burned by a candle, you go ouch, get burned by a candle, go ouch. And the third time, you won't do it because your body goes into protection mode. It's an innate feeling that we get. Our bodies will stop us from going into harm's way. It's an amazing thing when you think about it, but it stinks for trading. So we lose and we get an ouch, and we lose and we get an ouch. And then all of a sudden, if you lose too much, you get to the point where you freeze. And so traders will call me, I'm frozen, I'm paralyzed, I can't even pull the trigger. I've been watching the trading room, but I'm frozen, I'm paralyzed, I can't pull the trigger. Because the fear in their mind, in their subconscious memory, is so powerful that it won't let them go into harm's way. And it literally freezes them and stops them from going in. So, again, when I do coaching, I have to dig at what somebody's going through. Sometimes I find things that are way from their past. And they say, well, I never told anybody this. I said, well, you didn't need it before. Now you need it with your trading. They said, well, that happened when I was like 10. that this happened to me and I had this fear? And I said, well, it's popping up now because trading brings to the surface all of that baggage. And so you don't realize what will happen. And so it's a challenge. It's a game that we have a lot of rules, a lot of things that we have to watch, and you have to be patient, slow down, go step by step and build one thing on another, especially if you're new, and don't get seduced by the wins. Look at great trades. Look at great trades. What did you do during that trade? What to repeat? Look at your losing trades and what the new solution is. Problem solution. That's one of my techniques. Problem solution. Never go to another trade till you figure out the problem and go to the solution. Have a problem solution for your winning trades and figure out any new rules or any new indicators as you start building your plan as a new trader. And focus on how can you win at the next trade? What could I do better at the next trade? How could I make money at the next trade? Don't focus totally on how can I not lose at the next trade? How can I not give up my drawdown? How can I not do this? And have very specific rules to stop you when you've lost too much in the day. If you're losing and you haven't done that, you're in the addictive behavior, and Mr. Market is just taking your money, taking it. And you've got to stop that pattern. If you get up and walk away and just take a break, have a cup of coffee, have water, I always suggest water. If you do that, you will break the pattern that you're in emotionally in the moment. If you get up and move, that's the best way to break the pattern. If you're sitting there and you're watching the market, it's going to pull you in. It's like they put it pulls you right in. It pulls you right in. You know, it's
truth.
Very seductive.
It is the truth. Being in the market can be very addictive. Yeah. Well, Robin Dane, I want to say thank you so much for joining us today for Mindset Matters. Always appreciate you coming in, sharing your trading insights, your trading knowledge, your mindset knowledge, and helping out all of our traders here.
I want to share. I got one thing I need to share. So if you're considering any kind of coaching, I always suggest that you go to the website and fill out the free questionnaire. There's a link in the top right-hand corner that I will analyze where you are in the moment if you haven't done it. If you've done it and you went into the there's a question and it's called the I don't care zone. If you answered that question, I don't care zone, I'll put money on it. You've been losing ever since you filled out that questionnaire. Then you should consider doing coaching. I'm doing $200 off for the month. I'll probably do a Christmas special, but I don't have that yet. So $200 off the regular coaching. And I don't like to do commercials, but if you are emotionally hooked, stuck, and not making it and not getting things right, it's the best investment in yourself that you can make at the start of your career, because we can set all these foundations, I call them foundation skills, before you get all the bad habits that we have to break. Because when I get traders that have been trading a while, I find that I'm having to deal with their patterns that they've locked in. You know, before you get really into a bad place and you're starting out and you want to get the guidance on how to get going, I don't teach a strategy. That you get from the guys at Topstep and the people in the room. I work on the psychology and I combine the two and I get you going in a forward direction. So there's a $200 off for the month, and do that questionnaire. It's free. I send you the analysis. I do each one personally, and I will give you a lot of insights into your trading. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robin Dane. All right, guys, we got to step aside. That's all the time we have for Mindset Matters. Thanks again, Robin Dane, for joining us and sharing your wisdom and knowledge with all of our traders here at Topstep. We're going to get out of the way. We've got Power Hour coming up now. Oh, my pleasure being here. Always fun to share the stage.
Have a great week, trading week. Sure. Be careful. We got numbers coming out, I guess, this week, so be careful.
We sure do. Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye. Love you.
We're coming up next, guys. Andre, Chad, Brad, and Nicholas joining us in just a minute. TopstepTV, we're going to take a short break. More coming up. Power Hour on the way. Let's go.
Oh, I am in for a treat. We got the three amigos. We got Chad. You know him, upper right-hand corner. Lower left-hand corner, you got Brad. He brought in the third musketeer. We got Nicholas in the house. Nick, what is happening? Funded trader taking a payout with us as well today. Welcome to Power Hour, Nick. How you doing, my man?
It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Looks like today is a very volatile day. I am currently trading my XFAs, just trying to work my way a little bit out of a hole from earlier today. I didn't really like how we, pretty much broke a pretty key support level of 25,000 in the NQ. So right now it's just kind of up in the air. I'm trying not to keep a bias whether, we're going higher from here or going lower, long term, but I just try to trade what's in front of me.
Yeah, I like it already. I like this guy already. Where'd you find this guy, Chad? What's up, Chad, out there in Hawaii? Where are you in Hawaii? Or
My TaskRabbit guy to come hang all of mount televisions and paintings, and then he helped me move to a new house, and I was like, hey, stop by, and showed him Topstep as Brad had showed me. And once you're in, even when you have bad days, you never really quit. You take a break, but if you're a trader, you're a trader. You come back to the screens.
Once a trader, always a trader. All right, so Brad, I'm going to blame you. You are the reason everyone is here with us. What's up, Brad? Good to see you. Having a nice day on the XFA, trading the MES. You're in a position right now. Let's get right into it. Tell us about the position. Tell us about your P&L on this wild day.
Yeah, it's been crazy. What's up, TopstepTV? I am absolutely exhausted. My mental capital is shot. It's been a hell of a day, but I am stoked to be here. So yeah, I actually took this long in the green room just to kind of play this bottom of the range. It's about all. I'm a horrible range trader, but I'm trying to play one on TV today. So yeah, I am currently in my 150K XFA. I'm in the green, $657, which is feeling great. And I have the trailing drawdown set at minus 250. I'm not going to give much of it back, especially feeling as shot as I am and as lucky as I feel to be in the green after just some of the battles that I got going. So, and all my 50Ks are locked out in the green. So this is the only one I'm willing to trade anymore today.
Update that position. You're long one MES. I believe the top of the board would correct that. What long one MES from what price?
One MES from 66.71.75. So I'm taking just a little bit of heat on it right now.
Okay, very good. We'll get that update corrected at the top there. All right, lower right-hand corner, we got the countdown clock. 53 minutes till the closing bell. That means 43 minutes till MOC. All right, take a look at some of these prices. We got ES trading at 66.70. NASDAQ trading 24,735. Crude oil trading $60.82, about 10 cents off the highs. Gold pretty tame today, trading 40.76, and MBT chilled out a little bit as well, trading 93,205. 50-50 on the tilt. Let's get right into it. Nick, we like to play a game called Above Below around here, where I'm going to ask you what you think the price will be on the close in the NQ. Then we're going to throw it to the chat. The chat's going to vote above or below. So, Nick, the last trade price is 24,720. What will the closing price be in the NQ?
I wouldn't be surprised if we, stay in a range, but if I were to throw a number, I think we'll probably close 24,750s, probably around there.
Excellent. 24,750. 750. Above or below. All right, Dallas. Get to know Nick a little bit. Funded trader taking payouts with us as well. Thoughts on the price action? Any key levels of interest here in the NQ? Again, trading 24,717. Like Brad said, we are in a range, ES and NQ. So how are you looking to play the last 51 minutes of the New York session here?
Yeah, so right now it really does look like we've been starting to form a range in the past 2.5 hours in the NQ. I am just looking for us to hold 700s, but we're about to do a second retest. We're still holding a little bit above VWAP, which is nice to see. And I typically like to use the RSI on the 5-minute chart. And right now we're consolidating around the 50 range on there. And again, if we don't hold this, then I wouldn't be surprised if, the next level we dip down to maybe 24,540, which was a previous support earlier in the day. But I just, hope we don't free fall and, we keep crawling back up.
Fair enough. See here, you've been trading for about a year. Is it true Chad introduced you to Topstep? I guess, yeah, first appearance. Always like to ask the question, how did you find Topstep and how did Topstep find you, Nick?
Yeah, so Chad was the one that told me about Topstep trading. And I have been trading for a little bit over a year, maybe about a year and 4 months. It started off with some quick wins. It's great when you get that first payout in, the first couple months of trading, but then it's very easy to give back all those gains because you keep thinking like, oh, because I got this payout, I can double up next week and I can keep it going. And so the hard reality that I had to learn is that you need to focus on your strategy and focus on your emotions, and whatever the dollar amount will be at the end of the day, you don't have to worry about that as much. Just stick to the process.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the first
real
nice
quick,
payouts
Nick,
got,
can
he
you,
met me in,
share your charts really quick? I think we lost them. If you don't mind. Sorry about that, Chad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the first few payouts he got, like you said, pretty quickly. And you know how that is, where it's like everything's going to be so easy. It's always talked about, right? But he came and met me in Mexico for a while.
That was a good
Playa
trip.
del Carmen. Yeah, it was a good trip. So
And that was
thank you,
paid for by
Topstep, for a Playa del Carmen trip.
Yeah.
Paid for by Trading Profits? Paid for by Chad? Paid for by Brad?
Oh, Trading Profits, right, Nick?
Trading Profits, all good. He said he's working on getting his screen shared there.
Whenever he was whenever Nick was in profit, he was thanking me, and whenever he was not, I was telling him that Brad was the one who introduced us originally. So
I love it. Absolutely love it. Again, trading buddies, essential. Brad and Chad go way back. They were trade options in San Diego, I do believe.
Yeah,
you got it.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, the three of us are the OG Denver team. Yeah, I'm currently in Miami Beach, Florida, doing the same thing on vacation, just trading, and it just feels good,
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah. Well, job well done. Welcome to Power Hour. We got that pull up. We can take it down. Well, Nick, I've got to give you credit. I like the price you put, because we're pretty much looking at 50-50 poll right now. About 52% saying below or now. We'll take the poll down. Let's see if we get into some of this action here. Brad, you said you play a range trader on TV. What are you looking for to your upside? Let's go to your chart. You're along from 66.71 and the orders. I see the bottom end of that range. What are you looking for upside target?
Well, I've just got a key level here right around 70. That so between that and the prior lows, that's kind of what got me in down around here. Just this very obvious 5-minute range, but it is looking so heavy. So I got my stop pretty tight on it. Okay. And then as far as the target goes, I'm going to go real simple. I'm going to play settlement 66.92, and it hasn't been there all day during the New York session, so I'm going to see if the odds are in my favor for it to make it back.
Well, let me ask you something, Brad. You got I'm seeing a little push lower here. You got in from, I see the level from 66.70, right? Look at that very obvious 5-minute range. What's the top of the range looking at the 5-minute that we've set here?
85,
Yes.
right around 85.
Okay.
85. Yep. So I am looking to see if it will break out through this, which I have my doubts. But
speaking of levels, what exactly happened this week with the weekly kickoff levels?
Weekly kickoff levels. We got Topstep daily levels.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious.
Yeah,
Because I always update those on some other charts, and just curious, just asking, not complaining.
Well, do you have the? Did you click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X, Chad? And did you type in Topstep
Yeah,
daily
I'm
levels?
actually when I update these on other charts, I'm going off of the weekly website, but I can also go off of the
Chad, I am pleased to announce that they will be back shortly. They will be back very shortly. A lot of things have to go through. A lot of things have to get cleared. A lot of things have to get cleared these days, Chad. Lawyers want to make sure everything's good. But yes, those will be back. I can assure you they will be back shortly. Wheels are in motion. But for now, you use those
because I
Topstep
really
daily.
appreciate them. I mean, they're really reliable. I mean, they're key.
they're great.
Well,
they're great. You know, that's how I found Topstep. Were those levels? Were Hoag's levels?
No kidding.
Before I ever started trading, I found those levels and I was marking them on my charts. And then through that, obviously, I was exposed to Topstep. And then because I was, trading my own capital, all that stuff, losing it. So it sounded a lot better to go the combine route and be plugged into a good ecosystem that, taught me how to do things the right way. Forced me, forced learning. And the only way to survive is to do it right.
I absolutely love that. All right, good stuff. Chad, what levels do you have? Well, are you flying blinds without the Topstep weekly levels? We got the daily levels, but what are you seeing? You took a quick scalp really quick. Are you leaning bullish or bearish here in the NQ?
I guess I hate to have. I mean, if we're looking at this objectively on the daily, it's just bouncing off of some, I don't know, some moving averages, and I'm looking honestly right now. I'm looking at Nvidia and where it's bouncing off of, and a lot of these other stocks, but I think Nvidia is going to be the key that's going to set this either way. And I think it's sideways until I was actually surprised we've had as large of a range. Of course, I wake up quite late and I'm probably happily glad I wasn't part of the morning session. But so I'm really holding out for big action based on Nvidia, and that's kind of more honestly not just the Topstep trading, but also with the equities and the whole world economy.
Yep. Nvidia earnings after the
think
bell
Nvidia
tomorrow.
is some of the
Tune into at the buzzer tomorrow. Jay Coach Paul have wall-to-wall coverage of that. Again, we also have FOMC minutes tomorrow. We're getting non-farm payrolls on Thursday. Government is open again. The shutdown is over. Starting to get all those numbers to pour back in. Let's take a quick peek at the schedule. We got anything hitting us? Okay, BLS is coming out with some PPI going to be released November 25th, a week from today. So we're starting to get some dates and times.
Yeah, I think if Nvidia can hold strong, we're gonna continue to rally up, and this will kind of be like these dip buys will be great buys. But if that'll really depend on. I mean, they've delivered consistently, but I don't know. The vibe feels a little different the last couple weeks.
I think add to Chad's point and what Brad mentioned earlier, if we're looking just at a macro perspective, I've been starting to lean pretty bearish in equities, and not just that, but I would say even crypto, Bitcoin as well. We're just, we're in Q4, and normally when you look at the 4-year cycles, we top out in Q4. And for us to be seeing these kinds of dips, if you want to call them that, or sell-offs, it makes me a little bit on edge as to if we're going to get one more push up this year. But regardless of what happens, the beauty of day trading is that we're specifically looking intraday, what's happening in front of us, and we will make money whether the market goes up or down, just be on the right side of it.
Tell him, Nick. Tell him, Nick. Absolutely. I believe what you're referring to is Q4, your kind of what we call the Santa Claus rally.
Yeah,
There's a
no
myth
one's
out
really
there
been
that we
mentioning
always.
Santa Claus lately.
No, it doesn't feel like it.
I mean, it's just a thing.
Oh, I know.
Retail
It's
sales
like
spending
it's kind
goes
of like
up.
when does it start? When does it start?
Good question. Oh, the chat's gonna go wild. This I've seen everything from it's the week after, from Christmas to New Year's. I've also seen the entire month of December. That's a good question. Certainly hasn't started yet because we're trading 24,714.
Yeah.
In the NASDAQ, we're about like 5 or 6% off all-time highs. In the ES, we did get as low as 65.94. We're 5% off all-time highs as well over there. So,
Speaking of Santa, when do you think it's appropriate or not appropriate to put up Christmas decorations?
one of our funded traders, Braden, joining us on Fastmark. He has Christmas tree up what, November 1st?
His,
I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say right after Halloween, doesn't it?
That's like the early end. I wouldn't do any
As soon as
earlier.
Mariah Carey comes out.
I mean, speaking of Mariah Carey, we had a Mariah C on our live funded leaderboard yesterday. I don't think it was. It could be Mariah Carey. But yes.
I don't think it was Mariah Carey.
I don't think it was either.
Yeah.
But
We
that
play
would
the
be
odds
great.
on that.
You would
I'm
need to
gonna take
have
the
her
odds
on. All right. All right, Brad. Still in this trade.
Yeah, not loving it, but I'll let it play out. It's just looks wildly heavy. I feel
Looks
like
pretty
even
heavy.
if it's going to go up, even if it's going to go up, I feel like my stop's going to have to be part of the liquidity first. So.
All right, in the chat,
We'll see.
question in the chat. How did you all three? Well, I know Brad and Chad met, and Nick. Nick, tell your side of the story. Really, were you just doing some handyman stuff around the house, and that's how you met Chad, or is there more to the story?
Yeah. So pretty much we have a funny joke about that glass table that he bought and had me pretty much put together several times, and between different houses that he moved around in. But yeah, pretty much just started from handyman work. I was, really curious of trying to get a second income because I just feel like never get too comfortable with one income. You never know when hard times are going to come back or, other things happen that are out of your control. So trading was a really good opportunity. But more specifically, Topstep just made it a no-brainer because of your low entry costs to get in, $49 to open a combine. And I just, I came from a background of doing options trading in the years past and having to, use money in my own brokerage account to do that. And it just put that much more pressure on you when you realize that, you don't even have a company really backing you, like Topstep wants to see the best in us as traders. And, we should support, Topstep as well so that we all win.
Oh, checks in the mail, Nick. Well done. Did you guys tell him? Did you guys feed him the lines before this? What happened there?
Nick's running for politics here. Look at that.
No, I can't say it that well.
Well done. All right, you guys are trading buddies. Still around the same price. 66.67 in the ES. NQ trading 24,719. Crude trading $60.88. Gold 40.75. Brad, Chad, I want to talk to you about watching Nick's trading journey. All right, I'm sure you guys, in some sense, were mentors, friends, buddies, accountability partners as well. I want to ask you guys, I'll go to Brad. Brad, when did you see the aha moment? When did the light bulb turn on for Nick and his trading?
I want to say a big part, Nick had a ton. I think we kind of talked about it. He had a lot of quick success, right? He had that the beginners, kind of the beginners shine, the glow, and so much so that there were times Chad and I look at each other and we're like, what are we doing wrong? Like, he's just showing us up, and then things kind of came home to roost, and the reality of it all set in, and he kind of had some speed bumps, I would say, but then just watching him stay persistent, persevere through it, even stepped away, and I think that was really, really healthy for him, and kind of got back to one, just not putting all his eggs in the trading basket because of the pressure. I think, I saw moments where he was putting so much pressure on himself to perform that it was a little bit debilitating from just a, operating well and wisely standpoint. So, but I mean, man, Nick, you just kind of, it's been the last couple months, you probably plugged back in and have just been rocking, man.
I appreciate
back from that break,
Brad. Yeah, I actually took most of this summer off. I want to say I took 2.5 months away from trading, just focused on just living my life and a little bit of traveling, a little bit of going back to work just to kind of get my mind off of it. And it's funny how it works, because I think you were the one that said, when it comes to trading and when you need money, it doesn't come. It's actually when you relax and you focus on your strategy and your setup, it'll come later. But I really had to tone down the pressure on myself. I had really big goals, and I still do, because I wanted to pursue day trading as a full-time income. And I am just really happy to see that the last couple months, I've gotten 5 payouts from Topstep, and I'm transitioning into trading full-time now.
Got that paper. You got that. You mind sharing how much some of those? Hold on, we got a little downside pressure here. And QES starting to take a push to the downside. ES trading 66.55. Yeah,
I'm out. Yeah,
I'm out. Yep.
NASDAQ. All right, enough with the Q&As. Enough with the Q&As. Let's get back into the markets. Markets have woken up here. If anyone does take a trade, feel free to interrupt me at any time. Let me know the quantity and the position and what market. We got gold pushing lower here as well. We're starting to see some offers jump in on the ladder here in the ES, and they are getting filled, but they are chasing. Moving on overnight VWAP here in NASDAQ, 24,661. ES 66.54. Chad, I know you like to get in there. You seen anything enticing
I got
here?
in there. I want a little trader entertainment. I like to be on the side Brad's not on, so
Shots fired already. Well, Brad's out. So what did you do? Did you get
well,
short?
for me to be long usually takes a lot, and I'm long, and so I'm going to hold out and see if this becomes a nice little bottom tail kind of bouncing
What
in
price?
the day here.
Chad, you've been on TopstepTV for many, many months, many, many years. When you take a trade, I gotta know from
24,700 is the average price for both. I already had one long, so
you sure from
where I took that at, I don't know if that was the greatest place, but the average is 24.7 exactly.
24.
Well,
You're
and
short.
50 cents.
You're short
I'm
from
long.
24,000. You're long. That's right.
Usually I can tell when I'm using words like hope and need that I'm on the wrong side. And I will say
Tilt
that I
is
hope
coming.
it goes well. And yeah, I hope and I need, and that's not the place I usually want to be. It was nice to see during his little break, Nick came out and visited Hawaii. That was
well
good.
done.
We had some good times. I don't know that those pictures can be published, but we had some overall good.
Yeah, I saw them.
times.
They can't.
Nick, may I ask you a question? Was there fuel in the scooter? Last time Chad was on, that's you saying we're struggling with getting fuel in the scooter. Were we able? Was a scooter operational? Was a scooter operational this time? Sorry, I had to
I
do
had
it,
it at
Chad.
that time, yeah. Oh my gosh.
We're still selling
Are you
off
talking
here.
about Kermit the bike?
No, the one I got in Hawaii, not the one in Denver.
Oh, okay.
It kind of went
I mean,
out.
it
When
looked like you
once
had
I
a
repaired it, I realized there was no gas in the gas tank. However, there is a larger issue at hand which caused that, I think. So it's still not carburetor. I don't know. Blah blah blah. It's not the.
What was that larger
but
issue, Chad?
Yeah, I mean, let's get to the bottom of this.
I believe it's the carburetor.
I thought it was
I'm
maybe
not
the
exactly
line.
a mechanic. I usually need. I'll have to put up a picture of my license plate attempt to. You know, I have a Land Rover that's never had a license plate on the front, even though it's always been required, and it's required here now to have that in order to get it inspected. And there's no like mounting. So my version of what that looked like with, I don't know, zip ties
Love
and
it. Duct tape.
it's still not up there, but I don't think it's going to pass inspection yet from what I'm doing. I might need this is where
Maybe
I
Nick.
need the guys like Nick and Brad to help me out with some of that
and
stuff.
Izzy too.
Izzy. Does Izzy
Yeah,
trade?
we got another buddy.
Does
Shout
Izzy
out
trade
Izzy.
Topstep?
Up, Izzy?
Yeah, he's I think
He does.
I think he might be taking a break or he's on a combine. He kind of goes through similar cycles, I think, like most of us, or at least like myself. You know, it's good to take a break and get your mind right. But he has been with Topstep for, I want to say, at least half a year. And he's made some progress. He's had XFAs, or at least, yeah, one or two.
Gotcha.
But yeah, he's been just trying to climb his way back up and figure out what works for him. There's no one way to do it, you know?
Amen. 100%.
You can always tell when Nick had bad days because the chat between us, like the four, group chat would go pretty silent on Nick's side. You have to check
I
in
would
and
just
make sure.
disappear.
As we all do, as we all get
Been
like,
there.
like who wants to talk about that stuff, So we've been supportive, but sometimes that takes a day or two to kind of get to be able to reset for any of us.
100%. I'll take a look back at these
All right,
markets.
I jumped back in.
All right,
I'm
yeah,
long.
Brad. I figured. Okay, what price?
There
You
we
got a better
go.
price this time. Well, we got a better
Oh
price.
yeah,
What'd you
much
get?
better. 66.58. We're gonna see. We got a nice little bounce and a return to upside structure on the lower time frame. So
Now I'm worried that Brad's in, so I'm like,
see
do I
what
get
this
out?
wants to do. Yeah, now Chad's got to go
I'm
flat.
not touching it for the rest of today, honestly.
Sellers got
I'm
dunked
probably
on right
just
there.
going to hit out that lockout button just so that I don't get into any more trades for today.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. Before you do that, I want to. Well, okay, yeah. By all means, go ahead. Hit that lockout. One of the best features we have on X. But I want to ask you, Nick. Those first couple payouts, how much were they? Nice, right?
Well, here's the thing. I do copy trading.
Total. How much did you collect? How much did you earn? I should say total in payouts.
I think probably 60 to 80K, somewhere in that range.
Nice, huh? No wonder you want to. No wonder you don't want to do handyman shit anymore. The trading stuff.
That's right.
That's what brought the call on and said, "Hey, buddy, you're in Mexico. I'm coming your way right now."
It's funny because when he called me, I was doing a road trip just down south. I was in Alabama. I was just down there exploring, just driving on the road and seeing where it takes me. And he calls me and I'm like, oh, shoot, I didn't bring my passport. So I end up just driving home, picking that up and, flew out there and, it's a good time.
60 to 80 grand later, look at you now. Power Hour, Topstep TV. 2,000 people watching us all around the globe. Please click subscribe, click like, click the bell up right
Now I think the next payouts he's pushing for Thailand or he's pushing for Southeast Asia. But see, Nick is single and Brad is married, so that could be why Brad is not joining.
I don't go on the
show.
trips with them.
Wise man. Very, very wise man. Very wise, wise
Because
man.
he wants to stay
Happily-
married, I
Happily
believe.
married and want to stay that way. Yes.
I don't blame you. We
Can't
might
blame
begin
the
the
man.
Especially Thailand. No Thailand for me.
wonderful country. Shout out to everyone watching us in Thailand. We are seeing a bit of a push to the
Yes.
downside
Yeah,
here
I
at
would love to go.
MBT. I'm messing with you.
Brad,
all right,
I
Brad,
love it too much. That's the problem.
Brad, we got those good prices from 66.58 in the ES.
One more shot.
push here.
One more shot.
Yeah, what's your upside target? You're playing the range. What would you look?
You know what? Now I'm just I don't think this has enough juice. Even if it can head back up, I don't think it's got enough juice to make any new highs. So I'm gonna head back. Honestly, you know what? Now I'm targeting the top of the initial balance. So that's sitting at 66.79. Would be a nice little shot if it could get back up there.
NASDAQ ladder very thin right now. Chad Long from 24,700. Where's your stop, Chad? Where which risks are you looking to accept on
Stop
this
is
trade?
at 24,648, so right below the 650. This is a combine. I tend to first day combines. I tend to put a bit more risk on. It's just part of the. Otherwise, I'd probably be trading MNQs, but I like 150K combines and first day combines. I put a bit more risk on.
Yeah. See a little push low here.
That would be just a little bit below the tail of where.
Step on this.
Where it kind of fell to about 6 minutes. Every 3 minutes feels like a new level of happiness or sadness. On a 3-minute start.
Yeah, we're kind of, I guess you can say we're making higher lows intraday right now. I think the volatility mostly died down, even though volume still appears to be, pretty decent on the day. I mean, there's only 25 minutes left until the close. So I usually don't trade power hour. In fact, the last month or two, I started switching to slow markets because I feel like whenever you don't have random tweets come through or you don't have CPI news, my indicators just tend to be more accurate, such as the RSI, like I mentioned on the 5-minute chart. I keep my trading pretty simple. If you see that the RSI is typically close to the oversold region.
What number would that be? Those that are on relative strength indicator or index RSI. What number would that look like for oversold? Beneath what?
Yeah, so the RSI is between a point range. So 30 would indicate that we are oversold, and 70 is typically overbought. Right now, if you were to pull up a 5-minute chart, you can see that we're getting pretty close to the oversold on it, and still always be cautious because it can always go lower and it can always go higher, but the chances of a pretty big trade are sometimes in your favor when you just decide to scale down. Like if you normally trade 1 NQ and you still want to take a trade for the day, size down, maybe do 3 MNQ. And then if it starts going your way and the counter trend trade is working, add another 3 and just keep managing your risk.
RSI, Darth Vader. You see, you're calling the highs and lows. I like that.
The wins.
Shout out to Steez. Steez in the chat saying, everyone knows what RSI is, Andre. LOL. Were you really laughing out loud? I doubt you were. No. Not everyone does know that. But Dave, shout out. Hopefully you got that.
Do they know how to use it?
I don't think everyone knows what RSI is. That's what I'm here to do. Ask the dumb questions. However, Steez, did you click subscribe?
That's right.
Click like? Yeah, did you click notify? All right. Brad's still long. Chad's still long. 50-50 on the tilt. All right. 22 minutes till the closing bell. 12 minutes till the market on close. All right. With that being said, mortgages have been in the news off a lot lately. We got a 50-year mortgage rates. Are they going to cut again in December? I'm not sure. It's 50-50 right now. Looking at the Fed Fund futures, but they got a new portable mortgage. What is this portable mortgage stuff? Bring it in. This is stuff we're all going to learn from TopstepTV.
Many homeowners feel locked into their interest rate, but what if they could move with it?
If you have someone who has a extremely low rate and the high 2s, low 3s on a home that they currently own, they may not want to move to another home because they're going to go from those low rates to current market rates, which are significantly higher.
Not only could a portable mortgage provide more flexibility to move to a new home, but it could also free up supply for future home buyers. Justin DeMola with Lenders One says in concept it sounds great, but it does come with a lot of questions.
If people are upgrading their homes, how are they going to bridge that gap for the equity for the down payment?
DeMola says in this case it depends on how much the homeowner is upgrading. Additionally, mortgage agreements are clear contracts tied to a specific property, with the home's address listed as collateral. Transferring that loan to a new house would mean effectively rewriting the contract. And one key question, will banks go along with this? Congress might have to pass new laws.
We don't know how that's going to work, but when we look at it, we really have to pay attention to, again, the mechanics of a mortgage, right? How are we going to actually take the workflow and make it so that a mortgage can be portable?
In Atlanta, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
Housing, always in the news. Housing very. All right, there you go. Don't know, now you know. All right, Brad, still long.
That's more better than a 50-year mortgage.
Ooh, we got a little...
I mean, I think we should just go like 200-year mortgage,
Why stop there? 6-minute abs.
Lower the payment.
Right? Yeah.
Banks
Pass
would
it
love
on
it.
to your kids.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, give your kids the debt.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to pay for it. My grandchildren do.
Not my problems, theirs. All right, we got about 9 minutes till the market on close. Man, yeah, we saw some prices earlier this morning in fast markets we haven't seen in a bit, but did rebound nicely. And we're pretty much hovering in the middle of the range for the most part. Take a look at the range in the ES today, Brad. Low 65.94, high of 66.87. And yeah, 90-point range there. We got the NQ. We had about 400-point range in the first 10 minutes in the fast markets.
Crazy.
Looking at another 500-point range today. We'll
Quite a bit of volume behind it too. I'm big on volume. Chad and Nick will tell you it's about all I ever talk about. But on the 4-hour chart, we've had the most volume today, which a giant green candle on the 4-hour. Yeah, most volume that we've had since October. That big flush on October 10th. So, clearly there's something about to happen and the market's setting up for it. But, when I see big volume like this coming in down at some prior lows, especially if it can pop back up over the highs of today, it's going to get my interest for possible setup to the back up to the upside. So we'll see if maybe this is all positioning for NVIDIA.
I guess to that point, Brad, yeah, I mean, 5% off the all-time highs in the ES. I guess some of the bigger players, institutions, probably licking their chops, perhaps. Discounted prices. Again, we got to 65.94.
Yeah.
And
it flushed and it got bought back up. So
sure did, Brad. I thought we were going to retest those lows at some point today. We have not. Got close, but buyers have defended it. Let's see what plays out here in the next 7.5 minutes. Chad checking in on that trade. Still long from 700.
Not the greatest setup here, but I'm holding out. I mean, it's kind of now building another range, and I wouldn't mind getting out at the top of that.
Range under.
Yeah, but I could see it pulling up here. I don't know that it's going to break out from this range, which is so basically my average price is where the top of the range is.
Yeah, I'm not really much of a fan of range trading. To just want to add to your point, because of course it works for a lot of people, but the way that I kind of look at it is depending on where it leaves the range, right? If your average price is the top of the range and you're trying to go long, but it breaks lower, then you're basically screwed on that trade. So I mainly like to trade volume, which is what Brad mentioned just a few minutes ago. If you don't have enough volume pushing a price, it's not going to pick a direction very well, at least. And I love momentum, but that's just me.
I think you're right. Sounds who between Chad and Brad, who do you really lean on? Who do you lean on for a pat on the back, and who will give you a kick in the rear?
Honestly, I feel like Brad will probably give me a kick in the rear if he sees that I made some pretty risky trades on the day.
Remember the day I told you to go for a walk, Nick?
I should have went for that walk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good
But
cop.
that's part of the game.
I'm good cop. Brad's
Absolutely.
bad cop.
Oh yeah.
That's what trading buddies are for. 100%. We got 5 minutes till MOC. Still holding these ranges. Not a whole lot of action. Again, we got earnings tomorrow. Some retail before the bell, I do believe. Then we got NVIDIA after the bell. FOMC minutes. We're gonna start. I did it again. My bad. I do that instead of saying I'm sorry. Someone in the chat called me out for dragging those S's, and I do.
I'm gonna see if VWAP will hold this.
Yeah. What do you got? I got 66.49.
Yeah, that's right where I'm sitting too. Exact same. So I'm going to do one more ad, and then I have an anchored VWAP from the open, which is setting down at 46.50.
Okay.
And that would be my last line of defense prior to just bailing on this thing.
All right. So what's your average? Did you get back in? You long 2 now?
I'm still same position, just one. Just one, but I would look to put one more on kind of at the very bottom, right at 49, right at VWAP. See, it just actually did a little sweep, didn't it? Hit 50.
It's holding. It's trying to hold bid right now.
Yeah, it's trying. It's trying.
4,660 in the NASDAQ. Last trade there, $60.78 in crude. Gold? Pretty tight range today, all things considered. We're looking at 40.
Not looking pretty.
It's getting a little heavy.
I would say last night, for anybody that was tuning into slow markets, you would have seen quite the sell-off that we had. It was pretty violent, and I was able to catch part of that short. But that made me worried for today, because typically when we have that kind of movement without news, right? If you think about it, we were just pretty much cracking through resistance and support
100%.
levels.
100%.
Yep, and
Yeah,
that's what we
no
get
news.
today.
Nothing stops out here. It's all right.
Okay. All right. Flat. Or Brad, did you add one?
Yep. I added that one at VWAP got filled. So my average price is now 66.53.50. We're just going to look for a bounce here. If it cannot, then we're out. We're done.
Okay. Very good.
Which I've only got $50 on my trailing profit anyway. So
what I'm thinking.
You know what?
Well, if I do get out of this, it came within a tick.
Tradertainment.
MOC in 3 minutes. So let's take a look back at some of our live funded traders. You saw on the leaderboard earlier today in fast market. Some of those numbers have gone up. Look at that. Yeah, up 35. Large live mic trader up 23,000. My guy P up 20. Nicholas up 18. CFT, see them in the chat, up 17. Well done. Good job hanging on to those profits. Interesting. Look like we're going to take a peek to the downside. More room to the downside.
It's going to be MOC is going to have to save this, or it's done.
Yeah, I'm hoping it saves it like just with one round up, not down and up, not stopped out and then spikes.
All right, Nick, we got about less than 2 minutes. Again, Nick joining us on Power Topstep TV for his first appearance. So happy to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
What was the hardest part of the trading journey? You've been doing it for about a year now. When you walked away, I assume you walked. No one's. I mean, did you walk away? What was the most difficult? Was it hard to walk away? Were you always thinking about it as well? Were you always thinking about the markets in the back of your head during your sabbatical, if you will?
The hardest part about walking away is because you realize that essentially everything is in your control. Whatever you want to make happen, you can make it happen. But I would say probably the first week from my big break that I took, I was still thinking about it. But then as I went on with my day and I realized that, trading is just one aspect of your life. You shouldn't dictate your happiness or your sadness day to day based off of, did you get a payout or did you blow your accounts, right? You need to kind of find a balance where you don't let the trading dictate too much of how you feel during the day, and honestly, even outside of the market.
Good for you.
But the biggest thing for me that I was able to overcome from that break and get back to payouts is I was able to overcome both the emotion of fear and greed, right? So when you're up for the day.
Sorry, Nick, we got MOC here in 5 seconds. We'll get back to that. Here we go. MOC market on close, incoming right here, right now.
Go.
Pretty light. NASDAQ 600 mil buy side, NASDAQ 180 mil sell side, ES, and Dow 125. 125 mil.
The juice,
side.
baby.
Pushing higher here. I'm starting to see some buyers jumping back in. Chad, did you get back in?
No, I mean, I never quite stopped out. I was like a tick from stopping out.
Well done.
Well, and then I moved my stop.
Hey, secret save with me. All right, again, those
back
numbers
in the green.
Back in the green. What are we looking for? Upside here, Brad. Long 2 from 66.53. Train 56 is
yes. I got first target at 59.75. I'm going to take one off there and
75s.
Let's see. I need to update my final target. I think 66 is my second target.
66. Okay. The push here in the NQ 24,684. Mixed bag here. The MOC ES coming out sell side. Now it's sell side minus 500 million sell side. NASDAQ 350 million buy side. Dow pretty much right around 0. Again, those numbers can and will change. We got about 9 minutes. 9 minutes till the bell here. Chad still on. Brad still on. Nick joining us, telling us about his trading journey. So the hardest part wasn't figuring out what to do with all that loot that you earned. That was not the hardest part of your trading journey, is what you're saying. Payouts.
Well,
those are
essentially,
nice.
Essentially, you want to keep it going, right? It's one thing if you just get a couple payouts and then you decide to dip or to stay in. And I had to master my emotions because I actually started nailing down my strategy, but your strategy can't be applied if you can't control your emotions. So that was the biggest thing for me.
I did try one tool that I specifically remember, similar to Bart Simpson with the chalkboard.
Yeah.
I will not.
That kind of shows you the dedication that Nick has put into this, because there was a time where he wrote, "I will not remove my daily loss limit," and he had it like written 100,000 times and then put all over his house.
Oh, you really did this? You really did?
He did.
Oh yeah. He did.
Old school.
This was before you could set your you could lock it in for your daily loss limit, early. But
I knew he was serious.
Hey, sell side grown here.
I think he cheated
Sell-side
on
growth.
it a couple days later,
Sell-side
but
grind.
he's still all right. He
Sell-side
tried.
growing. S&P's a billion. They're growing to a billion sell-side now. NASDAQ hovering around zero. Hold bid though, Brad. If sell-side grows again, the number in about 2 minutes, 55 after we'll get another injection of liquidity here. Chad long, Brad long, Nick flat, taking payouts, locked out. Nice job. Yep, still sell side here, Brad. 900 mil sell side.
900 mil.
900 mil. What did come out? No, now it's growing to a bill.
It rolls. Oof.
Yeah.
All right. I
Sell
pulled
side
my
growth.
my first target down just a little bit.
So what are your thoughts on NVIDIA with the release? Are you thinking any bias, Brad? Any? Because I'm bearish.
Yeah, shocker.
I feel like the market's
Shocker.
tired.
You know,
and I don't know.
I think I just never trust a lot of times. I mean, when it's clear there's something like NVIDIA that's going to roll in and just make huge waves in the market. Anytime you see price make big moves like this, prior to what you would expect, when you would expect the big moves to happen, I'm always a little skeptical. So, you know, a permable, whatever you want to call me, just with the sell-off, and boy, man.
Yeah.
I want to say maybe
players.
it's just, you know, hoping for my personal
dumping their holdings, SoftBank and Teal dumping their holdings of NVIDIA.
They all dumped?
Oh yeah. So
I didn't hear
see
that.
how that plays out.
Boy,
they do want to comment. All right, sell side growing here. We're at 2.2 billion sell side in the ES, 1.5 billion sell side in the NASDAQ. They have been showing their hand at the last minute lately here. We trade 24,630 in the NASDAQ, 66.48 last trade in the ES. There we go. Heavy sell side. Heavy sell side. We're up to 3 billion sell side ES, almost 3 billion sell side NASDAQ. It's holding bid.
Like a large number.
It's holding, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this price action that we... Yeah, it's just, it looks like sellers are still trying to take control. Obviously, we don't have much time left in the day, but when you look at, you know, that pattern that played out, bears are, they're here.
It's holding bid. It's holding bid right now. Markets are holding bid as sell side MOC continues to grow. Almost up to 3 billion sell side NASDAQ. Last trade, 24,642. ES trading 66.50. Nick, what was your price for above below? 24,750. So 100 points to the upside.
750. Didn't get that one right today.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You still got 4 minutes here. Anything is possible.
Anything can happen in NASDAQ, right?
100%.
With NASDAQ for sure.
ACH.
That's right.
I would love that.
Holding on. It's holding bid ever so slightly. You know, Brad, we see that big MOC number grow at the very last second there, and
yeah, and admittedly, I'm not a huge on trading into MOC, so this is more because I was already in the position, but I would typically want to be flat.
Yeah, I tend to find that when I enter trades, and like I said, I rarely trade towards the end of the day, but typically if you enter power hour and you've only got an hour to make a trade, I always felt very pressured and rushed because, you know, if you don't stop out of your trade, you know, the system's just going to do it for you. I think about 10 minutes after the close. Is that correct, Andre?
At noon, or I'm sorry, noon, closing bell, but yeah, 10 minutes after. Yeah, it's auto liquidation. Yeah.
It's coming for me. It's coming for me.
It's holding bid here.
Yeah,
66.45.
Only got $25 left in my personal daily loss. We'll see.
Can we hold
one
bid
trimmer
here?
and I'm locked out.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till the close here.
Yeah, today is just one of those days where I feel like if you're limiting your trades and you only like to instead of using a dollar amount, say you only give yourself 3 to 5 trades a day. If your first 3 trades went against you, probably lock up because
call
it a day.
Almost feels like it's the first one.
Yeah, that was me yesterday.
Yeah.
True, Chad.
Yeah, yesterday was rough, man. I was locked out of all my accounts pretty early. Yeah. Actually, the rally, I didn't even make it to the rally, if that tells you anything.
Oh, really?
So.
Yeah.
I was misfiring on everything, so it was pretty good. It made me really thankful. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's all she wrote, but still green.
Not good.
In the green, $406 for the day. So
good job.
Nice reason to use that
selling coming in here, 66.40 now last trade. They're lightening up on sell side here in the MOC. That doesn't matter. ES selling off, NASDAQ selling off as well. We're looking at 700 on the bid here. ES 66.39, 750 on the bid. Just came in there about a point beneath. See if that does get filled. Hope that ES ladder. See all the size. That thing was filled. Some more room to the downside here. 66.38.
1 minute.
1 minute. Here we go. That was in the ES. 24,590. Last trade in the NASDAQ. Will they take?
I think bears are trying to make a statement. We'll see what happens. Slow markets and tomorrow, but
tomorrow morning is going to be a big end of day.
Tomorrow's going to be huge. Absolutely huge. Nick, really quick, is there anyone watching that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Definitely. So I gave a shout out earlier to our friend Izzy, but I also want to shout out my dad who's watching from California. He is also a trader at Topstep, and he's been trying to get back into XFAs. So shout out, Dad.
Shout out, Dad. I hope you're short right now because we're pushing lower in the ES and the NASDAQ. That was fantastic, fellas. Thanks as always for joining us. Nick, Brad, Chad, that was awesome power hour. Thanks for jumping
Good job, guys.
With that being said, shout out to all the Bell-2-Bellers. Huge day tomorrow. Huge day tomorrow. Make sure you're here bright and early. With that being said, go to my main man, James, Dr. Volatility Hard. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Absolutely, Andre. And thank you, Andre. Thank you, Chad, Brad, and Nicholas for the wonderful power hour. We appreciate you all being here with us. And that goes for you out there in the chat as well. We appreciate you guys hanging with us bell to bell. I know I say it every day, but I truly mean it. Whether you have been here since 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, thank you for being here. You guys are what makes TopstepTV so great, and we can't do it without you. So we really appreciate all your time, views, energy, and participation in the chat. Keep it coming. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, though, At the Buzzer is coming up next. At the Buzzer. That's right. That's the show with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap everything that went down in the markets today, and they're going to make sure that you're ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. And once the market is reopened, you can be right here at 7:30 p.m. for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Again, tonight, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Slow Markets, it's the place to be. You hear it from guests on here all the time, and if you have yet to tune in for one, I highly encourage you to do so. Then you're trading, so stay up all night at 1:30 in the morning. It's going to be Aaron Trades London Open. You caught Aaron this morning on Fast Markets. If you fell in love with him then, well, be sure to catch London Open at 1:30 a.m. tomorrow morning to see just what makes London Open so phenomenal. And then while you're at it, Deanna is coming up next at 3:30 a.m. right after London Open for Euro Trade. So you can get Aaron Trades and Deanna back-to-back in the early morning for those of us in the States. And then tomorrow, we're going to be right back here. Same bat time, same bat channel, same bat. I already said bat time. 7:15 a.m. You know the drill. We're going to be here. We're going to be rocking another day of bell-to-bell on the charts. We're going to keep you covered on any action in the markets, any unsudden or unexpected news. We got you back. But until then, stay tuned. At the Buzzer's next. I've been James Harden. You're the chat. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
You